Hello, everyone, and welcome to the April 19th EMEA Online Districts. We've got a large field of wonderful competitors and a full day of Netrunner here ahead of us. I am joined by our commentary team, who will be providing commentary, at least to start.
Good morning.
I'm Ams. I woke up 10 minutes ago and I don't know what day it is.
I'm Komodo. I woke up 2 hours ago and it's Sunday,
Cool.
I think.
Has the first round been paired yet? It has. Let's just have a quick look at the stats and oh my gosh, it's all red.
That is a lot of Melias, as you'd probably expect.
It's nice to see the eggers coming back.
Yeah. I think there's the sheen of newness to Melias has worn off now, and people are going back to egg, at least somewhat.
Has egg gained anything from the new set?
Not hugely, from what I can tell. There's been people playing around with Retirement Plan and Magistrate, but they don't seem to be catching on that much. It's just continually doing the same egg things it's always done, from what I can tell.
Do we want to check out an egg game or save them for later?
Let's have a. What do we have interesting pairing wise? We do have an egg versus Arasana.
Do you want to check that one out? That's
Let's have a look at
2.
that one. Table 2.
I will just check that we're good to stream because I don't think we've had our
Yes.
no stream list yet.
I have not seen one.
Yep, we're good.
Perfect. So, sorry, I'll be 2 seconds.
Good luck. I guess I should fill the air now. Please comment in chat that you are here.
So, egg into Arasana is kind of an interesting one, generally, because you just have a lot of like. Has to deal with Arasana's immediate ability in Stowaway. So you can get a lot of value from just Stowaway running like an empty an enemy that's already been fired.
I've not actually seen this matchup yet, but I'm very excited. I was always a fan of the egg before.
Egg is just solidly fun. It does egg things, and if you don't respect the egg things, then, well, you die.
Do we have do we know when the round starts?
We do not.
The round will begin in 1 minute. Please comment in chat if you think the round will start in 1 minute. Hello. I see someone saying hello in chat. Hello.
And the round has started.
Drawing click 1, was this a mulligan?
This was a mulligan, which drawing click 1 and then taking some time to think is the sign of a not ideal hand, usually. Ice from it. This could be a thut or a cohort push.
More likely cohorts, given it wasn't rezzed.
And just Arasana immediately getting the Waken plant down.
Yeah.
And it's a
Oh,
bladder
no.
wart.
It is not an active bladderwort, though.
Just 1 credit a turn. So not a huge threat right now. You have to expect maybe trying to ice HQ here with the Wake down.
Well, maybe. How spiky can egg decks get these days?
Well, I guess it depends whether or not they're on the kind of how many bites they're on. Otherwise, it's really only Fuji that you don't particularly want to hit early.
Hmm.
Unless they
Without
get a thut
saying-
down. Oh, we're just
Yeah.
immediately. So this looks like it might be an Urtica Cypher trap deck, potentially. Or a really gutsy agenda push.
I've done it.
We all have. It's you've got to love it when that happens. And she does check it. Drawing up to 6 in case it's an Urtica.
It's an
Which it
Urtica.
is. Which immediately, I think, sets the tone for what style of egg deck we're dealing with. Bladderwort also now online.
I have seen multiple egg decks which just won a single Urtica.
That's true. And losing a deep dive to the Bladderwort. Creative Commission, Echelon, Pikachu, and Simulchip all gone. That's some pretty nasty hits. Question, of
That's
course,
not
is
really.
this...
Oh no, sorry, go on.
Oh, I was wondering if this is... A lot of Arasana decks are only playing 1 deep dive at the moment. I believe the White Blade deck is only on 1, which could mean that's a really nasty early hit.
Do we yet know if this definitely is that deck?
We do not know that. So there could be more. But there are other win conditions around. I mean, we have the Waken plant down, so we can tunnel HQ for a big thing. Usually they're on cup as well, which is quite nice into Wowco. And they're simply drawing back up.
A lot of cards on the table, but at 5 credits, what can we reasonably threaten here?
You can probably expect one of these to be a cohort or another Bladderwort. There's almost certainly a bite here. The fact that half of these weren't rezzed at the start of last turn implies that potentially they're not doing anything, or they could be table agendas trying to sneak past. It's an Esker.
I do love to install table agendas when playing Egg. People will convince themselves that your board is scarier than it is.
And there's the bite.
I'm not even convinced firing that bite is the best play right now. Unless there is a cohort somehow hidden, but I'm not sure why that would not be rezzed already.
It does turn on the Bladderwort again. I So there is a style of egg filled with these kind of traps going around that is based around Unleash and Vixek, where you flood the board with resible traps that the runner doesn't particularly want to run, and then you mutually assured destruction, trash all of them, give the runner many tags, and then unleash Vixek for an instant flatline. Which generally that is on Esker because it's a free trash cost that doesn't give you any value. So you can just leave it on the board as a free resible that the runner is never going to trash. Now that combo
might explain why we're just drawing here.
Yeah, just flooding the board with things that don't seem to be giving value. We've not rezzed any of this. We know 6 and 7 are traps. We don't know what 2, 4, what 3, 4, and 5 are. And just continuing to flood. And the runner drawing back up. Another Bladderwort ping. Maybe getting quite a lot of those on this board state. But still no reses from the board. Usually by this point in the traditional Arco deck, you'll have a couple of, maybe 2 cohorts down from this many assets.
Yeah, so that's what's surprising me is, yes, it's good to be broke for Bladderwort, but usually you have other sources of tempo to keep you afloat, and here we're just having things installed.
It may just be saying to the runner, look at all this stuff, you cannot deal with anything, and potentially my game plan doesn't care about what cards I have, just that I have cards that I can res. Going to take out the Bladderwort here. Simul chip down, but no programs to trash to use it, so presumably there may be a Muse in hand, if that was an enemy, but no res. Resing Spin Doctor in response is interesting. I don't know if there's any reason to do that before a trash.
I don't think it changes the maths on trashing it.
No. So Arasana installing Propeller to get the environmental testing fire. And then simul chipping for an Echelon. Expecting some anemones out of the stack, which, given how much damage it's already done, is a pretty reasonable expectation. Are we going to see another Bladderwort res here? With 10 assets or upgrades on the board, you'd think one of these probably has to be one. But we're just not resing anything, saying none of these do anything immediately.
This is not my beautiful egg.
I think this is looking like it's going to be the mutually assured destruction combo, which essentially needs 7 resed cards on the board, a nano management, and a mutually assured destruction in hand, and an unleash in hand and a Vixek on the board. So you have to assemble quite a lot of pieces to get it. But it looks like we're just going to be allowed all the resible assets to pull part of that combo off. And it might just be on the runner to win before they find Mad and Unleash.
Is this deck on a stone ship? I don't believe the original Trojan.exe list was, but we're in a different meta now.
I think you have, if this is a Vic Second, you have to hope you're on Stone Chip, because that massively changes the maths and the work the corp has to do.
Oh,
and there's finally a cohort.
Interesting.
Perhaps waiting for a moment where you want to draw, but I can't imagine why you wouldn't have rezzed earlier.
Against pretty much any egg list, that's an instant trash.
Oh, and it's a Reaper function. We might be seeing a kill here. Or potentially a blood in the water off the table. Lucky Charm and Slap Vandal, I think, means this probably is something very similar to the Trojan.exe list. So we are advancing something. So this could be a blood in the water score.
It's not the most efficient blood in the water I've seen.
No. Or it could just be a Regenesis and the Reaper function is for tempo.
Actually, yes, it probably is. We didn't get an egg trigger.
Yeah, no egg fire. And the 4.
Wait, no.
See how they run? With no clicks remaining, so just purely tempo. And only doing a net damage. Is this, do we think, just pure grinder, try and do as much net damage and nonsense with traps as possible, Arco?
Perhaps. Ashen Epilogue isn't banned yet, so at least into the general field, that's not a running strategy, but against Arasana, maybe?
However, you can always just hope you hit the Ashen and the buffer drive out of hand. That's a reliable strategy, just don't miss.
You surely will not regret tempo damage for random pings.
And taking out the cohort, which, yep, you have to do. You may end up just seeing a strategy from the runner here of simply waiting for them to res a useful asset and then trashing it, rather than checking a board that seems to be full of bites, eskers, and maybe urticas.
Yeah, the net total of that wake implant is -1 credit and 1 meat damage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and a counter on end testing, I suppose.
Is there a world where we just ignore the board and just keep running HQ to charge it and say, I can see R&D before you can win?
Maybe?
I feel like that's probably going to get you killed unless you get lucky, but...
At 3 credits, there's an argument that that's the play.
Mm-hmm.
Bite isn't active if you think you can jam HQ enough times, and by now surely there are agendas in HQ.
Oh, we've gone through over half the deck by this point and seen one agenda. Some of them likely been tossed into archives. Just icing up centrals.
Really interested to know what specifically the win con here is. We haven't seen any ice. We've seen a couple of egg staples.
Yeah. It seems like kind of just... we are illuminating.
Bong.
On 3 credits, this can basically be Samak, an enemy, or Tattoo. Maybe a white space. And all of those, Arasana can quite easily pull something from hand to deal with. So I'm hearing that some quite low ice egg decks are importing VSA now, which would definitely be an interesting pool for this one. See how they run does imply they care about tags in some way.
That click it glackle is thinking does suggest this is resable.
I guess the question for the corp is whatever this is worth going to potentially 0 credits for? This is last click as well. Just the double-click nuker into Illumination to find all your installables. We have no res, so we're almost certainly going to fire this environmental testing here as well.
Lilypad, Simulchip, and Gas.
And we see an Esker on R&D. Just a minor nuisance of a card.
Fishy.
I think it's very interesting it's been put on, one of these is on the board, because usually it's mainly used for Archives Poison, or at least intended to make checking Archives and turning off Regenesis at least a little bit expensive. Putting it on the board doesn't have much use for just costing the runner a credit. Other than, I guess, increasing the complexity of the board state, which is very complex right now. There's a lot of things down. We have a Regolith. So that's why the corp didn't res, simply to give them an option to recover credit totals.
I think the one thing I'm sure of is that this corp deck does things, and it does things with the cards in the deck, and as a result of those things, effects happen.
Quite possible. This corps have been known to pursue a strategy of using their cards to do things in the past.
I've seen a few decks that aim to use their cards to not do effects, but they have middling success.
And we are Arasanaing for a stowaway to abuse the lack of a res.
That's multiple effects. That's got to pay off big time.
I think at this stage we have to start seeing something like proactive from the corp soon. Like, you can't keep letting Arasana get this kind of weight counters stacked up. And for as much as they have stuff on the board, it doesn't seem to be doing anything.
Yeah, I get the sense that Lovelace was waiting a little bit just to make sure that it was safe to interact, but at this stage, nothing on the board seems to be actively doing anything harmful to her or proactive for the corp, so perhaps now is the time to just hammer HQ and see what's in R&D.
Yeah. I mean, you do, I suppose, have to be worried about the potential of Server 711 maybe being more Reaper functions, but considering earlier the corp was very happy to fire them for tempo, it'd be strange for them to save it for a kill now when they could have left the earlier one.
It's interesting, yeah. Possibly just for the counters as well.
Mm-hmm.
Leaving a nuke on the board is also a good safety net. As long as you can end your turn on 5 cards, you're usually okay, short of unleash shenanigans.
We're seeing yet more things on the board. This could be that Esker we just saw. And we're just getting more money. 16 cards left in R&D, and still nothing really implying the Corp has the forward momentum to do anything.
I do wonder how much of Archives is agendas right now.
I feel like probably quite a bit of it. They've hand-sized a few, they've discarded a few to hand-size. You expect maybe a couple of these assets are spin doctors. We have the wheels coming down, so we can clicklessly check the board, and on 7 cards, it's pretty safe.
There's the
It is the
Esker.
I mean, installing it when you play a hand side to put it in Archives is definitely a choice that implies we're on mutually assured destruction. And if we are, that does mean the runner is very much on a pure clock until Egg finds those pieces. Oh no, here it is, nano management.
Oh.
And we're rezzing the entire board. The clock has already ended.
There is a way for Lovelace to draw an additional card during the Corpse turn here. Yep, action,
action after whatever you're doing.
This click. Which does mean we need to overextend by just one more card, right?
We need 8 tags, I believe. Yeah, so 8 reservoirs need to be on the board. And with the Urtica, we have 5 at the moment, so 3 of these have to be reservoirs, which is quite likely unless 2 of them are spin doctors. Shuffling the spin implies maybe we didn't actually have the pieces, and now we're continuing to res. We probably do.
That looks like it's enough, right?
That's 9 tags, so yeah, even with a lily pad draw, there's no way out of this. And here comes Unleash. Drawing the extra card just in case. You might as well. You've got double checking if the combo still works.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. There it is, Unleash.
Yeah.
There
are the bees for
There's
8 net damage. It's a brutal deck. And it's one that very much challenges the runner to figure out what's going on early and try and keep their economy enough to trash all the expensive assets and survive all the Urticas you have to get rid of.
I wonder if running more aggressively on the remotes was the correct line there.
I think you probably have to wait for the Corp to be below 4 credits and then run and just see how much you can trash. Just to avoid getting all those bite fires. Or simply just race them and say you're not going to get the combo before I get R&D.
Shall we have a look at what else is still going on?
Do we have?
I'm having a look. There's a Leo still going on. There's a few Melias, obviously, and a Nebula, among other things.
Shall we have a look at how the Leo is going?
Sure.
Which is table 20.
Let me just check if they're good for streaming.
Oh, we got a list? Oh, gotcha. In which case, shall we take a look at... There is a PD versus Crim going on.
Yeah, let's check it out.
Table 19.
Ooh, phone Zaya. And what seems to be regular PD?
Table 19, yeah. If Jaina is going to work for me.
Currently, we are watching a finality run through 2 drafters, one of which has fired to add Spin Doctor to HQ. And we're accessing a total of 5 cards with Wake Implant for game.
That sounds fairly definitive.
The game usually stops after the game is over.
And for some reason, my Jaina is not very happy when I try to join the game.
Let's try another one then. There is actually only one Melius left, I think.
Shall we see what the last Melius is doing?
Yeah, if it's good for us to stream it.
Names are not on the list. This is table 22.
I do not know about you. I am watching table 22. And it's over. Interesting, though, that it's on 3 orbital superiority, so I want to know what's happening here later on.
That's almost certainly going to be one of these Unleash decks.
I'm also seeing Ansel 2.0 resed. And Tyr and Cloud Eater, and yep, Unleashes.
Oh, the gang's all there.
Seraph's not here. Seraph is... We could take a look at one of the Wayland decks if we think either is still going.
They're both Svicky, so let's, shall we see 13?
Yep, sounds good.
Let's see if Jaina lets me into this one.
Oh my. That is 5 ice on HQ, 2 ice on R&D, and nothing else.
And 7 bad publicity. What is going on in here?
I think regular capture is going on here.
I think so as well, but this far into the game, we've only scored 1, and the runner has not stolen anything, which I guess is not too surprising given the amount of ice we're dealing with. And that Valentau into Buzzsaw, even with Tungsten, is just brutal to break.
It's a full 6 credits, but it all comes from the bad publicity.
That's true. With bad pub, that is effectively free. We are on Trebuchet or the bad pub. Do we think this is potentially on Big Deal?
It could be. Let's have a look at influence spends. The influence spends so far are nothing.
Nothing.
Oh, sorry, yes, there's 2 spins removed from game.
Does make it sound like there's probably all of it's gone to Big Deal, where you simply build a massive tower of ice on centrals, build up as many credits as you need with vulture funds and operations, and then you just Big Deal out of Assault and then red cap your way to victory.
the humble word on the street when this deck shows up.
Alas, if anyone were playing it.
I think they should play it. It has 2 effects, which is more than most cards get.
Jaina has once again chucked me out. Finding a Let Them Dream? Trash a pivot for R&D and immediately play another one. What are we pivoting for? Is it simply another econ operation?
Oh, it's big
Just
deal.
finding the big deal.
It's got to be safer in HQ.
Yeah, I'm going to fire this next turn and you are not getting into HQ to deal with it.
We've been asked what's in Tradon's heap. A lot of regular Lou cards, so the Strike Fund Steelskin package, a couple of Rising Tides, a Pinhole, Boomerang. Yeah.
Yeah, this is your bog standard Lou, it seems to be. With that big deal in hand, this is potentially putting a 2-turn clock on the game. If we can score out a 3-pointer and the next turn just red cap out. So it is putting pressure on Lou to try and find anything here.
It's just like the outfit used to be. I do miss running R&D desperately trying to close a game before time is called against the outfit.
Maybe they do just have to run HQ here and hope they hit the big deal, or force enough ice reses to put the corp too low to use it. But with only Paladin and Fencer down, getting twinning counters is actually not that easy, especially with most of the boards set up.
The 2 fermenters ticking up definitely helps. Ooh, there are 2 measures.
2 measures in the bin. Which I think is probably reasonable at this point, given where the runner is.
There's only 2 Steelskins in the heap, so it's also very possible that Tradon can pretty easily duck a lot of threats.
But I think seeing those makes you a lot more willing to just blow your entire economy for a chance at HQ. But we're going for R&D, using the Boomerang off Paladin for an extra twinning counter. This run effectively completely free. Of course, with just the extra click from Boomerang, but going to see 2 cards here. You kind of have to hope you find something.
There's the
trashing the final measured. And another Let Them Dream.
Let Them Dream is a really strong card because it also has 3 abilities.
It's very versatile. Its main job seems to be making the runner cry, though, when they pick it up.
Oh, 5 minutes remaining does mean that if Freeform Jazz doesn't have the points in hand to get a boost overtrade on, then this will be a tie to time.
We know he has the big deal. So the question is he going to big deal something out here? Which just taking pretty low and leave HQ relatively undefended, but are we going to score a red cap instead?
This has got to be...
It's the big deal. And to send a message. And Event Horizon.
Interesting that Event Horizon was the pick here, so there's nothing more expensive than 4 credits.
Mm-hmm.
So someone in chat has pointed out about the card do more than one thing of Let Them Dream. And you know, that's interesting, because Let Them Dream does have 3 abilities, but I still think it does, broadly speaking, one thing, even if it's doing more than one thing in that it's doing that one thing. But listen, what Let Them Dream does is it plays with agenda maths. That's what it does. And it does it via 3 abilities, but it's doing one thing. You get me?
And we are seeing the HQ run, which I suppose you have to just try and find that red cap in hand that you assume they're on.
I mean, you do have to steal more than that, because with this little time left,
yes,
and how long it's going to physically take you to get through all that HQ ice.
You're kind of really hoping to win on this, well, on the next run when they fire the Event Horizon. Because it seems very unlikely the Corp doesn't win next turn.
Okay, that's the final ice broken, and Event Horizon has been popped. Firing that fermenter for a +8.
Even with the bad pub, this is an expensive run.
I'm really glad that people are playing bad pub builds even without the outfit. Even without Luana.
I think playing them without Luana is a little bit sad, just because Luana's a very fun card. But understandable why they're not. Is this run costing you about... With the bad pub, it's not that bad.
Oh, that's just a green mail. That is unfortunate.
I wonder if there's a world there where you don't pop the fermenter.
And that's got to be game, right? Yep.
Yeah, there it is.
Just didn't see it. And I believe that was the last one.
Looks like it, yes.
Comment in chat what your favorite effect is. I'd love to hear from you. Komodo, what's your favorite effect?
My favorite effect. I like it when you forfeit an agenda.
That is pretty good. Have you ever forfeited 3 points to Bioac?
I have. I forfeited Send a Message, Fuji, and Basalt to Bioac in my time.
I kept forfeiting SDS at EMEA last year to the extent that people had to have an intervention and make me stop.
I think that's wrong. I think you should always forfeit 3-pointers just for the sheer damage it can do to a runner.
It makes me feel alive.
The statement of "I don't need 3 points more than I need this ice" is just beautiful. There's nothing better. It really lets the runner know you're willing to do anything.
It's especially upsetting when you also have green mail scored.
Oh, I think I have to. Anyone forfeiting 3 points when they have a green mail is immediately my friend.
From chat, net damage is the best effect. I can see it.
Damage is.
How I counter meat damage.
I think net damage is more fun than meat damage.
Explain.
That's my hot take. There's just something. I mean, like, meat damage is just boring. Oh, I've been shot or punched or anything. But net damage is I have been attacked by weird, invisible digital ants. It's just more evocative. It's more interesting.
But meat damage
I can get shot in real life. I can't be eaten by a giant swarm of digital ants in real life.
Yes, you can.
Can I?
Yeah. You're just not trying hard enough.
I mean, to be fair, I don't particularly want to be, but the fact that I don't know. I don't think I can take net damage in real life, apart from seeing some real interesting decks.
Gross damage. Is that like stocks and economy? I don't really understand how the economy works.
That's where you show the runner something very disgusting, and they're so distracted they lose the game.
Oh, right. Like, it's the total damage, the net, if you will, after accounting for damage prevention, which is only really Airblade right now, so meat damage has a better return on investment.
We do have round 2 paired now. There's any interesting looking matchups? There is a Baz versus BTL.
We have a what, sorry?
Oh, 1 second. Never mind, that's on the no stream list. There's a Topan on table 8 into Ob.
I do like Topan. That is table 8.
Let's see what Topan is doing. We can presumably get a lot of Melia's Liu later. So as I understand it right now, the main thing Topan is trying is simply being Reg Anarch with a lot of buffer drives. And saying, well, daily casts for 1 credit is pretty nice.
It's alright.
Topan is one of those IDs that, on paper, I think sounds quite good, and mathematically is probably fine. However, when you give yourself any kind of damage, it is guaranteed to hit the best card in your hand.
True, but I do think all the IDs are on paper.
Sometimes they're on cardboard. Or acrylic, if you're fancy. Ooh, right, I have seen some 3D printed egg IDs.
Oh yeah, those are fun. Like the what's it called when it's fun to fiddle with a thing, you know? Like
Fidget.
Yeah, but like the name that fancy design people use for things. You know?
Interaction?
No, it's like
ergonomic.
Ergonomic is also not the word I'm looking for. It's that though, you know?
Yeah, of course. It's the word that isn't ergonomic.
Yeah. I've also seen a Meliesque token, which is like it has a little slot and you rotate it to show the server, and then you put it face down and then reveal it to show the one that it's on.
Yes, those are extremely cool, and I need 7. My favorite idea I've seen is an egg which is knitted, and for tokens you put knitting needles into the egg.
Oh, I've seen that one. Yeah. I'm still yet to see someone bring like a carton of eggs and an empty carton of no eggs and move eggs from the full carton to the empty carton to represent counters.
I mean, if you can find the space in your playmat to do that, I have a lot of respect for you.
I think I'll try it.
Maybe you could try it with mini eggs.
Ooh.
And when you fire your egg ability, you have a bite of the egg.
Yum.
So what do we think this orb is going to be doing? What are orbs like right now? Mostly Glacier.
Probably Extract, going by the ban list.
It's Last Hurrah. We might be seeing that today.
What else gives Ob the money when Extract has gone? Armed Asset Protection is?
They can play Hedge Fund like everyone else.
No, unrealistic.
No, they'll be on Armed Asset Protection.
Regolith isn't that bad, honestly.
I mean, Regolith in Ob is pretty good.
It's still a tutor if you can let it get down. Like, it does demand more pressure to actually trash it. Oh, and speaking of...
And turn 1, just ice table Regolith. No fancy ob tricks.
I don't actually think that's necessarily the correct play unless you're specifically aiming to empty it for ob, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's, if you click it once in a turn, then you've effectively clicked for a credit and also revealed your Regolith. If it gets trashed, then you've spent... Well, you've not really lost resources. You've just given the runner more information to work with.
And you do love to see the Click 1 Topan hitting Steelskin. You have Sandstone protecting Regolith. Sandstone, just a very annoying piece of ice for how cheap it is.
I'm glad Sandstone is seeing play again. For a while, Ob wasn't playing it.
I think it's always been on kind of the fringes of a lot of Ob lists. More of a pet card than anything, but it's...
Afshar in HQ, which is good.
And trashing a spin from R&D, just taking singles. Very aggressive opening. But I don't think that really gained much for Count Zero here. And there's the buffer drive.
Hitting the Lego. A Lago and putting it on the bottom.
Ob does get its emptied Regolith into Tranquility. As the standard Ob line.
Installing the Tungsten Tailor to trash the Tungsten Tailor and put Tungsten Tailor on the bottom with Buffer Drive. Value.
So far, these Topan hits have been pretty good. Lego isn't ideal, but losing no free lunch. And here's Mavira's tutoring for another Regolith. This Ob wants money.
I do love money.
There is something satisfying about just taking 9 credits off a Regolith. And we're doing that before start of turn, so we're getting 2 Tranquility triggers from Ob, which is truly gluttonous. Now on 30 credits with a regolith they're about to pop. We have 2 upgrades in server 1. Potentially in a Homovirus. Also, some obs are Mitras as well. This is an Anacam Topan, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
It's quite cool to see. We're getting a Malapert day. Are we on Myoshu?
Myoshu.
This ob seems to want only money, and it's just res to Malapert. That does seem like it's going for a Myoshu strategy.
Myoshu.
Myoshu.
Ooh, eye for an eye.
Eye for an eye.
That's interesting. The thing about Topan is you don't necessarily want other cards that do damage, but I suppose if you're also running Strike Funds and Steel Skins, then that targeted damage is pretty good.
Just letting Afshar fire. That may be a misclick there. Yeah.
Oh, no, that was a... yeah. As is pointed out in chat, Shred would go really hard right now, and I agree. I think Shred is actually okay.
Would do a lot. I mean, with all the kind of like...
I just think people need to believe in Shred a little more.
With a lot of the nonsense Melies is doing, honestly, Shred is maybe not the worst piece of tech. And we are trashing a hedge fund, trashing just 2 hedge funds from HQ. Because this ob needs more money, apparently.
This is the worst thing to ever happen to ob.
It's pretty rough. They can only res 2 Wax. The definition of poverty is only having 2 lizards.
Here they are holding 2 lizards. Oh, interesting. Click 1 draw, then resing Hollow Man.
So, are we potentially seeing a free cost agenda being scored here? Firing the virus.
Ooh, we have an upgrade from each faction.
Into Takana. So we're going to see a score here. Above the law. You don't like to see that when your opponent has no resources.
Yeah, it is worth noting the counter zeros on 1 tag, which suggests he's not particularly fussed about resources.
And we have seen a Lego so far, and here's Myoshu.
Myoshu!
Not firing the Myoshu.
Oh.
I suppose this is the logic of I want it for later when I can just win off it rather than spend 10 credits to score 2 points that does not push me forward. Firing Myoshu now.
It does threaten a lot with Hollow Man on the board, though.
That's true, but with 10 credits, that remote is not looking that safe.
True. I'm looking at Shreds. So that's the first time the Corp would end the run. Prevent it unless the Corp trashes X cards from HQ, where X is the number of cards in the route. So that's 5 cards. Shred here beats Event Horizon.
Ooh.
I think people should be playing Shred.
People should be playing Shred. It's a cool card. And we have an Iru down as well, which is still not on threat. We're just, I guess, getting it down so it doesn't be hit by Topan's ability. We are advancing again. Could this be game here? No, there's no way to get 3 points off this and with a click remaining. It's an ASIF.
Stargate and Strike Fund.
Strike Fund.
Very exciting to see
on
Stargate again.
Stargate's been making some waves.
It used to be really big back in the Ashes days, but since then it's been superseded by quite a few things.
We are on 4 points, which...
Measured response in hand from Malapert, which... Oh, and Icing Archives, respecting that Eru.
Yeah. That Eru can see 2 off R&D. It is probably the runner's best chance at the moment, because it doesn't look like they have... Well, maybe they could get into Server 1, even with Event Horizons down. It's a pretty effective Breaker Suite setup.
It's interesting this Topan is aiming to threaten all centrals. We've got Eye for an Eye, we've got Stargate, and we've got Eru. And if Counter Zero happens to be running Shred, then he's also aiming for that for the remote.
I think it's unlikely he's running Shred. We can hope, but given what we've seen so far,
I just think it'd be neat.
Raindropsing HQ for the extra card draw from Afshar's sub. Finding an extract. Definitely getting ready to say its final goodbyes to that card.
If Ob ever does get banned, then we will most likely be seeing Extract and Cyber Sand and Sviadagor unbanned again.
Almost certainly. And I feel like of those cards, Extract would see some play.
What do you think of the ban list?
I think the ban list hits 2 cards I don't play and I don't like, so I'm very happy with it.
We just saw an Aziev steal from Archives.
From that Eru run. Ending the turn tagged here, which likely means he might be losing that Eru. On Manuel as well, as our
possibly
multi-axis engine.
Manuel's threat ability is active. Manuel famously having 2 abilities.
But this could just be threatening the game here. Any agenda in the remote can either be a 3-pointer or a 2-pointer that you can Hollow Man into Myoshu to score.
Myoshu.
Oh, we are taking it back. And instead trashing Eru with the tag.
So, game not in hand right now. Even though we know that Myoshu is there, so any agenda in hand that can be scored this turn would be game.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you do jam here, and we just finalitying.
Yeah, that seems wise to me.
Oh, and it's an Event Horizon!
You know what beats Event Horizon, but not in this situation, but would beat it on the remote?
Is it Shred?
It's Shred. It's not helpful here, but...
It is not.
It's Shred.
Is there a world where you run the remote here just to pull Ob out of money?
If you can get them below 13, I mean, if you can get them below 10, and he's currently...
There's another finality!
Oh, no, never mind. We're just going to end the game here if we can.
It's a pretty reasonable position.
And even if the game doesn't end, there's a solid chance that bricking R&D just halts the game long enough to have another go.
I mean, the thing is here, if this does not score here, we die to measured. We know there's a measured in hand, and there's no way they're getting to 8 credits.
Oh, that's true, yes. I forgot about the measured.
So this is it. This run is make or break. We have a basal. And that's it. Game. Yes. Cool. You have to love those kind of risky runs where you just decide, you know what, I'm going to win now or lose immediately.
I think SDS is an interesting example of a card with two abilities that does one thing, if you get me. Like, on score or steal, trash a program, but implemented in different ways. But you understand conceptually that it's one thing, right?
I mean, yeah, thematically very much the same. And apparently Ob just could not find the 3 pointers.
That's rough.
That's not ideal.
Plenty of other games still going on, though, if we want to have a little
Let's have a look. What have we got? There is a poetry into Muesli Hat going on.
Yeah, let's check out that.
Let's see what
table
poetry's doing.
I love it when poetry does something interesting, because it's one of those ideas I've seen people declare is never gonna be good.
There was a brief period after Vantage Point dropped where people were very hot on poetry. And then, we are not allowed to stream this one.
Apologies.
We can imagine the cool thing poetry is doing in our minds. What else do we have going on? We have an Ob versus Seb game going on.
Yeah, let's check it out. That's table 12.
Table 12, although the table number, this is Vilgems and Witches.
I don't see it.
It does not have the table number in the lobby name.
Right.
Tusk.
Very different Ob game.
This is a wide Ob.
Event Horizon ending a Hannah run does force a tag.
This is a Flood the Market Ob.
Ooh, exciting.
Flood or Floob, as I've heard it called. Floob. Probably Ob usually generally considered one of the better matchups into Seb. Almost certainly not this one.
Any deck relying on just a single piece of ice really falls the moment Devil Charm hits the board.
Although we are on 4 points at the moment, but with wheels down, a crew, one Audrey counter, this probably is the point where momentum has turned in Seb's favor. And there is a super deep borehole in the bin.
Excuse me? And interesting. What I'm hearing is that is just played for the trash cost, which is quite funny.
You just put a big drill in the server and you never turn it on, which slightly cowardice, but I think there is something to be said for someone checking a remote and finding an unresed super deep in there. Just for pure... I mean, it is in the bin, so it presumably has been trashed, and I expect likely to command.
Let's have a look through the history. Yes, it was trashed with Gourmand.
The slight chink in the armor there of the 6 trash cost.
This is the reason I love to play Refuge campaign in my PD flood decks. So, God, Sansan actually. Sansan being kind of... No, I guess Hype Machine is more a mix of Sansan and Kali testing, but no, Sansan was a 6 cost, 5 to trash. Each agenda in this server has -1 advancement requirement.
Right. Yeah, so that would have Flood would have loved that.
Absolute brick, and also makes your floods more efficient. I think a lot of people decried that Cinco Cyclotron wasn't very good on release, but like the flexibility it gives you when trying to set up enough servers is actually huge.
It also just gives you a lot of just extra ability to flood. And also do some real nonsense combined with powers and the train extra click. But unlikely we'll see that here, given the influence spent on Wage Workers Baz. Not Baz. And what you're using for flood. Do we think this deck can even work with Extract? How are we firing Orb otherwise? Just Event Horizon?
Well, we've seen one already. And Bass also does trigger it.
Oh, of course. And using Bass to get a flywheel, which is a lovely bit of really annoying ice. Although I don't think Seb cares.
And is this just a manual score with Wage Workers? Because we're now credit below. Yep.
And it's into the basal.
That's fun.
That was very clean. Bass for the extra click into just triple advance slash and burn is a gorgeous, gorgeous little turn. With 1 credit remaining as well. This is the one place where Seb couldn't go fast enough, and I think there is something to be said for having a mixture of Flood and other fast advance in a deck. Gives it resilience to that ability.
Just playing every line possible and taking the one that wins you in the moment.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of games going on. Quickly now another.
Shall we have a look at the Melia's U?
Yeah, go on. Which one are we looking at?
Let's do table 1.
Table 1 looks good, yeah. And not a huge number of agendas scored, but I'm noticing the twinning has 7 counters on it.
That is a lot of twinning counters, and implies Lou has just been sitting back. We have a Fuji. There is a Regenesis in the runner's score area, and double measured in the bin. And we find Amelia's adding Bite to HQ, as you do. And they find the Bite. You love to see it.
You do love to see it, but unfortunately, Hexnet had a Steel Skin in hand.
Interesting to see we are on Game Dragon in this deck, presumably specifically to counter all the 5-strength ice everyone is putting in Melia's, like these Atinis.
Hang on, so the stack is empty. Is there any way for Hexnet to get cards back in the stack? I'm not seeing Ashen or Buffer Drive.
Unless there's an Ashen in hand. Which you kind of hope there would have to be, and it's a Cloud Eater.
Running with Ashen in hand in this state would be a risk, so I have to imagine no.
Yeah. Cloud Eater pretty nasty here. You can't really afford to take any of its subs.
Yeah, I mean,
if you take a tag, that twinning is dead, and there's no way to clear them. They are taking the tags, which is probably the only option you can take. I think that's the hope, is you just get all the points on R&D. There are only 14 cards in there, and not finding any in HQ means density must be very high.
Jellyfish.
Of course, we do also lose to measured here. We know the corp is on.
But they did not add it back with... Ooh! It can still happen.
it unfortunately has not happened.
Regrettable.
Do we think we click for a credit here just in case there is a final measured in the deck?
I think you do gotta play around that single measured and just accept that the corpse turn is about to be trash your board.
There is nothing you can do to stop them trashing that twinning.
And like that does bankrupt Janus, but
oh no, just going for HQ. Although we could just trash twinning with Paladin and deny the corp the pleasure, which would be something I respect.
You can't quit me, I fire.
Although just taking another 3 off HQ and hoping we find it. You have to respect that.
YOLO!
It's the last twinning you're going to get.
Dang.
I think that does mean there can't be a measured in hand, though. If my maths is right.
Well, unless we top decked.
Well, they'd have seen it and presumably...
There it is.
Nope, there it is, yep. So potentially the runner saw that on R&D and decided not to trash, or just missed it out of hand.
I could see seeing it on R&D and saying that the game is either in HQ or not at all.
Mm-hmm. Or it could have been seen in R&D before you hit the Fuji and be on threat.
Mm.
But yeah. Yeah, Melia's on Regenesis with Measured is a very nasty combination because you can quite easily hit that 4 agenda point mark very suddenly.
Mm.
Apparently all the agendas are on the bottom of the deck, which does seem to be the case based on those decks. Do we have any other games going?
There's a Thule on table 3, if that's...
Let's have a look at Fool. There is only one Fool in this tournament, I think, so...
we must have a look at it.
We must inspect the Fool.
Gaze into the deep blue ocean abyss.
See what kind of Fool we're on.
Ooh.
This looks like, this is a Flood the Market Fool, which is a variant that's been going around, using Nightmare Archives as the poison to stop you from accessing and trashing all your assets.
I mean, I see it, but like, Nightmare just switches off the Flood the Market server for free.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really a question of how else is Thule scoring points if you're not letting it flood the market. Which it seems like Minstrel has done a decent job of.
There are 2 in the bin at the moment, which means he probably fired them. And that's how we got the Let Them Dream and the Onto.
Mm.
But yeah, right now it looks like the runner's in a very strong position. Especially with that cupped Tranquility just hanging over the corpse head like a guillotine.
No UAV is a little unfortunate. We've got 2 stowaways out, but I don't know if every single Avasana is on UAV right now, but
this one is on Chisel, which is quite interesting.
Ooh, so it is. Has that been used this game? It was used on Bloop.
Yes, there is a Devil Charm, so this is, at least by some respects, an ice destruction.
Delightful.
I wonder if that's where all the influence has gone. But I doubt it. There's a Physarum in the Hush in the bin and a Pinhole, so we're probably not on a full set of Chisels or Charms.
I mean, against some decks, all you need is 1.
Yeah. And with Arasana, that is an interesting move of just pull out a Chisel from instant speed. Sarazaki here just tripling down on this one server, which on 4 credits you can't really feel like threatened by. I think that's quite possibly expecting, say, Wave Bloop as that server. Harmonix quite likes to double stack like this just to ensure you can res. And stowaway farming.
How was the Bloop resed, actually? I'm not seeing another harmonic on the board. Oh, right. It was server 7's Ice was a pulse.
This makes sense. So one of those. So the lowermost ice on 7 is Pulse, is known.
I wonder if Sarazaki is on Reverb, the new one.
I think if you're going for harmonics, Reverb is a really solid card. Probably seeing a cup spent here. And we find Amelia's immediately. Bloop and Sleipnir in HQ.
Horsey. There is still a Let Them Dream and some number of nightmares. So not necessarily.
So we are not on game point yet. It feels so bad to have a stowaway on an unres piece of ice and the runner just keeps running it. I will trash all stowaways with prejudice because of this.
And honestly, it's usually correct. It's more so in the early game, but right now I wonder if perhaps... Well, the ice wasn't installed in front of server 8, so we must imagine that the pulse is better than whatever's here. So maybe it's just a case of the ice there is so bad that it's not worth setting up on that server, and you really want the pulse to fire again on server 7?
Possibly. We are installing in that server, though.
Ah, that's interesting.
And one in the other remote as well. It's nice. The amount of money and a Pikachu down, and another Devil Charm. So presumably the plan is to simul chip that Chisel back, and it's a Nightmare Archives.
We're taking the negative point, so we're definitely... Well, no, there's another Melius somewhere. But
we're taking the points to turn off the out-of-hand Onto score.
Notably, the pulse in this server means that if this is a Melius City luxury line, then it can't be stolen.
Mm-hmm. Echo, which does mean this is potentially a third bloop here. Which it almost certainly is just going to get Chisel Charmed.
Oh,
no, it's a Pulse.
Second Pulse.
So there is no clicks for the runner.
Either this is an unstealable Melius, or it's an agenda that's going to do a core damage. Or a secret third option. Assets.
It is the Onto. So it is taking a core damage.
A core. So Minstrel now on game, but we are the fast advanced point of the third Onto.
Yeah, not an ideal point to hit 2 core damage when you have only 1 Onto left and no money to do anything with it. It's hard to see how the Corp can recover from this position.
Or if she can just get enough money and bounce back, then deleting 2 points from the runner's available spaces is not nothing.
I guess you start looking for the final fully op at this point. Assuming you're on free fully ops, which I think you'd be mad not to be on free.
Fully op's really interesting because it kind of has one effect, but it lets you do it lots of times. So is that one effect or many effects?
The one effect many times. We are installing in server 6, so definitely one of those is an upgrade.
Interesting
that
Mr. Hendricks? She's taking the draw, not the credits.
Possibly hunting for something. Trashing the regular from R&D.
There's
not
our UAV.
letting them. Very late in the game for UAV, but it's here at last.
And it's not nothing. We've still got 2 cards in grip, 5 cards in stack.
And the ability to just reinstall that Pikachu wherever you want it without spending a symbol chip. There is one deep dive in the bin. Potentially might be setting up for another one if there's a second deep dive in the deck.
I really don't know what this list is looking like.
This is a strange
I'm not
one. It's a cool list.
Yeah.
I'd love to see Chisel.
There's a piece of art at a nearby Tate Museum art gallery that kind of looks like Chisel in like it has very similar shapes, but more of a color palette. Like, oh, there is a card that I always think of when I see it. It's odd. It looks really like a Netrunner program art. I can't entirely explain why, but it really captivates me every time I see it. But it's got a lot of shapes like the chisel on chisel.
The art on Chisel is like one of my... I think it's one of the more interesting bits of like Ash's art that's more evocative than some of the more deep dream stuff.
It really invokes the idea of a chisel for me.
Yeah, it's just that it is just sort of a big spike chipping away. It's very nice. Well, installing in server 7. Of course, knowing there is a second pulse there, so it is a 2-click run at least.
Speaking of the art on Chisel, I did get to meet Krembler at the at Worlds Edinburgh last year, and he signed the Off-World office that was a prize support that event. And like, if you look up the different illustrators of Netrunner, Krembler really has done an immense amount of the art for the game, and is like one of the main reasons Ash has got to have art at all.
I'm a big fan of a lot of Krembler's art. He's done some really cool stuff.
We're still seeing the occasional stuff, like we saw the Off-World office at Worlds. Castleroyd was one of his, and I think Descent as well.
You're finally rezzing this stowaway.
Oh, what is it? It is an Echo.
It is an Echo, so we are making this cost 1 credit. So we are now clicking for a credit to get through. It's going for a single from R&D. Which is all you need. You need anything other than a Nightmare Archives. Effectively wins you here. And checking HQ. And seeing that bloop again.
Bloop.
Still just a really difficult position for the Corp. From 3 credits, there's not really much they can do to threaten any kind of score. And Minster is quite happy to just sit back and keep poking for singles until he wins.
Oh, Regolith, we're back.
Finally, the Regolith. We are back in the money.
Now, I do hope more events have art galleries again. There was the Worlds 2023, because it was the venue was an art gallery. There was art put up from artists within the community, and then that same year at EMEA there was another one. And I kind of hope that comes back as a thing that we do.
That would be really nice, actually. There's a lot of fantastic art out, both from like just official Netrunner cards and the alts that happen. Are trashing that Regolith, which I think you have to do. You can't afford to let them set up a board state here.
Yeah. It's not just the money, it's also the flood.
Mm-hmm. You gotta... Yes, and this Ice Sweep Propeller absolutely adores. 0 strength barriers. It is feasting.
Yum.
Oh, we are taking back that run. So we know the final ice is a pulse, so if this is Melies, you can steal it still.
I wonder if it might be the third nightmare.
Potentially. This wasn't rezzed last turn, so it's probably not some kind of econ asset. So I think the odds are either this is an agenda trying to protect, or a nightmare you're going to really annoy the runner with, the last one. Although for my money, I think Nightmare might be server 6, because that's been sitting there unrezzed for a long time. Oh, we are just chiseling the Echo.
Regrettable. Oh, yes, no, Minshall has to do it. Yeah.
1 minute left in the round, and this is pretty much the runner's game here.
Well, there is a world where this doesn't end the game, and then the court
We see a
can
tie?
score out
If there's an onto in hand.
Yeah.
But I don't think the court can do much to get above that, unless this happens to be a nightmare. But you just take the core damage if that's a
I think
nightmare.
you just take the core damage in this situation.
Like, 2 core is kind of the tipping point where once you've hit 2 core, more doesn't really matter when you're against Fule.
Hmm.
And it's
No,
the
it's
train.
Melius. Choo choo.
Very cool to see an Arasana doing this kind of nonsense with simul chips and chisels.
Yeah. I'm really glad to see people exploring Arasana again now that Stowaway is in the pool.
It always seems to have done a lot for Arasana. And a lot to raise my blood pressure. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's a runner gaining money from my cards that I put down.
Hateful. So
some would say I shouldn't install ice. I say, without ice, I have no snakes or lizards, and then what's the point of living? That is round 3 done. Is that round 3? Round 2 is done.
Round 2.
I can count.
Cool.
And round 3 is already paired. Do we want to take a look at a Melies? There is a Melies into a Tau.
Oh, I love a Tau.
We do love Tau in this house. That is table 1.
I'm looking at the pairings, and the top 6 tables are all Egg or Melius.
This is not unexpected. Egg has always been good, and Melies is also just good, and they're both really fun.
Table 1, right?
Table 1. We do see at least some variety in runners, especially given earlier tournaments seem to be very heavily just Lou and Seb. In fact,
someone's just asked what our 37th favorite card of Vantage Point is. And I don't really know how to answer it because I haven't really rated the cards that finely.
I can answer that very easily. It's Borrowed Goods is my 37th favorite card. I just think it's neat. It's a very nice matchup of like mechanics and narrative that you're probably never going to play. But it's cool.
I've seen it see play. I don't think it's not meant to be like a defining card. Like, it reminds me of what was it called? Q Coherence chip back in one of the big boxes. which was zero cost neutral hardware that just gives you +1 MU, but if any of your programs are uninstalled, then it trashes itself. And the problem with that was that it had to compete with Akamatsu, so no one really played it. But in a world without Akamatsu, having a zero cost MU source is kind of interesting.
Yeah, there has been, what I have seen Borrowed Goods doing is kind of spiritual successors to Dirt Eater, where you're using Borrowed Goods in place of Lilypad for all the MU for your nonsense bajillion Physarums. And it's interesting. It's fun. I'm not convinced if Borrowed Goods is better than Lilypad in that slot, but people are doing interesting experimentation with it. It's a cool card, and well deserving of my 37th favorite.
Impish is calling out in chat that I did a whole bit on this last time, and to that I say, you gotta live in the moment. That was last time. This time my bit is talking about the abilities on cards.
Round has started.
Melias has 1, 2, 3, 4 or 6 abilities, depending on how you count the reverse sides.
I think I'd say Melias has 2 abilities.
Well, that's not for your sex. So it's interesting about Melias is this. Based on this, we don't know whether it's Glacier, because I don't know if you've seen Decklist of the Week, but Asset Spam Melias exists now.
It is a thing that people are doing. Yeah, it's cool to see that this is the ID that can do both. There are a lot of different sort of archetypes of Melias already, which I think is just really fun to see. It's a good it is nice when we have a corp that can support a lot of different playstyles. And we have the correct Melias cool. But not using it, just using it to simply check the top card is safe and save 1 access from the jailbreak. Run the corpse on 15 credits. I suppose you don't particularly need a hedge fund back. You can be greedy. Room TTC are obviously deciding not to be greedy.
Yeah, it's like sometimes when they access an early bite and the correct decision is not to pay the 4, sometimes you've just got to resist what looks like the best play.
I don't know. I've bottomed out to Firebite and it's lost me the game and I didn't regret it. So this is 2 in the remote and no reses at the start of turn. I was about to say that's probably Charlotte Lacosta, but maybe not. It's a Regolith, and we're just getting all the money.
She regos my lith until I mining license.
Basilar Simpgland in the bin. What is this DAO doing?
Oh, ho, ho!
This is a deck.
True.
Stealing a Lotus Haze off the top.
Notably, Ruben here did trash the top card from R&D this time to recur a face down.
So potentially an agenda there. And also trashing Charlotte off R&D, but
I think Ruben's doing all right monetarily.
Yeah, Ruben seems pretty fine. And to be fair, Melias needs a lot of credits to res all of its fancy ice, but he's well on his way to being able to afford everything.
Financially at this time, actually.
Those casts and 4 credits on an early touchstone is very nice for DAO.
Someone suggested that this could be a Bejramo deck, which would be great.
If this DAO is on Bejramo, I'm going to be so excited. Just double icing HQ and server 2. We are on Tremolo. This is cybernetics.
This is
and
more
hippocantic
exciting to me
mechanocyte.
than Benjamin. I really like Tremolo, and in a world without a cleaver, this, with the right setup, is the best fractor in the game.
That with the right setup doing a lot of work there. But yeah, once you're set up, it's great. In my experience, that tends to be you get set up and then, oh, the corpse won. Hippocampic, an interesting choice for cybernetic, but if you're on Basilar, I guess it's relatively important. And we're on Penrose as well.
Interesting. Well, we are on Touchstone.
So SMCing for a killer here. It's full stealth, well, almost full stealth. It's stealth and tremolo.
The disrespect for Corsair is shocking and reasonable.
Yeah, importing. I mean, tremolo is only one influence.
Is it?
We get an off-world.
Cool.
This is a kind of brutal early start here for Ruben.
No. Corsair is.
It's ganked. We're on ganked.
Oh, hello.
This is a Lotus Haze ganked deck, which is one of my favorite kinds of Melies. Unfortunately, this is not doing the dream of Lotus Haze ganked, which is you score a Lotus Haze and then you res 3 ganks and move them to wherever the runner is going, which I can tell you in paper is the most satisfying netrunner thing you will ever do.
This is a very satisfying game to see on the top table.
Yeah, absolutely. These are 2 really fun decks. Potentially, it's been told me that Game Dragon would be really for Dao here, just as support for Afterimage, which makes sense. There is a lot of free strength sentries in the format right now that Afterimage being boosted is just deletes. And plus, it's just a solid way to get around Afterimage's stealth-only boost and save those touchstone credits.
I wonder if we're more likely to see Tungsten, though.
I don't know if we'll see Tungsten in this.
I do need to count the influence. Presumably,
I feel like if you're on Penrose, do you care about Tungsten? Because at that point, Tungsten's really only helping Afterimage. Because Tremolo is you have to boost by 2 each time, so there's not many odd-numbered barriers. So Tungsten's not helping much, I don't think.
Hitting Maskarovka is kind of huge, though. Maskarovka
That's true.
exists, and presumably some others.
Ooh, scoring an off-ward off.
Illegal agenda.
The classic, I'm going to install something that looks like a charlatan. Actually, it's a 4-pointer.
You got him. You got him good.
Though for the early lead, they're kind of in the bin right now. I have just very little I have credits. But Shapers have ways to bounce back. But Touchstone being on 1 credit is definitely not where you want to see it when you're running Afterimage. Yeah, I mean, Afterimage is just generally a really fun card. Like, a really good trick it does is just diffuses that Hafren Stavka combo out of Orb by wheedling its way around the wording on Hafren, because you're not breaking, you're bypassing.
Is that what Hafren says?
Hafren does not allow you to use a card's ability to break subroutines. So Afterimage just sneaks its way past there with legalese.
What a silly card.
And Cloud Eater in the bin, which I have very little respect for anyone that bins Cloud Eater. I don't care if it's not a useful ice against Afterimage. You have a big snake.
Snake.
But yeah, like, stealth into these kind of, like, big Melia's decks that are on a lot of sentries is quite an interesting... really makes you think about how you do your ice placement, because it forces you to just stack all your sentries on one server to try and tax out those stealth credits. You can't spread them out, which is a very difficult challenge for a lot of sentry-heavy decks do. And given we're on ganked, I expect there's probably quite a lot of sentries in here. Dow just, meanwhile, happy to tunnel R&D.
Question about the law. Do you think the students of Melius U are woke?
I think it's quite possible some of them are woke. And they're actually evil. And we have the Lotus Haze here, so... I'm hoping for some good ganked action. I'm hoping server 2 is just double ganked. Potentially triple ganked, given we've spun one back in. Because ganked kind of pretty rough into this ice suite.
Apparently Mutek was playing this in Ari last week. Which, I'm interested in, like, how that works. Like, what was the difference in the deck? Because I'm not seeing a lot of good support here for Ari.
Yeah. Is this a 40
Actually, I
card
haven't done the maths. So 1, 2, 3. 15 plus.
Yeah, this is I think exactly 40 cards if my count is right. Thinking hard about whether to res here. And I suspect this is likely doing the stealth credits maths of whether you can ganked. I have Botto, which broken for Tremolo. Not great given we've only got one cybernetic.
Yeah, right now it's just a really bad Corroder.
Like, that is 6 credits to break Botto.
Ouch.
Unless you want to take some net damage, in which case it's... No, it's more than that. It's 8 if you want to fully break.
And with ganked potentially about to be teleported to HQ...
You have to jack out here, surely.
Perhaps.
On 1 credit and 2 touchstone credits, there is so much evil things that can be rezzed. Mutek continuing. Of course, all they need to do is see a 3-pointer in HQ. So it's possible they win here if this does not end the run. Even if it is a horrific Atini or Cloud Eater into double ganked.
Well, the thing is, I think you can make a pretty informed decision about whether you want to risk the ganked based on this ice. Because ultimately, if you just encounter Boto again, you can just take that damage and let the Corp end the run if they want to.
That's true. Boto here isn't too bad.
So, like,
oh, it's a Mitra!
Oh!
We are swooping the Mitra, but are we... What are we getting back? It's another Cloud Eater. Which is not really that bad. You bypass it, although you do have to take one of the subs. So something is firing here.
And again, if do we know if server 2 might still have ganked?
We could be a ganked. We don't know what's in there.
Yep,
it is ganked.
Because not only does the tech not have the stealth, this is
brutal. This is unless Mutek wins, which they do not win. This Cloud Eater is going to full fire, and you're going to have to take another sub off it as well. I think you have to jack out after that Cloud Eater. There's too much odds of it being ganked.
Yeah,
and I think this is game-losingly bad.
Cloud Eater is the thing I was specifically thinking of as what I would be looking for to avoid actually committing to this.
We're on Marrow, which I guess makes sense.
This is a very fun DAO.
With 2 Harmonies in the bin, 4 tags.
Question though is, does Ruben actually have anything to do with those tags, or is it just incidental?
You can just spend your turn trashing, twinning, and daily casts here, and I think you're very happy to do that.
Yeah. I was just more wondering if the game was about to end. Oh, we're not trashing twinning, even trashing.
There's no cards to charge it with.
True, and also the daily cast isn't giving you the money to actually clear those tags, so possibly we're just going to see them trashed next turn.
Yeah, most likely. And at the moment, without any of these cards, all these cards gone, Penrose, Afterimage are effectively worthless. Tremolo is just bad into Botto right now as well. This is the only thing you can break is barriers, and you break them very expensively.
Disastrous.
This is a horrific position to be in. You have to hope Mutek is on 3 Harmonies here. That's the only way I can see them maybe getting out of this.
Oh, that's an additional source of stealth.
But it's not going to get you past any sentries. So if this is a code gate, we're fine. If it's a barrier, it's a Bran, which has to fire, but could have been much worse. This does, of course, give you the option of maybe just sending it R&D and clicking through Bran and hoping.
Yeah, just boosting Afterimage to get a twin encounter.
Yeah. That might be one of the only outs you have. You only need to hit 1 3-pointer. But given we're on off-offs and Lotus Haze, there's probably only 2 in the deck. There might not even be any.
Surely Ruben's on Send a Message, right? With all these huge ice.
Oh, very likely. I feel like it'd be strange not to be. And there goes the twinning.
Yep. I think right now Ruben's in a state of not necessarily trying to win as soon as possible, just making sure that he doesn't lose.
Yeah, this is just make sure my opponent can't do anything. On 4 credits, you're not happy, but there's enough ice here that you're fine.
I mean, it's Melia, so yeah, we're going to see a Hansei review at some point turn up, I'm sure. And every run on Essential that's successful has a risk of bringing it back to hand.
Yep. And
there's a lot of ways that Ruben can really skyrocket up in value.
Especially given Server 2 threatening 2 potential upgrades. That could be ganked, it could be another Mitra, and with the Lotus Haze, those can be anywhere. So any run is second twinning. Direct access!
Yeah, baby!
What are we doing? How are we getting through Bran? Just clicking the end of the runs and saying, you don't have another ice. You don't have anything that can stop me now.
Put that Cloud Eater archives in R&D. Do it.
I'm not convinced on 4 credits there is an ice that can stop Mutek here.
Event Horizon?
Oh, Event Horizon is pretty nasty.
Would be very funny.
It's a tattoo.
Oh, it's just tattoo. We're still paying 2 to break that, right? Yep.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Feels bad, but it charges our twinning. We see 2 cards. Do we... I'm so excited. It's a canked, which is pretty much annoying, but fine.
Direct access is really funny against Melias because, yes, it guarantees that you don't lose the minigame, but it does also ensure that Melias gets the credit.
Ruben declining to use ganked here, deciding to let Mutek have an extra access. Which I respect, because it means you're planning to use that ganked for much more evil things.
Yep. Winning gone again. Just keep the runner down.
Just clicking for free and up to show a gamble.
Listen, it's not over yet.
It's not. There are ways Mutek can swing it. It's such an uphill battle, and I'm kind of rooting for them. You see someone be eaten by a snake like this, you kind of want them to pull back.
This is a very lizardy deck. I'm counting Boto as a type of lizard.
Boto's a mammal.
Yeah, but I'm counting it as a lizard.
I can maybe see the argument that Empiricist is lizard-coded. Advancing server 2, this is...
I will not elaborate.
This is threatening the win here if that's a Lacosta in the remote.
Yeah.
And of course, with that many upgrades, that is also a potentially very lethal remote. Although you win before you die.
We're digging for something. This would be the best time to pull out Finality. I don't think there's influence for it, but actually, let's do some math. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 on direct access, 12 on tremolo, and then 15 on after image. Okay, yeah, we're not seeing any more imports this game.
Any run potentially very lethal again, though, if there is a Mitra in the remote, because you can pull a second Cloud Eater. Credit perfectly.
I mean, I think more pressingly, Analytic Void is probably somewhere.
Almost certainly. We're just going for a single here of R&D. There's a single Ruben can't check if it's safe or not, so direct access.
Oh, that's actually very real, yeah.
Are we breaking Bran or just clicking it? We do know there was a ganked in hand, and presumably that's gone straight into server 2. So quite likely a ganked is going to move to R&D here if that unresed ice is nasty. We are just clicking through Bran.
There is a world here where Mitra Man is sent to R&D to recur that Cloud Eater.
That's the world I'm hoping for. It's credit perfect. And anytime you realize Cloud Eater is unique is wonderful. But a Cloud Eater Fire here just knocks out Tremolo and kind of essentially knocks Mutek out of the game. No res, though. We are just letting it in.
Yeah, I think hoping that the
Lacosta
making sure you have the money to do that. Yeah.
It's the 3-pointer. Yeah.
That was a very valiant effort to stay in the game, though.
That was a really fun game.
Just scraping by as much as possible. So, let's see who's still playing. There's still a couple of games. Are any of them not red?
We have a Hiram versus Nebula.
Ooh. You know I love Hiram.
Shall we take a look at what they're doing?
Yes.
Table 25.
Oh, and this is another very fun board state to walk in on. 4 ice on R&D, 3 ice on HQ in the middle of a burner run. This is a bit of an unfortunate matchup for Hiram, I think.
Yes, absolutely.
I am a Hiram lover.
Because Nebula only on 7 credits, so not much they can res here, but then Hiram's only on 3 credits, so...
I mean, all you need to res is a sentry that has a brutal face check.
Yeah. I mean, it is Nebula, though, so... Doom Scroll, Savarina... Starlit Night is actually pretty bad for you here. I think it's interesting to see a Nebula on Stoke the Embers.
Oh, yes, that's true.
Oh, are we firing Stoke's ability from Nebula?
Let's have a look at... well, we've not actually seen...
We've seen basically no. Oh, Kakarembo is in removed from game. That's how we're firing Stoke
it's
the
one
Embers.
of these decks. Okay.
And it is a Starlit Night, which does just end this run. And gives you 2 tags.
It's basically the perfect ice for this situation.
Yeah, that's exactly what Starlit Night wants. Yeah, this is really not a good spot for Hiram to be in.
Do you think the Starlit Knight is holding a shield or ripping a hole in their chest?
I think it's an egg.
Oh, yum.
I've always
I
read it as
wish to
holding a
eat
little
the
egg.
galaxy egg.
Or it's making like a portal.
I want to go through the portal that takes me to a big night.
Non-equivalent exchange, so immediately back in the money and getting an extra click from Nebula. It's kind of credit perfect there with Starlit Night. Do we have backroom machinations to score out? I expect probably not.
That'd be quite a funny way to end this game.
Just clicking for credits. Might imply the win is in hand for next turn. And I don't think Tyrande is going to be able to make a successful run this turn.
It might just be a case, honestly, of making sure you have the money to fire petty cash next turn.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, there is
one left.
2 out of the game, so...
Well, presumably 1 left. Not every deck is on 3, but this is Nebula.
Yeah, I feel like it'd be strange for Nebula not to be on 3. They might not have it, though. But it's Iru!
In with the steel chair!
The one out they have.
That's
and they
an agenda?
still won. It's unfortunately not enough if Nebula has the win here. But there's so many ways for Nebula to fast advance from 7 credits. It's a question of, do they have them in hand? It's another Kakarem, but they do. And one advancement for a 3-pointer? Yeah,
Yep.
There it is.
Yeah, this looks like it could be a list with only 2 pointers and superconducting.
Yeah.
Which is always fun to see.
Yeah. It makes sense for Nebula, especially if you're doing a combo thing like this. Right, shall we see if there's any more left?
I suppose. There's a Zwicky versus Seb, perhaps. There's possibly an Oko still going on. Is that actually still going on?
Is there I do not see this wiki. Oh yeah. Oh, the wiki just ended. There is a Melias versus Arasana as well.
Oh. Yeah, let's try that one. Table 16?
Table 16.
Oh, no, it's already over.
Oh. Shall we look at table 2?
Yeah.
Looks like the last one going. And this is quite the pile of ice. We are on Regenesis.
This does look like it could be the winning agenda for Janus, but not for Freeform Jazz.
No. Expect probably a void in the remote here. Oh, and the classic getting the wrong place to search from views. We've all been there. So installing views from grip to... What are we getting here? Hushing Botto to save repeller counters. I think very much expecting that this might be a server we have to run twice.
Very good chance there's an anoetic or something going on.
Though we don't have a way to deal with both Lion's Mane and Knowledge Seeker now. Are we just tanking Lion's Mane? Because you need to chip the Oiler back, I expect, for Knowledge Seeker.
I mean, it's just 4 damage and 3 credits.
That's true. Only 6 cards left in the deck. Bringing Oiler back, so I think we just plan is just take the Lion's Mane. But if we take this, we can't run back here.
It might be a case of just making the Corp have it.
Yeah, just hope they don't have the Ionetic Void. Or if they do, that the last 2 cards in HQ are agendas and you just check archives. Then hope the Corp hasn't picked archives. But yeah, in this board state, I guess this is very much you just have to make this kind of Hail Mary. Losing both harmonies from hand
Discordant.
It's kind of exactly what you don't want to lose when you're on this many cards. And considering whether or not to jack out, I expect now. We're going for it. Now, is this the void? It is a void.
Yeah, there it is. Unfortunate.
I guess the only real options left for Freeform are to try and hope you win this turn, or pray that's a Charlotte in the remote, which it could be.
When you're down this many points with this many minutes remaining, I think you've just got to kind of hope.
Yeah.
Just play the outs. Don't like guarantee your loss.
I think at the very least you have to check archives. There's 5 cards in there, and the Corp has not had a choice in what they've trashed with Anoretic Void. Drawing the final card of the stack. Yeah, of course, you need 2 cards to survive Fuji. Just installing Echelon. Saying that's not a 3-pointer. But Lacosta implies it probably is.
No, it's
yeah, that's game.
Yeah.
Freeform Jazz forgetting he hadn't got an Echelon installed, which does explain that run. Very easily done on board states you have a lot of programs.
Is that it for this round?
I think so. Is table 14 still going?
We can go have a look.
Let's have a look. This is the Vixac egg.
Vixac.
This is Muesli Hat into the Vixac egg. This is quite the board state here.
No
Torpedo Tyrus
right now.
in a really likely loses the game next turn.
Like,
but
all
for
you
twin
really
encounters, what you need one agenda, and you have to decide where are they. You also need us to not hit an Esker.
Unfortunately, Sankancil to break Diviner requires 3 credits on that boost. Because you're not finding a run event and playing it with 1 click.
This is honestly actually kind of a horrific spot. There aren't really any safe servers you can run. This is a Vixec deck, so on 2 tags, if you pick the Vixec server, which is probably going to be HQ, you die. Cannot get into R&D with Sankancil on the last click. I think you have to just hope it's in archives, right? And wait, but there's 2 Vixecs in archives. Is this deck on free? Of course, going for HQ, you have to make a play here, because if you don't win this turn, there are so many things that just kill you. So we'll see if this is the Vixac, the third Vixac. It's a Samak, which we can get past.
One minute remaining in the round. This has got to be it. There's the unleash.
They've got it!
G.
Sometimes you just have to take those last Hail Mary plays. I'm wondering, how have those Vixacs gotten into the bin? Because they have to have been trashed by the Corp, if I look at the archives. But that is...
It looks like, yeah, they were just rezzed normally. So
right, yeah. That's where the tags have come.
The board to, yeah. Sometimes people res Vixac like as an ice.
Baffling behavior.
Right, that is the end of this round.
That is end of round 3.
I am going to temporarily disappear for some amount of this next round to grab food. I may join before the end of round 4, but if I don't, then I'll see you all after the break, after round 4.
Correct, yes, we'll be heading into a lunch break at the end of round 4, and I'll be hopping in to join comms.
Bye-bye all,
See
and good luck.
Round 4 is paired. Do we have any interesting matchups out here? There is a Leo versus Az on table 5.
Alright, sorry, you're saying table 5?
Yeah, if we want to see Leo, there's a couple of interesting stuff going on. We could see some more egg. There's Vicky versus Muesli Hat. There's an Acer. If any of those tickle your fancy.
I think table 5 sounds good. Leo versus Az.
Table
so
5.
Seeing a little bit of an Az resurgence just as a very reg runner. As it turns out, it's just very consistently 1 credit per turn. And that's pretty comparable to the half a card or so that Muesli Hut offers. But its job hardware connection ends up being just broad enough that there's something to install.
Yeah, I think also a big part of why Az is seeing some resurgence is because it's a Crim ability that gives you just solid economy that's not run-based.
Exactly.
And being run-based right now into a field of mainly melees is really not nice for Crim.
Yeah, Az is actually the 4th most represented runner ID.
I think what's most interesting is that Muesli Hat is apparently the most popular today. It's kind of skyrocketed in popularity recently, I think thanks to a couple of interesting little stealth decks. But overtaking Lu is quite surprising, if only by 1 player.
I'm also continuing to be surprised by just a pretty low smash shell play rate. Like, Seb has had very, very good results. And still not a whole lot of players.
I think it's the classic Seb is one of those sicko IDs that kind of requires quite a lot of familiarity with the deck to do well with it, and that is inherently intimidating to just pick up.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, slightly being knocked down a notch soon, so I'd have expected more Seb just for people's last chance to play Seb with Ashen Epilogue. I think the most surprising thing about the stats this tournament, though, is that we are only on 2 Vics.
Yes,
Vic has kind of been just the reg Crim recently. And apparently not today. Today everyone's decided Vic is no longer where they want Crim to be.
So, I mean, we were talking, you mentioned earlier that part of the reason for the AS uptick is being able to play a less run-based Crim economy. And Vic, especially with the DreamNet builds, is incredibly run-based in a way that even Muslihat is not necessarily. Like, Muslihat does not need to spend every single, like, does not need to spend one run event per turn. You can bank up the run events, have a burst of run events later. Like, if you're on the Vic DreamNet plan, you want that one run.
You want,
each turn.
Yeah, Muslihat just gives you a lot more flexibility in how you use the ID's value, and even if you're not playing those run events, you're still getting draw, and that's getting your breakers down faster, which lets you make those runs.
Yes.
Looks like we are still missing a player at this table. Do we want to jump to
I think we
place?
jump to a different table. At the...
Oh, never mind. They have just joined.
Excellent.
On time.
Well, close to on time.
Yeah, Leo versus Az. Leo is kind of interesting right now into the meta, because by all accounts, like, Leo's gotten a lot of really good cards from Vantage Point, but at the same time, it feels like it's really suffered from Tungsten Tailor and Doomrigs.
Mm-hmm. I do find the hype and excitement around Tungsten Tailor a little bit interesting, because yes, the -1, like, the strength reduction is good, and the 1 credit on breaking something with very low strength is good, and also, like, we had Ice Carver for years and years and years, and Ice Carver was not seeing ubiquitous play everywhere.
I think it's primarily Buzzsaw, right? There are so many kind of important 4-strength code gates in the game, and so Tungsten hitting that breakpoint. Tungsten hits the breakpoints for pretty much. I don't read there's many decks where Tungsten doesn't hit a breakpoint you care about on a lot of regular Lice suites.
Also, I think Tungsten hits a lot of very important, like, the breakpoints for Audrey are also very important.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Propeller is pretty solid for. It's really only stuff like, and at worst case, Tungsten is a card that is saving you a credit each time you break with, like, a card that doesn't hit a decent breakpoint. And if you get that down relatively early, if you're making a lot of runs, that pays off, especially considering the extra, I gain an extra credit from 0 strength ice.
Yes. I mean, that text definitely is an improvement over what Ice Carver offered.
But yeah, it's interesting because Leos are all on Caveat Emptor now, which, as a card, is... Well, you can play this without spending influence for Hansei, at the expense of gambling the runner can't do anything with that extra click. And that's a very dangerous gamble to make when a lot of your ice can be broken with clicks.
Mm-hmm.
So far, a very slow start.
I have expected to see a little bit more of the Caveat Emptor that's trying to leverage the click tax in some way, and I have not seen that as much, whether it's, Caveat into Opera research or whatever, to be a a pseudo false lead?
It's a very difficult one to pull off, from what I can tell, because it's one you need to have it in hand, and there's not. If you want to shoot a caveat, you're basically playing 3 different factions worth of cards there with pivot, and it's just using caveat is, if you have it in hand, you kind of probably want the credits rather than saving it for the mythical turn where you can caveat, deny a click, and install a train or something. It's a card that, like, on paper feels very strong, but then in play is just kind of very awkward to get to work the way you want it to.
Yes.
A Sleipnir on HQ. Which is basically completely out-competing MIC for that Codegate slot in Leo now. Costing 2 less credits is quite a big deal for an end-the-run Codegate.
It's very nice. I do think the face check on MIC is sometimes a bit stronger. If you run into MIC first click, it's just like end your turn. That's a really good subroutine, but
we do see a just naked Mitra install, so cool. Struggling to find ice potentially. Meanwhile, as struggling to find targets for as, we are doing a lot of drawing on both sides.
Yes, the fact that daily casts, like, casting every day is somehow not a job and doesn't connect you to anything is a little...
I have not know. Well, I mean, well, we all know streamers can't make connections.
Sure.
Or asocial creatures.
Right.
There's probably something insightful there about the nature of our digital world and the lack of real connections we make, but in that run, I'm not sure that's the case. Shuffling the spin for safety there, so definitely agendas thrown out, and we're losing the humanoid. It's just a very slow start for both players. Which is probably the matchup you want us. If you're going to have slow starts, I think this is the matchup you want it in. Leo generally very good into the late game, even if it starts slowly enough. It sort of gains that momentum like a little... It snowballs eventually. And no matter how much you try to keep it down in the early game, you're probably not going to stop it building up some ridiculously expensive remote. And it's just a matter of winning before then. Seeing an advancement here and a Mercia. This could be an agenda. It could also be a Charlotte. There have been a lot of Leos trying Charlotte recently. And we just have the full rig down. And a click spare, so very unlikely Ruben does not get in here.
Well, Leo.
With the extra click, you can, unless they spend MIC and Charlotte, not Charlotte, Mercia to protect this. And yeah, Ruben going back. I think if they fire the MIC to protect this, you're pretty happy.
You're pretty happy. I'm just thinking about train, right? If this is a train, train is protected.
Oh, if this is a train, yes.
Unity is looking pretty efficient here. And it is the MIC.
And we are spending MIC, so it's not a train. But yeah, Unity getting through all of that for very low credit cost.
Yes,
pretty nice.
I think I'm as Ruben. I'm very happy with this sequence burning.
Yeah,
at MIC
puts him quite low, but yeah, a Corp losing an MIC the turn they res it, you're very happy about that. Mates like this may have been a train, and Geometry realizing maybe he shouldn't have trashed.
Chat pointing out that Delicast and Word on the Street having no subtypes are both very weird, and wants Climatic Showdown and Light the Fire to be eroded into events.
Oh, right, because Climactic Showdown is a resource, isn't it?
Climactic Showdown is a resource. It's one of my favorite things of all time to sell to Aesop or turn off with Dr. Lovegood. It's like,
oh, that's really the idea of putting down a Climactic Showdown and then knick-knacking it or something.
Yeah.
Hey, actually, no, we'll reschedule. Let's take a rain check on that showdown.
Wait, actually, I want to sell my Climactic Showdown. Does anyone want this Climactic Showdown?
Yeah, oh no, sorry, I double booked the Climactic Showdown. Let's do it next week. I can kind of see it though as just the kind of, oh, I'm putting this down so it's going to happen next turn.
Oh yeah, I think you can't have a Climactic Showdown without suspense and tension and lead in.
You have to build it up. It's not climactic if it's just a showdown. Which I think means it needs power counters. Climactic Showdown should be the runner equivalent of Borehole. One day I'm going to figure out how to make Climactic Showdown work. And by work, I mean do a thing in a game I play with it. Don't expect it to be good. It's just such a fun thematic card.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there's something behind Climactic Showdown and Chain Reaction.
Ooh, okay, that's kind of interesting.
If the corp trashes, you're happy because you get easier Chain Reaction trashes. And if they don't, your Chain Reaction hits you more cards. It's probably terrible, but it's fun. And the Climactic Showdown ending in a Chain Reaction of explosions is incredibly appropriate.
True.
We are still waiting on a judge here for this table. Light the Fire is kind of another interesting card right now. In that it feels like it might actually be worth playing more than people are.
Yeah, I mean, I know
similar
earlier
to Shred,
we saw we had the list with one upgrade of every faction in the route. Like, you can certainly get some big Light the Fire there.
Absolutely, yeah. I imagine there's actually something to be said about that into Ob as a kind of very fringe tech for a kind of Mavirus into Afron play, right? Because you trash Mavirus if it's lost all of its abilities.
Yeah, it definitely think like the fire is one of the things where the core damage can feel awkward.
Yeah, it's a pretty heavy cost to play for an effect that's frequently a little. It's fundamentally a tech card, and it's not taking core damage to disable, say, an Anoetic Void is It's not a card you can really play multiple of. I mean, you can, but...
Yeah. But like, even even the last Aces I've seen have not had a Light the Fire.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen Acer on Light the Fire ever, honestly. And I feel like the main thing people... And yeah, it is a train in Server 4.
And we are launching the train. Personally, I recommend putting your train on tracks and not sending them to space or whatever, but...
I think trains in space are very cool. And you just have the tracks in space. Or the tracks are like glowing lines. These are the best kind of trains.
Oh, true. So I do like angles where you can, going back to Caveat mTOR here for a bit, where you can just use potentially both of them in the same turn, just give the runner 2 extra clicks and go, look, you only have so much to do. Like, you're not deep diving me this turn, so what are you doing with extra clicks?
Mm-hmm.
Have fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And then turns out they find a way to use those 2 clicks to win the game.
Mm-hmm.
Caveat mTOR is a card I was so excited, and then like the first time I played it, it lost me the game. I was like, oh, okay.
Yep.
And suddenly it became, oh, I have to think of this. This card can't just replace Handsight. It needs me to think a lot about how and when I employ it. Because it has the real problem of a lot of the time, if you are jamming with Leo, you kind of don't want to play the Caveat for money, even if you need the money, because that click can be worth more than the ice it allows you to res.
Mm-hmm. We're seeing Info Bounty coming down, which is actually a card I've been relatively positive on recently.
I'm still not sold on Info Bounty right now. I see it get played a lot, and I'm not convinced it's doing that much.
So I think the way that it is mostly happy to stack with things is good.
Yeah, it's just an extra piece in a kind of run event-based economy you build up.
Exactly.
Is that...
And like all of those, there's times when you end up just clean getaway, archives when you know all the cards because you need an easy mark. Like it's much better if it's not an easy mark and you can wait around.
That's true. The synergies with Carpe Diem and such are really nice for it.
That's true with Carpe Diem, where you can actually get the Info Bounty trigger on the install turn, is also really fun.
Right, yeah, of course, if you've already got the thing.
You play the Info Bounty, and then you identify your mark by playing Carpe Diem and just go there.
Now we are getting 6 credits a turn from all this trip economy.
Yes.
Putting double shifts on the streaming and selling at the market at the same time.
I mean, look, this is the whole thing about passive income. You try and build your passive income, and then you don't need to work.
I mean, do we think this is a daily cast of you selling things? This is the stream equivalent of the shopping channel.
This is like one of the pawn shop shows.
Oh, absolutely. I have Humanoid from Leo here, which is always good when that survives.
Mm-hmm.
I do love it when Leos are on Mitra. It implies they're doing something silly and fun. And there's nothing quite like Mitraing into a tier. Hermes and Twinning coming down.
Booming Raz.
Going to C2 here, and I guess hope you find an agenda to knock Server 4, but no. Getting a Mercia is always solid, though. That is second Mercia in the bin, so only one more in the deck.
Mm-hmm.
And those are so important to keep down. It's a single advance.
And Sprawl and Spin Res and then a hedge fund.
Possibly discarding an agenda on HQ.
So Seamless has been shown, so this is very possibly
Probably.
another Seamless in hand, looking at another train.
Yeah, another train is it could also be a Let Them Dream, which would be pretty solid for them right here.
Yeah, honestly,
this is around the point you want to reduce the density of R&D.
Even if there's another Seamless, like Seamless Advance,
There's
for
the
the
third
Dream,
Mercia.
and then Havoc click 2 and jam onto Strengthfulity is pretty nice.
Yes. And a lot of Leos are kind of the slot for what your final 2-pointer is. Because generally most Leos now are on 8 agendas with 3 Let Them Dreams and 3 Melias, and there's room for one more. And it seems to be kind of a toss-up between Architect Deployment Test or just going for the Ingatan for a Never Advanced strategy. Branra is making this server pretty unpleasant to get through. And yet just letting it fire.
If Brenna is big enough to be happy into the Kurapira.
But 5 cards in hand and no ice installed off Bran.
Transfer. I think the last click almost has to be to clear the tag because Twinning.
Yes, absolutely.
Protected.
See the Seamless in hand.
Not, I think, unexpected.
Yeah. Yeah, and the corpse just...
Double
oh, it's another train.
Train.
And this could be the final agenda push here if this have it. But scoring a 3-pointer with 2 clicks remaining is... oh, you kind of love to see that. I mean, the question Jimmy has to ask is, can Ruben get through this server? And at the moment, it's quite tricky. But all he really needs is a hedge fund or something, and that makes it possible.
It's also a little bit awkward because there's no Seamlesses left. All 3 Seamlesses have been used.
Yes.
Which means that a 4-2 can't be never advanced. Okay, there's the Seamless coming back.
So Seamless and a face down, so definitely almost certainly an agenda
almost
there.
Certainly an agenda.
Because otherwise you just spin back the 2 Seamlesses. Just going for R&D and saying you're not running Ingatans, you don't have it in Server 4, which I think is a pretty reasonable assumption to make.
Well, the other thing is there's a Hermes down. So this can also just be a setup for a bounce on this agenda.
And we get the final train, and we've bounced it.
Now, granted, this does free up Server 4. So there could be another install onto Tranquility home grid.
Mm-hmm. Are we going to see an advance here? We are, so just saying Ruben is not getting in. And I'm not convinced that's Bravado onto R&D. Are we going to jack out after the drafter for the bravado money, or are we just going to keep going for R&D?
Keep going.
Get going, yeah.
This is...
Oh, so let them dream. Like let them dreams.
Like the info bounty mark was on R&D. There's no way you don't keep going.
Right. Yes, of course, thank you. I always forget about info bounty.
I like to run HQ. That you're as
yeah,
I
was just thinking, even for a single, you know
there's something here.
You might as well take the 1 in 4. Myoshu
is completely irrelevant.
Yep. Interesting
cool
to see.
Good to know about. And there's Let Them Dream.
Oh, it's the final Let Them Dream. Stealing 3 agendas in 1 turn, and that's what you get out of it. It's painful.
Yeah, this is where you play Punitive Counter-Strike. Let Them Dreams are still 2-footers. They're just... Mark's Archives.
Just continuing to tunnel R&D. Just going to see 2 cards off R&D a turn. And we see the Leo fire off that, which, yeah, is probably not wrong. At the very least, this means that this R&D axis is going to mean there is no way you get into server 4 now after this.
Yes.
No, we don't find it. So unless there's something in HQ, that might be curtains for Ruben.
So I mean, that was the Leo fire.
Mm-hmm.
There's not enough clicks to click through the end the run subs on Bran.
No, I think it's Bran's just the problem there. Like Sleipnir and MIC, you can effectively let fire. You know there's no trains left in the deck.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, going for HQ, saying, well, that's kind of your only out. You have to hope there's something in here. Although letting the shuffle backfire, which I think is definitely wrong, because if there is an agenda, it just goes into the deck.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't want them to draw because you know drawing is safe, but you have the spare credit. Shuffling a Boomy from Archives into R&D, which probably means HQ is safe. Yeah,
HQ is absolutely safe because you don't take the 1 and 2.
There is no way you take 50% there. Of course, this could be a Charlotte. You never know, but it's not. Yeah, and it's an Architect.
As the choice for...
Oh. It was a very close game, that one. Shall we have a look and see what else is going on?
Yeah, let's take a look around, see what's out there. I can tell you what is out there right now is 8 games in the tournament section of Jinteki.
Surprisingly, not that much Jinteki actually available. It's
a bit surprising.
All Crim. We are watching Crim.
About 43% of the field in total.
What looks good?
So is there anything you have your eye on?
Sorry. Why don't we have a look at table 9? Let's see what BTL is up to.
Excellent.
BTL versus Az.
Looks like that just finished. Yes.
Oh. Shall we see? We have an Orb into Baz on table 19. Yeah, shall we see table 19?
Check table 19.
I always love a good Baz. And this is quite the developed board state for Baz here. And this far into the game, still only 2 eminent domains stolen. Winchester on the remote, which you kind of always love to see that there. No one expects it. And
it's still a 4-strength sentry with 2 subs. Like it's actually
it's a good sentry. It's worth playing. Like 4 credits of 4 strength and with some level of like rig shooting, that's really solid.
Mm-hmm.
And who's really like installing a killer to check the first remote on Ob?
Right.
Everyone knows the only ice Ob installs is Maskarovka.
I'm seeing some interesting stuff here out of Baz. There's a verbal plasticity and a poison vial that are currently down.
Poison vial seems pretty like standard right now for Baz, just as I think makes sense. There's a lot of free sub ice that's very popular right now, especially with Melias floating around. So just a way to ensure your boomerang will get past something, and
yes,
you don't want to be in a situation where you have to boomerang a logjam.
I mean, each of the poison vial powder counters are, I mean, these days at least 2 credits now that Cleaver's gone for the most part.
Yeah. Yeah, Baz looking pretty set up except for money.
There is a Chesva.
That's true. I mean, you do have a cast ticking along.
Yes.
And let's be fair, there's not very much expensive on the board. Like Kessleroid, Event Horizon. Event Horizon's annoying, but
I really
extracting
do like this.
for a Regolith.
Also, extracting to trash the Maskarovka. There's a Chesva down and a Kurapura. If you have any fear of having a big barrier at some point,
yes,
that Maskarovka needs to go.
I think the Maskarovka's easier to keep than the Kessleroid, though. Like if you, if there are envelopments in this deck, I think you do just want to farm Kessleroid.
Yep. I think it's very easy to want to make one return anyways for prognostic key loop value, and so the thing about Maskarovka is that it's on HQ and there's the Wake implant which needs charging.
Yeah, you want to be like, I mean, with 15 credits and a second ice on HQ, it isn't an easy run to make, at least multiple times, depending on what the ice is.
Yeah,
Afshar is minimum 3 credits, which is a rough.
Break Maskarovka and then leave again does not really accomplish charging Wake implant.
Clean getaway HQ, which is, yeah, quite reasonable. You can afford a boomerang, whatever this is, and there's no event horizons left in the deck. So you're pretty confident you get in here. It's a Beerwhack. Hard resing the Beerwhack. You love to see it. And it's going to get boomerang poison vialed, presumably.
Even just 1 credit short on boosting the revolver. Boomerang.
Oh, never has such a expensive ice been rezzed for such limited payoff for the runner. And
so I think it's highly unlikely, but a Mega Electric coming down would have been very...
Oh, God. Off the prognostic. Unfortunately, not quite enough credits for that. But we are getting through Afshar without losing any money, which is always nice.
Get Boomerang and then
finding an Aziev. And presumably we've got to trash that Regolith now. You can't give him a way to recover from 1 credit.
To boost the Revolver, 2 Revolver counters.
Like, unless Revolver's your only killer, but if Revolver's your only killer and you don't have a spare, that's questionable.
I can use... You can make your Revolver counters go further with your Poison Vial counters.
That's true, you can do that. Use poisoned bullets.
Unfortunately, Winchester
I don't know if you want to spend
subs,
a poison vial
so
for
it's
1.
Not, yeah. I mean, Error does go pretty low on credits trashing the Regolith. It's 2 to get in past the Winchester and then 3 to trash. So that'd be going down to 1 credit himself.
But yep, and we have the Winchester run.
The Chesva recurring.
Yeah, you have ways to recover now as Baz from doing this, and getting the Corp to stay on 1 credit is worth it. Like, yeah, most of their ice is rezzed, but if they can't actually afford to score out, what are they doing?
Mm-hmm.
And this is Orb on 14 cards in R&D, which is where we start to see the Orb thing of R&D is all agendas. Or HQ, but...
I will say this 1 click per turn of drawing with verbal plasticity and class act, that's a click to draw I am very happy to make.
Oh, and we are de-resing Event Horizon to get in. That is beautiful. Breaking Kessleroid for Chesva credits and 1 credit short of re-resing Event Horizon.
I mean, the Corp gets the re-res for free off of...
But if you bounce it with Hermes,
yes,
which we have done,
excellent.
And that's, yeah, SDS.
SDS.
Yeah, the Orb of, yeah, all the agendas are in R&D there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is the classic Orb late game. You do love Window in those kind of situations, especially when it's de-resing something cheap. Like, we can all window opportunity a Beowhack, and some of us will forfeit a second agenda to re-res it. But when you drop down something that costs 4 credits, it's just so pain. It's just really rubbing salt into the wound of the Corp being poor. Right, do we have anything left going? Looks like we just have table 11.
So you're telling me that the real goal is de-resing like Tithe?
I mean, if you win a game of de-resing Tithe, you have all of my respect. Or if you're just doing it for like the click compression, I can see that.
Yeah. I mean, the window, just because it's a way to install something, is fine, I think.
Window's just... I'm a big fan of Window. I think it's a really fun card. It does a lot. It's really annoying to the Corp. It's exactly what you want. What is going on here? We are on Vic with Borrowed Goods, double Chesva and Fizarum into just looks quite Reg Glacier Meliers, although there is a Sisyphus in the runner's score area.
Mm-hmm. Which, I mean, Sisyphus is, I think, entirely reasonable as a regular Glacier card. It just makes your Glacier Ice Glacier harder.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are adding a Send a Message to HQ. And just protecting HQ, not jamming with it, which is maybe a mistake. Can Muganlove actually challenge the remote here with no revolver counters?
Well, the question is, does time get called in the round on this
too.
runner turn? Because if it does, scoring is looking hard.
Oh, time in the round has been called, actually.
Ah, okay.
So yeah, this is a runner win here.
This is a runner win.
Interesting to see Vic on Sankancho. This is
It's especially interesting to me in conjunction with seeing the Borrowed Goods, which suggests this is a little bit like bigger, more set up. And if you've got the Chesvas, that's not necessarily supporting a large event package.
Yeah, I mean, we're on 2 Fizarums here as well, so this is just like kind of big rig Vic. What's interesting is that this Melius does have an Unleash in the bin, but everything else implies it's just regular Glacier. So I don't know how it intends to get those tags.
I don't understand what this run is doing.
I think there's a decent chance they've not realized time has been called. And they find it anyway, so it doesn't matter. Sometimes you just want to win 5 points and not from time. It just feels a little bit better.
Fair.
But that is all the game's done now, I believe.
Yes, I believe we are now going on to lunch break. As I double check that.
I believe so.
All right, I've taken us to the break screen. We are off air. All right. Hello, spectators, and welcome back from lunch. Hopefully, it was tasty. We are coming in for round 5 of the EMEA online districts today, April 19th. I am Thrantar, and I am joined by.
Hello, I'm Ams.
So, are there any of these matchups that are exciting you in particular?
Let's have a look. Well, there's plenty of Okos, and there's plenty of Melias. What did you check out while I was away?
We saw some Melius, we saw some Ob, we saw a Baz.
Do you want to check out one of the eggs then?
We can check out one of the eggs.
So table 1, we've already seen that Topan. Do you want to check out table 2?
Yeah, I could check out table 2, see what's happening there. Let's just say find table 2 in this list. There we go.
It'd be a nice feature in JNet if it could like automatically form tables in order. Just a nice little quality of life thing.
I'm currently busy enjoying my second breakfast.
Yum. I had 5 beans for lunch. So, what is the spice right now with mushy?
I don't think there's any particular spice I know of.
Just regular Crim?
Just, I mean, a little bit run heavy, but mostly reg.
Got a mulligan from Gia, and we've got Augusta's Keeping, which could well mean we're opening ourselves up for a turn 1 transfer.
Mm-hmm. There's a bunch of different sort of tech events that come in and out. Like, Muscat can run Bahia bans if you want a little bit more anti-tag, anti-asset.
Direct access kind of makes sense in Mushy, especially if you happen to be running Sand Cancel.
I think I'm pretty frequently seeing one direct access in mostly hat lists. There are a lot of IDs where turning them off matters. Egg is absolutely one of them. If you look at something like, an enemy res, that's no longer 2 counters.
If you happen to be face checking it, you're denying 3, which is huge.
Right.
And that was opening with Concerto, which is delightful.
Concerto is actually a card I've been advocating for a while, especially in Moosey Hawk, but I also find it's just one of the single best methods of challenging spin doctors.
That's interesting. You're just not playing it for the value, just saying this will cost me nothing to deal with?
Yeah. And you still get the draw. And it's also just sort of very soft anti-asset tech.
Yeah. If you can make it line up with a sure gamble, that's deleting pretty much anything.
Mm-hmm.
Also, as I mentioned, Sand Cancel is here.
Mm-hmm.
And Axu pointing out, I didn't do the maths. This appears to be 51 card mushy.
45, 49, 50, 51. I agree, 51.
You never see 51 card Okos, though. What's up with that? Transfer off the mushy. Are we risking it without a killer, though? No, we're risking server 3.
Doesn't look like it, just bravado.
Ooh.
And that is the anemone.
What is 3 counters?
Mm-hmm.
But hitting cohorts...
Although having the cohort guidance program is very nice.
I'd take that deal.
Especially the anemone itself was 3 counters. Denying the cohort is getting at least one of those back.
Cohort can be exchanged for many counters. And Bladderwort isn't even pinging here, which is, I would say, unfortunate, but not the worst board state for the stage of the game we're in. Transfer didn't get pinged by damage either, so that's still a risk. But it seems like one that we're happy to let be with 1 ice on HQ.
Mm-hmm.
And I would be less thrilled about landing a transfer in this position than trashing a cohort for 3 counters and 2 damage. Well, 3 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think we're setting up Regenesis already?
There is the Ice and Archives hostile. Okay. And hostile setting up the Bladderwort to fire. So it's going to be trashed regardless, because otherwise it's get the 1 now and then still get 2 meat later, which is not a great feeling. Do you ever run the spin here? Right, because hostile architecture is the first time each turn.
Yeah, it's an option, but I think getting a class act out, if you have one, that does make more sense.
Mm-hmm.
Overcommitting this early is how you lose to a swingy board state.
Yes.
Upgrade on archives.
I just got distracted thinking that like hostile is kind of a neat tool if you want to play flood the market out of Wayland.
Yeah, that's true. I haven't actually tried the flood decks in Ob yet, the Floobs. I really should. I really enjoy flood as a card.
This is
probably a deck in every faction that could make it work. Oko obviously wants to be going wide and iced like this.
Yep.
Ob can do it. Obviously, PD is doing it a lot, and I've seen some Synapse lists try it.
Mm-hmm.
We finally see our first foot.
That's the foot.
A lot of threats on the board. Augustus not having a killer makes this hostile very annoying.
And not really enough credits to go on a big trashing spree.
Miss Bones would have been so nice to have in the game at this particular moment.
It's like I'm probably potentially willing to take the net and the 2 meat to go trash hostile architecture if I could then go trash 3 other things, but
I think dealing with the foot is also like a reasonable call if you think that
yes,
it's only a white space, which with Sankan still is perfectly fine. Deal with that, tank the hit. Maybe you consider running the hostile now.
I mean, there's not enough credits to trash the hostile. It's 4 to trash. I could click for a credit and then run, but
Times like this, I really wish Inside Job were back in the game. Inside Job would actually make a huge difference against these kinds of lists.
Yes. I mean, we have like window of opportunity, I guess, but
what? Sorry.
Like we've got things like window of opportunity, but that's not nearly as clean.
We have Fran Sophia Ward.
Makes ice cost 1 more to res.
You
does something else.
Ability. It's a 2 ability card.
Okay.
The second ability is if the corp has 15 credits or more, you can trash it to bypass the ice you're encountering.
Okay.
I think it's an unplayable card in the right meta, but we have not seen the right meta.
Oh, actually, instead of Sankan Seals, Missy Hut could just swap her decoder out and play 3 copies of Cat's Cradle and just install them all.
I do remember people talking about that when Cat's Cradle first came out, and then they did the maths on installing 3 2-credit cards to deny 3 credits sometimes. Not to mention the MU in Crim.
Yeah, so I've had lists actually where I have done the install multiple Cat's Cradles, because my pet runner card has been Kashyyyk for ages, and sometimes you just need to have more 2s on the board.
Yeah, that's fair. I do enjoy every time a set comes out, and there's always a resurgence in Cusack decks. Because ultimately, cards that cost some number of credits is a pretty general tribal to have.
It is pretty likely that there will be cards that cost 1, 2, and 3 released in any set, yeah.
Well, it's possible. Does it also not hit 0 costs?
It does not hit 0s. You cannot do 0s. It completely ruined my Adam. Like that's why Kashyyyk Adam doesn't work. Well, okay, it also doesn't work now because Adam's rotated, but
I've never actually played Cusack, but I've always missed. I've missed that 0 cost restriction. Very similar to In the Groove preceding it. Oh, and while we were talking, we've had the Regenesis push finally.
Yes, Regenesis, Fuji score. And that's a red room hanging out on archives. Now with a counter.
5 face downs in archive, unknown ice. Could be scary, but only 2 credits.
Oh, this red room
this
on
might be to transfer if have one.
This Red Room on Archives is a little bit interesting because Red Room is only an ETR on other servers. So this can't actually protect a face down for Venice's push.
No, but it does suggest there's something spooky in Archives to worry about. Unsure exactly what that could be.
Debbie.
I really should make a Debbie Mystic Touchstone deck and just make all the money off events.
You know, that's what I'm that's what sort of the direction my list is in, and like I have ground Glacier out of economy with Weasley Head built for it. Justice broke. Ziat also pretty broke, although this cohort guidance is going to do a good bit here.
Could potentially hit the third petty cash into the bin as well.
Mm-hmm.
No idea what server 5 is, do we?
Don't think so.
Ah, there's our killer.
Okay, Carmen.
Just got to see how Augusta's going to get out of this economic hole. Clicking for a credit. Do we have any other way of getting up? Carpe Diem in hand, maybe, but nope, we're just going to poke Archives. And we can trash the red room between Fencer and Debbie.
And Debbie, yeah.
Really depends. Oof.
But there's an enemy. So
what are we hitting? Oh, we lost the Carmen. That is unfortunate. And a reprise, which would have been quite nice.
Mm-hmm. Do still get into Archives.
Keep in mind, we're also losing cards to hostile architecture. This could be dangerous.
Yes.
But that's assuming the red room gets trashed.
Yeah, so you check Archives first, and then...
Oh, no. Double Fuji.
Yeah, double Fuji.
You don't even need it. You don't even need the architecture. But yeah, sometimes the spooky thing in Archives is 6 points.
Yep.
And yeah, like, fair point from Augustus. We'd already seen one scored, so assuming that there's 2 is not necessarily the winning line.
Mm.
Shall we check out another game?
I believe that should be the plan.
There is an Essa, if we've not seen Essa yet.
We have not seen Essa yet.
Well, there's actually 2, so we can check out Table 19 if we want a Melius game, or Table 4 if we want Leo. I haven't seen Leo yet today, so I'd be interested in that.
Yeah, we could see some Leo.
Table 4?
Table 4.
Ooh, 6 points up on the runner side. And we have a board state here from the Corp with all of the border control effects on server 1.
Mm-hmm.
In theory, you can pop 3 border controls this in a single turn here.
The strength Begamot into Braun is certainly looking very happy. And that Fermenter with 6 counters is a lot of econ. Just
Yeah,
this
is very strong.
And Braun being used for Leo.
I mean, makes sense to me. That card was 6 credits to tax 1 a run.
Yes.
Bejimo, I said earlier, Tremolo has the possibility of being the best fractor in the game. I think Bejimo actually is probably better and easier to set up.
In the vast majority of circumstances, it can look a little bit awkward into a truly giant logjam, but that is a truly giant logjam.
I have seen people just spend all of their tree lines. Sometimes all you need to do actually is just advance it twice, which scales it faster than Essa really wants to be scaling as a core damage.
Yes. Like I've certainly seen the tree line or logjam that is just too strong come up.
The problem though is like, yes, you can keep Essa players out, but it's not that meaningful a face check. The face check is just refunding a small amount of the res cost.
Yes.
So you got to make sure that time is worth something. We're seeing seamless launch out Amelias, but oh no, it's a Myoshu deck.
And yeah, takes the 50-50 there.
Credit perfect.
Also, that was a 50-50. No, sorry, that was the sabotage. Yeah, that was a sabotage, not a 50-50. That's absolutely fine.
Yeah. Very, very tight game. All right, who's left?
In quite a few.
There is an Earth station, table 17.
Sure, we could take a look at table 17. I suspect that'll still be going.
I think we've already seen Trade-on's runner. Yes, yeah, we have. It's just the regular stuff. And up 6 points to 2.
This is a very advancement-heavy Earth station. We're seeing a Silendra, we're seeing a tree line. There's some other face-down ice that has some advancements.
Deleting the boomeranged ice.
Yes, I mean, blanking a boomerang is very nice.
Is that helping a huge amount, though, right now? I suppose you've got to keep HQs safe. There's no flagship. There is one in the bin, which I assume got trashed earlier.
And Earth Station is currently landed. So there is the additional cost for HQ, runner pays 1. I have seen that add up sometimes. And when there was that really big wave of ASA, spring of 24 or 23, I think that's spring of 24. I actually kind of liked Earth Station into ASA when ASA was running very low credit builds and like relying on big Chachushka pushes. I found the actual econ cost appreciable, but
just leaving Earth Station on the original side just to keep taxing it out.
yeah, I mean sometimes.
So we're threatening something in Server 2.
Yes.
It's possible this deck is running Charlotte, I suppose. Lots of advancements.
Charlotte's... I mean, like, Charlotte occupies your remote, and you only have one of those as Earth Station, but if you're not ready to score, Charlotte's a fine thing to park and push for a while.
I mean, if you can get Tradon to run it, that's potentially a lot of money, and we're up 15 credits on the Corp, so possibly that's the play. But also, at only 2 points, it's not the most pressing threat.
Yeah. Sidelander is actually pretty awkward for Audrey.
I mean, do you actually break it is the thing?
I mean, the subs add up if you don't.
Over time, sure.
Yeah.
I don't know, I've been mixed on Shailendra. Sometimes it seems really good, but then I think that's just it having the same numbers as Mausolus. Mausolus giving the tag made all the difference in the world.
Yeah. But like with Tungsten Taylor, 5 strength is the magic number for your code gates. For both Buzzsaw and Audrey.
Nothing in archives except a virus. That's unfortunate.
There's some interesting things to think about here.
Buffer drive to recur Keiko? Oh no, sorry, I
buffer
misread.
drive to bottom Keiko, off a trash to Audrey. But I don't understand why.
Possibly just to avoid the discard.
Yeah, but I'd rather have Keiko in my bin than on the bottom of my stack, I think.
Against this deck, yeah.
Like with Keiko installed, and especially if I'm trying to get down to the point where I can, do loops with Strike Fund, Steel Skin, or whatever. And what am I going to, like, what's Earth Station going to do that might blow up a hardware? Winchester, maybe?
Maybe? I mean, you can deal with Winchester. 18 credits. Like, Winchester sucks to deal with, but
Winchester, you just
can deal with it.
Break with Echelon. And, I mean, even one more program down, Echelon's at 4 strength. Like, one more Ice Barrier down, Echelon's at 4 strength, and you just break Winchester for 3, and that's fine.
Oh, I missed, yeah, Tungsten Taylor.
Oh yeah. Even now, it's fine. Just break it for 3. It's fine. Science is not about Running R&D. It is about running R&D.
Unsure what the difference between these two runs is.
It's timing window to Audrey. Yeah.
Nope, nothing. I think poking R&D until you're actually forced to interact makes sense. Try and get an Audrey counter or just snipe a win.
Yeah, try and find an Audrey counter is certainly appealing. The
So
companions have...
this is actively threatening now.
Yes. The companions have become unhappy. Will this matter?
I think Tradon can win here if he can find Buzzsaw. Either has Buzzsaw in hand right now or draws it off the top. Otherwise, it really depends.
And you can probably just pay the extra 6. Looks a little bit awkward, but yeah, okay.
Yep.
That
does it.
Like this looks
I think
like...
you do pay the 6 just in case. Yep, that's exactly why. But it's 1 credit to break, thanks to Tungsten Taylor. Fun fact, Tungsten Taylor actually refers to the cake. Not rezzing that second ice, okay. Probably means then that this is it. No! Dang!
It's a double event horizon.
But flat broke.
Yes. But also, okay, so you can over-install the agenda with a spin doctor.
I mean, that's spinning wheels. I feel like you've got to keep threatening. Like
it's pop the fermenter for 6 credits, pay the 6, run back.
Yeah.
Or just actually go check HQ. HQ is cheap now.
Yeah, nothing. Dang.
Okay. HQ, flip HQ back over.
Just a few more credits, and this would have been a really, really cool swing back for the Corp.
Mm-hmm.
We're not even breaking Shalendra. I mean, really, really funny if Server 2 is Urtica now.
This would be an Urtica line of all time. Although Urtica, yeah, everyone's trying to Urtica here. But
I believe! Manifest it! Dang, just let them dream.
Yep.
It wasn't even game for Corp, dang. Yeah, I think he could pop Fermenter. I think just in case it's a safer line, just check HQ, switch it off.
Mm-hmm. And you could still pop Fermenter, like if you want.
All right, a few games left.
Mm-hmm. But maybe table 13?
Couple now, yes.
I don't think we've seen either of the players at table 13.
Okay, yeah, let's check it out. Oh no, I think we have seen this Zaya deck already. It's the rotary one.
Okay, so I think that was the one that you joined, told me it was over, and I never joined.
Okay. Phones. It's So Marios is playing Manuel and Rotary, which have the unfortunate, not anti-synergy, just there's this one interaction that you'd want to work that doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
But at 5 tags, they work.
Yeah.
If only Rotary were installed.
Mm-hmm.
What are we waiting for a trigger here? I think Tucana, right?
Maybe Takana.
Shuffling R&D, especially this late in the game, I'm feeling like digging R&D might be the play.
Yeah. Intermission is sort of interesting into Revolver in particular because you just text out the counters and then I mean, you see a cat's cradle trash. Interesting.
No actual... oh, well, there's Descent, but otherwise no actual code gates on the board. Just gonna bypass not spending our... Well, we're spending our Jezza counters on the castle raid.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose right now Maskarovka is the biggest barrier.
Yes, there's a bigger barrier than Castleroid. So save the group hero counters to bypass Maskarovka.
Unfortunately, outermost on all servers is Maskarovka now.
Yeah.
Oh, I've been asked in chat to list my top 4 crisp varieties. Okay, so my interpretation of this is that a variety is like a probability distribution, and the top 4 that I think are crisp. I mean, I want to say Poisson, but that's not a Kiki, that's a Booba. Honestly, most distributions have, like, uncrisp names, if I'm being honest. Discrete uniform distribution is pretty crisp. I enjoy that. Zip Mandelbrot Law, that's a good one. Boltzmann distribution, very crisp. And of course, the Zeta distribution. That's my top 4.
Some nice value run there. Credits from the Zaya, 8 credits from the Bravado.
Yep, looks like it's game.
But it's game. And Magnus just didn't think she could get into server 2, and turns out the game was there.
Yep.
Will be a Let Them Dream.
Potentially one more game going. But there were 5 minutes left in the round, so do we want to check that one out, or are we calling the round here?
We should be able to check that one out.
Let's poke our heads in table 8. Nah, game's over.
All right.
But at some point, Tyr got rezzed, so that's fun. Presumably, yeah, Unleash in archives.
That is pretty suggestive.
All right. Just waiting then on everything to get reported.
And I'm back. Hello.
Hello.
Did I miss any particularly fun games?
Possibly. I don't know if you were watching them.
I was not.
Oh, then yes.
Excellent.
Looks like we're just one game away. My lawyer tells me that user engagement is the best way to keep a stream alive. So comment in chat if you think user engagement is the best way to keep a stream active.
Personally, I do not think user engagement is the best way to keep a stream alive. Anyone that thinks that is an idiot, and if you disagree, please post in chat.
Post in chat if you disagree with the statement that you are posting in chat. Post in chat if you are subject to an NDA and prove it by breaching the NDA.
Round 6 has been paired.
Lovely. Post in chat. There is a Mercury, if you want to check out a Mercury.
I was just looking at the Mercury.
There is also an Az deck, which... Actually, there's several Az's going on. And the Baz. Actually, yeah, Az is the 4th most popular ID. That's fun. I guess it's incredible what's possible when Sable isn't in the meta. So yeah, which Crim do you want to check out?
Let's see Mercury. I've not seen a Mercury yet.
We just watched a game by Augustus, so...
Oh, maybe something else then.
Maybe Table 18?
We've seen Table 18. Yeah, let's see Table 18. Another Melee is You versus Mercury. Yeah, 3 Mercuries in this tournament. There's kind of the standard amount of Mercuries expect. There's always like 1 or 2 of them hanging in there.
Mercuries.
Mercuries.
Wait, no, Mercuries. Gosh. I'm sorry.
Bramies. Table 18. There are many things you can say about Mercury games, and one of them is that they tend to be fast or slow.
Or somewhere in the middle.
Potentially, but less commonly. Mercury either wins very quickly or then spends 7 turns clicking for credits and making a single run that either wins or loses them the game.
It looks like we might be having a repair, by the way.
Ooh.
Let's wait and see.
They will have to repair this repair.
Post in chat if there's been a repair.
What's your opinion on the repair? We'd love to have a text from you.
We'd like to hear from you. Audibly.
It seems the repair has gone.
So we've got Mercury on table 3, we've got Mercury on
Shall we see
16?
them table 3 for Mercury versus Egg, which is always just very silly?
Yeah.
Can Mercury win before they explode?
I don't think table 3 is up just yet. Oh, yep, there it is. Wait, am I looking at the wrong...
Wait.
Yeah, I think I was looking at the old table 3. Comment in chat if you are in table 3.
Table 3 has been created.
Lovely. This is Mercury versus Okko.
Gold Company.
Double mulligan.
Egg is a pretty weird matchup for Mercury because usually facing into Mercury, you just kind of tend to ice all your centrals and then slowly win. Egg can't do that, so Egg just has to put down futs and say Mercury's going to kill themselves running centrals.
Oh, we are respecting Mercury's
There
ability,
is some respect,
but depending on what variant of Egg this is, those might not be end the runs.
True. Generally expect anemones out of Egg, but Tattoo Bowlers are... We go just clean getawaying server 1 immediately of the cup.
Devastating if this is somehow spin, but no, it's Bladderwort. We're just eating that with the cup. We're installing Hermes. Witches is in danger.
Yeah, this is a very solid start for Mercury.
Have you seen any Mercuries play Chain Reaction yet?
I have.
How did that go?
It looks poorly. Did not go well for them. In concept, the idea makes some sense, and then you play it, and it doesn't work. Mercury is not very good at running all 3 centrals in one turn.
Post in chat if you are very good at running all 3 centrals in one turn. We'd love to hear from you. Oh hell yeah, maintenance access. Just don't.
Yes, the classic Mercury card. We'll see 4 here.
Hybrid release.
You get a hybrid, which is going to bounce something. Another
Second hybrid release. Just delete this board state.
Mm-hmm. Bouncing one of the table cards and the R&D ice and going for a single from R&D.
Oh no!
And we find
the Regenesis bouncing the other remote. Running again, just in case.
You may as well. I love Mercury, and we got...
Oh my gosh!
My god! Mercury is always fast or slow.
Woof. Post in chat if woof.
Losing 2 Malandragums, though. That could be pretty bad for Mercury if they don't run and immediately win the game. I was going to say something about, like, well, while stealing 2 hybrids is only 2 points, getting hybrids out of an egg deck is pretty solid because it really annoys their scoring plan. Such as also does that is stealing Regenesis and a Fuji as well. They really don't like that either.
Most corps don't like it when their agendas go away.
Yeah. Weird, honestly. If they didn't want them to steal the agendas, they shouldn't have put them in hand at the top of R&D.
Post in chat if you don't like it.
Mercury deciding 6 points in one turn is a well enough earned break to not do anything for a bit.
Witches is getting cohort out, so aside from being down 6-0, pretty solid.
Yeah, this is the point where Witches can start to recover and build a board state, but stopping Mercury from finding one agenda with Egg's kind of board is very difficult.
Yeah, Egg really wants to bleed you out over multiple turns. All Jimothy needs to do here is get lucky once.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's just a tattoo. It's not even an enemy.
An enemy is kind of the only thing you really care about with Estebrado. So we see two.
It's entirely possible not bouncing the tattoo just because it's an end run.
Mm-hmm.
Forcing Jimothy to actually break it if they can't find anything to bypass it with.
Yeah, with two Malandragums in the bin, your ability to get past Tattoo is kind of entirely limited to just that Estebrado. Mercury's generally not running anything else that can break barriers. A couple of them will run like a backup, but
with 2 credits away from Francophia Ward range.
This is true. Mercury's can play Francophia Ward. It's really fun.
Post in chat if you are 2 credits away from being in Francophia Ward range.
Which is just spamming the board here. Interesting that Mercury's just not contesting that cohort. We have a second one down already.
I mean, Witches has to score out to 7 or kill Jimothy. Yes. And Jimothy just needs to see agendas. Any agenda. Except for the fabled 0-point agenda.
It's interesting. A lot of cards in the bin, a lot of cards on the table. It feels like Mercury's giving Witches a pretty solid opportunity for some kind of Regenesis play if they continue to just not check.
Might be a case of just waiting for that bypass tool and then hammered centrals.
Yeah. Generally trying to either draw into another Estebrado or your final Malandragem or Eru, which is probably what you want right now. Pinholing?
What are we pinholing?
Are we trying to see what is behind the ice? Or maybe try and hit the Spin Doctor?
Threatening the Spin Doctor is possibly here.
But I think there's a decent chance there's a second Spin Doctor on this board.
Post in chat if there is
they are hitting the Spin Doctor. But it's Egg with like 6 unres servers. There's probably 7 Spin Doctors and some Moonpools, but nothing in archives.
Yeah, I think Witches probably would have spun there for safety. Right, we're setting up for an R&D dig, so something presumably in hand to deal with that Tattoo Bowler.
Possibly, or just needing to get it down for hand size.
And we are now notably in Francophia Ward range.
They're not rezzing any of these servers, so you wonder what they could possibly be. I expect maybe a Moonpool or 2.
Do we actually have any idea which kind of OCO this is? It looks
There's
like
a hostile
standard,
architecture in archives, so this is a pretty standard asset-y, just spam the board, grind them. So, and yeah, we know there's a Regenesis and hybrid, so yeah, kind of like the default Egg right now.
Yeah, icing R&D makes sense. Jimothy playing their hand a little by pre-installing the Diva Data. And Witches rezzing Foot.
Which Jimothy does not care about.
Yeah, no, it's just if Witches
just for tempo.
Yeah. Which it looks like they might be.
There's a decent chance there's an agenda on the board here.
Oh, and we're just ignoring it. We're just ignoring the ice.
We'll see 3 here, which is pretty decent. It isn't an enemy, which is kind of the only ice that matters against Estebrados.
Oh. Anyway.
It loses another maintenance access, which is actually pretty nasty now.
So we're seeing 3 here?
Seeing 3 cards. Which could very easily be enough. Which you just have to hope it holds.
Yeah.
Nope, there it is.
Fuji.
First card is a Fuji.
That was an absolutely disgusting early game for Mercury there.
Mm-hmm.
Post in chat if you were disgusted.
Sometimes you roll the slot machine, you roll 3 agendas, and it pays out. Right. Do we have what game would we like to look at? Because that was nice and quick.
Ooh, let's have a look at our list. Nothing recorded on Cobra yet, so we've got 3 pickings, I think. Do we want to check out one of the Az decks? Or
could be
perhaps
good, yeah.
one of the Baz decks?
I think let's have a look at Baz.
Okay, table 10 is Baz versus
is on the no stream list, right? Table 10? Yes. Is there a different Baz? No, there's not.
Let us check out. Oh, there is also Vic, but I think you saw Vic while I was away, right?
Yes. Let's see an Aslan. Let's at least rhyme with Baz.
Table 2?
Table 2.
So it seems to be your bog standard Glacier Melias here. I don't think we've seen any sign of that Decklist of the Week asset spam Melias, which I'm a little sad about. I wanted to see it in action.
At least we got the ganked Melias, but yeah.
Yeah, that was fun. This also seems to be pretty standard, just Reg Crim as being the new house of Reg Crim, which I wasn't expecting, but I guess it makes some sense.
Yeah, it's just a fact of like the current meta, I think.
And like so many is a bit. Yeah, so many of the staple cards just happen to also trigger as. Everyone's already on open markets, class acts. Most people play hardware.
Yeah. And it's a teeny.
It's a teeny
is an excellent piece of ice.
Oh yeah, one downside to Az is he discounts cards that otherwise might help you spend paladin counters for the twinning. And a bunch of cards like Nuka are 1 credit.
We've just lost the entire hand to a ganked Atini and a Fuji.
Oof. But wait.
Ruben could have broken this.
Augustus has decreed that actually maybe you didn't want to.
Yes, yeah, of course, you stole the Fuji. Yeah, people tend to assume Atini is threat 4 because most threat effects are around 4. Atini being 3 is nasty a lot of the time.
Post in chat if you are active at threat 4.
Is this the same ganked deck we saw earlier, or is this a different one?
We have seen Augustus already today. I think this might be that list.
Okay. In which case, HQ possibly being a Mitra might make sense. So there is an upgrade on there.
Cool, so we're sticking with what happened here. And drawing back up with the class act and Nuka.
I guess you don't mind too much losing, was it Clean Getaway, Transfer, and Mutual Favor? They're not good hits. You don't care about Mutual Favor anymore, but there's worse stuff you can lose. Augustus seemingly happy to just continually button up, just build this Glacier as tall as it can get. And
yeah,
just
we're
keep
fully
ticking a Charlotte. You're not being... Oh, never mind, we're jamming.
Jamming, but not pre-advancing.
somewhat interesting given only 2 pieces of ice, a boomerang installed in 14 credits means that's relatively easy to get into unless there's a void, but this is a ganked deck. That could be an extremely expensive suffer to get to the bottom of. We do have the echelon down, which is
not
now
caring about that.
Is a discount on the Atini, which is nice. Unity now breaks Atini for 4 credits, which still feels bad. Atini is a very, very solid piece of ice.
We're not, Augustus is not scoring out that agenda. Maybe there's another Fuji.
Potentially. Might just be feeling safe to slow roll, which I think in this situation you probably are.
Could be see how they run.
Maybe. I don't know if you're on see how they run and ganked, but I can maybe see it.
I don't remember from earlier. Post in chat if you remember from earlier. Bad call on Melius there.
Losing a void from R&D, although you expect a void. It's Lotus Haze.
Yeah, I thought it might be Lotus.
Yeah.
Threatening a lot now. Lotus Haze, when it first revealed, it was hard to conceptualize what it might do, but it's done a lot.
It's a really good... It's intermission agenda that, like, once you've scored it, it can either be game-winning or do absolutely nothing, and it relies entirely on how well you've managed to maintain a board state. And if you have got a board state when you have Lotus Haze, that is so much tempo against the runner. And if they've been pinholing you, it does nothing.
I really like that it's a playable 4-2 that's not actually producing any value.
Yeah. Its value is the potential for the future, and based entirely on what other cards you've built around.
And its art is covered in delicious flowers. Flower Summon is also covered in delicious flowers. Yum.
Flower Summon is one of my favourite agendas that people don't play enough of.
I know it does see some play in certain Atea lists.
Yeah.
Oh, it was kind of good back in the day with Ginger City Grid. Just an additional way to be drawing stuff.
The FFG days, before my time. I am too young to remember them.
I'm too old to remember them.
Back when you were playing with dinosaurs and pharaohs and Netrunner.
Post in chat if you ever played Netrunner on a dinosaur. Yeah. Chat did not hear the question I just answered. Post in chat if you didn't hear the question I just answered.
You have Atini and Empiricist here, which if there's a double ganked is not nice. That's a lot of credits.
Funny though.
Is very funny. But I guess, do you use Lotus Haze counters for what? 8-ish credits from the runner? I guess you don't.
Okay, yeah, we've flipped the R&D, so no Lotus
Another
here.
void gone from R&D.
How many voids do these tend to run?
It depends. Some of them are on 1, some on 2, some on 3.
I guess some are on 0, and that covers all the grounds.
That's true. But does make you curious. With Lotus Haze, you probably want 3, just because Void is maybe one of the strongest cards you can Lotus Haze. And here is exactly a situation where you might want to do that.
Well, it's possible the HQ upgrade is the Anoetic.
It could be, it might even be a flagship. Although, given the influence spent on Ganked, I think that might be unlikely.
I do enjoy that both Melius and runners playing against Melius are happy to play effects that unsuccessful runs.
Yeah.
For the benefit of Melius, at least.
Maboto, which even without threat is still pretty expensive, and it's Mitra.
Nope.
What are we getting? What's the worst thing we could get here? And Tatubola.
Got him.
Enjoy
with the
a
roly-poly.
Kurapira counter. This is making money from a transfer run, which is pretty nice. But when you start at 17 credits, I don't think the runner is particularly interested in dropping you down than they are gaining.
I think I've said on stream before, but my interpretation of Mitra Man's flavor text is that they physically propel these little pods with clones in at runners, like from the giant towers in
Just
elevation.
like a giant pneumatic tube.
Yeah.
Just smashes through the window into your living room while you're hooked into the net.
Yeah. It's like Flare.
Mm-hmm.
Was that broadcast, by the way? I can't tell. Okay. The suggestion here was Info Bounty is good Melius tech because it makes you run random servers. It's like the Game tech of just not doing any thinking.
I've scored a send a message, Res Latini. This could be threatening game here of this. But this is a pretty runnable server. Unless there's a void in the root, and given 2 voids in the bin, that might not be.
Defensive and runnable.
And we're pinholing to check.
Entirely possible here, though.
Yeah,
Augustus can res and bounce it back and forth with Lotus, which is always a delightful little maneuver.
It is a void. Now, are we going to stop the pinhole entirely, or are we going to let it through and hit the Lacosta?
Nope, we're just gonna... Yep.
Well, this buys you a turn, at least.
Maybe. It depends what's in there. Does this deck run any 3/2s?
I doubt it. Earlier, if this is the same deck as we were playing earlier, it was off-offs.
Bounce. It would be a really funny time to play another pinhole. Dang, no pinhole. Post in chat if no pinhole.
And that's just more
stuff.
We know there was a Lacosta in HQ, so there's presumably another Lacosta gone down there.
Something defensive. Lotus Haze down to 1 counter means we can't bounce something away for safety and then bring it back. It's just permanently gone. Transfer also not doing a huge amount to hinder Augustus, but getting Ruben quite a bit of money.
6 credits is 6 credits. And could be enough to challenge the remote enough times.
Bodo did cost 6, though.
That's true.
But also...
Net 0 credits is net 0 credits.
+2 with Info Bounty, which he may use to remove the tag. So 2 clicks to gain a Kurapira counter, which actually isn't nothing.
No. So now running R&D, we'll see 5 cards here, which, hoping for a Hermes bounce on the remote, is, I suspect, the intention.
Or just winning. That's a decent
that too.
number.
That's also possible.
Oof,
and we do get
right,
the agenda.
Right. It could happen. We don't know which of the cards in server 1 is the agenda yet, though, so...
That's true. You can make a guess it's the...
Oh, nope, never mind.
There's the game. Matter. Sometimes you just win the game instead. It's easier.
Global food.
Right, what else do we have going on?
Well, let us check our list. Quite a few fewer games now.
We do have a Phoenix game.
Ooh.
Phoenix is fun on table 11.
Yeah, it's another Melius game, but
I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Melias, regardless. And we are seeing microwebs, see how they run, and proprio. So this is an Unleash deck on public trails and trust operation as well.
Oh, that's fun. Trust op isn't exactly synergistic with Unleash, it's just another way of having big ice.
Yeah.
But I guess if you just want a board of big ice, that'll do it.
It's
interesting that we've got 2 ice in archives, 2 ice on R&D, 3 ice on server 1, and nothing on R&D. Is that any doing of the runner, or I don't see any ice destruction?
A very strange ice layout. Potentially there could have just been a second remote made for Charlotte. Sometimes that's worth doing. But the microweb into Cloud Eater, even with the botchless counters, is pretty expensive. Not that also, Millie doesn't have money, though.
You can't let Phoenix fire if there's no ice to let subroutines resolve.
Yeah.
Spin.
You see a twinning removed from the game as well, which is presumably from a Gachapon, but that's an interesting choice.
I think it has to be Gachapon, right?
It could have been Escape Net, but it's not in the... So it must have been a bad Gachapon hit to lose the twinning. Although with this current state, I don't think the runner's particularly threatened by anything. On 6-0 points, you're pretty happy. It doesn't matter if server 1 scores out.
Yeah, it's just don't lose at this point. Like, misplaying by letting Muggin Love get, like, free recursion off the ID, that's a losing strat.
Although we are out of deck, which hopefully there's an Ashen, but if not, we can very quickly run out of money given how expensive all of this ice is.
Sure, but that's... Oh, hello.
Public trail. This is pretty bad now. We are on
6 credits, 5 cards. Probably not dying, right?
No.
Unless
there is no. We can't kill here.
We can remove every card in the grip if this is a world where End of the Line and actually Unleash plus End of the Line could do it.
That's you'd need because Unleash takes off the tag.
Oh, so it does, doesn't it?
If you're on 4 cards, Unleash End of the Line would do it if you had an Empiricist. And trashing the Buzzsaw, which makes sense given how many microwebs we have in this deck. Archives and Server 1 are now pretty much unbreakable.
But R&D is wide open.
Wide open. No multi-access, though, so you kind of have to run Essential to turn that off if you want singles. 2 Buzzsaws in the bin, which is not ideal. If there's no Ashen, Millie is in a really rough spot.
Let's see if we can work out influence. There's the
second twinning.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11. I count 11 influence in the heap. 13 including the boomerang. Yeah, there's definitely space for there to be an Ashen in hand.
No res on the R&D ice.
That's interesting.
And we're just doubling up R&D. It makes sense. The Corp now just has to essentially lock Millie out.
It's doable.
It's definitely possible. They do have to score at some point, though. And scoring from 6 points behind with not that much time left in the round might not be easy. Oh, the shot is
botulous.
Botulous is exactly what you want to see. Although if this is a Botto or another Empiricist,
that is Empiricist.
That's really bad.
Yeah, you have to break the net damage there. So you're still taking one net, you're still taking a tag. Morgan gets to nullify this run effectively, or at least one of the accesses.
Oh. Ooh, and this is just not going to go through. Unless they break with Rising Tide, which I think you have to. You have to just take a single here and hope. Do we see?
I also believe this is a list that's playing some ambush. Ooh.
And that's it.
Nope, just saw the agenda.
Yeah, that was likely that card was the very last card they had a chance at seeing after that Empiricist.
Yeah, that was very, very close. And no Ashen, so that really was it.
Yeah, scraped by.
Alright, let's have a look at our remaining games. Very few left.
What have we got?
Table 19 looks like it might still be up. It's Lou versus Thule again. I think we've seen this already, but it's
this is the Flood Thule, yeah. Let's
see
have
if
a
we
look.
can
It's
watch
the last one.
Stuff. Yeah, this looks like Flood. Yep, looks like Flood. I don't think we saw any reverbs last time. Maybe it's
no,
maybe this list isn't on any.
Potentially not. I guess if you aren't playing Elevigar, it's not as useful, but wait, no, I forgot how reverb worked. Never mind.
Yeah, reverb notable for being the only harmonic that doesn't care about other harmonics. It just cares about the thing that harmonics care about, which is generally having cards be derezzed. Be that they are not yet rezzed or they have been unrezzed.
Caught on 0 credits here, but 2 core damage and 1 onto left in the deck means this game could end within 2 turns.
Yeah, Sarah Zaraki is just crediting up, threatening to win with just any. Yeah. Well, I say any. The other 2 ontologicals have already been scored.
So it really is just she needs to find the last onto, and so does Simon. If that onto gets stolen by the runner, even though the runner doesn't win, it kind of knocks Sarazaki out of the game for a while.
Melius? Oof. So a real unfortunate hit for Thule.
Yes. That's still, the one thing we didn't want to happen.
Well, 1 click remaining, that does mean that not only can Simon not steal the other one, but if he does access another agenda after winning the game, he does take a core damage.
This is true. And that's the real victory. Although the other Melius is on the bottom of R&D from an earlier Let Them Dream score. Unless there has been a shuffle since then, which is quite possible.
Man, the Marble Impulse just looks delectable.
What flavor do you think it is? Buffer drive coming down. Oh, and there's the Onto.
Yep, no, there it is, dang.
Yeah, you just have to have it sometimes. 2 buffer drives is interesting for that loot, though.
I've seen a fair few decks on 2 buffer drives these days.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not just that. So it's very important for some lists to see it early as possible, even before they're thinking about getting Ashen back, but being able to keep doing the Strike Fund combo even after you've recurred your deck, it gives you a lot more flexibility rather than just one point in the game where you swap your buffer drive for the rest of your deck. Are there any more games going that we can have a look at? I don't
Table 20 is the last one we can see, I think.
see if they're still going. Oh, yeah, they're still going. And look, it's lizards.
Lizards?
Yeah, Vic has seen a vast decrease in play since people realized Az is alright. I think there are 2 Vics in the tournament versus 5 Az.
We are on 2 flip switches, which is spicy.
Ooh.
And no, we only got a Kurapira down. And still haven't drawn through a lot of the deck yet. Which 2 Bioaxe on the table is maybe not where you want to be.
The Corp deck looks a lot like classic Facet Ob to me. Which was always a favorite.
On 0 credits now. Which means HQ is free for the taking. Unfortunately, the mark is R&D.
All hail the mark.
The mark knows what's best. The mark wants you to be eaten by Beerwag. You do have a Carmen in the bin, and I'm wondering if that's what was fed to the SDS.
Post in chat if you were fed to the SDS.
Yeah, feeding Carmen to an SDS and now seeing 2 Bioaxe is not where you want to be.
Installing Eru when Event Horizon is on Archives is interesting, because for 6 credits, you could potentially force Aka here to hop that. Or 2 credits and a click.
2 credits. Are going to end up tagged, which I think is fine given the Corp has no money, but
yeah,
you're giving them a free Maskarovka for Archives now.
I'm wondering, are we gonna trash the Event Horizon before the Boomerang gets used, just to keep it from going back in the stack?
That's probably correct. Like, I don't think there's a reason
I think it is.
You've
like the credits have already been spent on getting Boomerang out, and yeah, there it goes.
Yeah, there it goes.
Turning it into, I wouldn't be surprised to see
Mavirus?
Anthill. Is there an Anthill?
Are we?
Yeah, it could be an Anthill.
So we're getting Mavirus, presumably for next turn, turn that into a Regolith?
Perhaps.
Which would be a very efficient way of getting back into money.
Yeah, there it goes.
Yeah.
Regolith in Naked Remote suggests to me server 1 is an agenda.
Yes. I mean, server 1's probably the safest place for one right now with the lack of killer.
How many sentries are there right now that end the run?
There's a couple. We have Ansel 2.0. Biowack is the most important one.
We have Event Horizon, which kind of does it in subroutines.
Technically ends the run.
Okay, according to NRDB, there are 8, if you can name them all. Post in chat if you can name them all. Clicky Clacky is seemingly ignoring the regolith, which fair.
Yeah,
you kind of just
if
want to
they're
end
at
the
9
game,
credits.
not control for the late game.
Yeah, with this having generally Vic's going to be on 1 common, so you probably just want to get this game over before the Ice Archives.
Yeah.
You need to find 1 agenda. Well, 2 agendas given we're on eminent domains, but just not finding it.
It's hard to say because 2 eminence means that it could just be the only 1 pointers are already out, or I've seen versions which are 2 green mails, 2 eminence.
And ending the turn tagged, which is
a little riskier now.
Yeah. I think you have to trash Eru here.
Trash Eru, trash the twinning, maybe trash Dream now, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh,
no,
or
we're
just win the game,
advancing.
actually. No!
Eminenting, well, what are we getting? Is it another Bioac for Archives?
3rd Lizard. 3 Oac.
Show me the lizard.
Post in chat if you post the lizard in chat.
Yes, chat must be filled with lizards. This is my decree.
Two end the run sentries have already been posted. Oh, pointing out in chat, because I've seen 2 more cards there with a single boost on Jesver to boost the twinning.
Looks like they missed the pretty interaction as well.
Ooh.
By clicking pretty before Eru. That's rough.
Unfortunate. Yeah, the UI is a little unclear because it just lets you play it in what is almost universally the wrong order.
Yeah.
And so many on success triggers don't matter for the order, so it's really easy to get into a rhythm. And that is green mail.
Yep, eminent domaining green mail out.
Just saying I'm gonna win next turn unless I'm under 2 credits. Which
is
actually no, regolith. You also need to trash the regolith.
Honestly, somewhat dangerous given. Oh no, there's no Hermes on the board. In which case, yeah, this is relatively safe.
Well, safe except no, there it is.
Okay, Tucana brings the Event Horizon. Now it's very safe.
Because Eru cannot see those cards in R&D. 1 credit is going to be very difficult to get through Bioac.
Yep.
I dare say impossible.
So
your out is HQ.
HQ is kind of your only hope right now. But
and I don't think it's that feasible.
Given they eminented for a green mail, maybe implies there wasn't something in HQ. Well, I guess they didn't have the clicks for it. But it is your out.
If
you have to take
had it already, I would just choose an ice that makes it trade down. Sure, I'm not losing this game.
Yeah.
So it suggests to me HQ is safe. We don't care about HQ. Put the 1 ice that completely dismantles Eru on Archives. Don't even bother trashing stuff with the tag.
Yeah. You only need 1 turn, and Event Horizon buys you that turn.
You've VI'd your last PI.
VI'd your last PI. Yeah. Is it just click for credits here and then run HQ for 2? I think that's probably the best option you have.
Yeah. Possible it's like a 5-3 in HQ, and jamming that wasn't worth it.
Yeah. I mean, you could also follow the info bounty and run into the Bioac with no Sentry Breaker.
Sometimes you just gotta, go out on your own terms.
The card has decreed you must run R&D. Yeah, Bioac's very nice, it only maims you, which I think is quite respectful of it.
Post in chat to pay respects to the lizard.
Getting a boomerang on Event Horizon this has to be wrong.
Nah, this isn't.
No,
yeah.
you know there's a green mail in Suffer 1. You can't set up for another turn.
But to be fair, it really looked like there was not really an out
Yeah,
in.
there's
just spinning wheels. Yeah, we're not even bothering to let anything resolve. It's over.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that end game, like, really just clamping down on every possible way to lose this game, and then winning the game.
Yeah, it really looks like that early SDS Steel Trash and Carmen kind of just crippled Vic for the rest of it.
It's really rough for Crim into a early SDS score. Yep.
There's the green mail.
That ends round
6?
6. We've been here for 6 rounds.
We have done 6 whole rounds. I believe it's 8 rounds and then there's a top cut, right?
Right, yeah. So it's 8 rounds of Swiss, 3 rounds top cut, top 8 single elim. I'm gonna be here all day.
Round 7 has been paired. Do we have...
I'll be back in a sec. I'll see you on the morrow.
Any interesting games? It looks like we have a PD, and I don't think we've looked at PD much at all today on table 11 into Arasana, which would be a pretty interesting matchup. Ooh, yeah, Zia undefeated, which is very impressive on Auko and Muslihat.
The looking at the top 6, everyone is either on Jinteki or Crim. The only non-Crim is Counter Zero on Topan.
And we have the lone Leo in top 2. Soul Purple in a Sea of Red, which I think is pretty impressive for a Leo in the current meta.
Yeah.
And Mercury, quite rare to see high up the rankings as well.
So, did you want to check out PD?
Yeah, let's see PD, which is table... Right, so, right, yeah, that one we can't stream.
Table 15, there's table 11. Those are the 2.
Okay, shall we see the Arasana PD matchup? Because that's quite an interesting one.
Yeah, I think we've already seen that Arasana, but we've also seen Hexnet and Mag already, so yeah, let's check out table 11.
Table 11. So what flavor of PD do we think this could be? Because there's like 2 main ones we're seeing at the moment, and they're both very different.
I think there's actually more than 2, but there's the main ones obviously are just bog standard classic PD, which we'll probably see a little less of once Offworld is gone. Then obviously there's Flood the Market PD, Transmask PD. Shoot the Moon, I think, is probably viable again. If you remember Shoot the Moon from a couple metas ago, I think before your time, but perhaps you've seen it. It's YDLs plus Midnight 3 for a lot of money, score out with Big Deal and Seamlesses. So, like, Shoot the Moon has got back all of the pieces in some way, and it's really just a question of how close is... Well, Melias is obviously close enough to Ikawa for most purposes. The main difference is Rashida getting replaced by Humanoid, and Humanoid... I think it's not the worst for Shoot the Moon, just because Shoot the Moon is already on a lot of events, operations rather. It does unfortunately make the ordering kind of unfortunate, where you're installing your cards and then hypothetically playing YDL.
We do have a very quick answer to what kind of PD this is, with a Cyclotron on the cup and a Warm Reception res turn 1. So this is almost certainly Flood or some variant of it.
That's what they're saying.
Rare for a Flood deck to be able to actually use Warm Reception's second bit of text to de-res and get an extra draw from the Spin Doctor.
Yeah, interesting cycle of politicals in the Liberation cycle, which all have 2 abilities. That's more than 1, which is what most cards get.
You see just spec working the cup, not intending to use it for HQ, which on 0 credits makes a lot of sense.
Would you trash this ice to get rid of the Stowaway?
I will trash any ice to get rid of Stowaway.
I actually think I would also trash this ice.
There are lots of ways runners can click for 2 credits, and I don't mind any of them except the one where they're running on my ice.
How do you feel about open market? Not open market, open bounty.
Info bounty, I don't mind. Info bounty is fine, but like, if the card that gives you money is on my card, rage, despair.
Hateful card. What horrors bespeech those who dare printeth it? I think the one saving grace of Stowaway is that Wawa is in the name.
That is a true observation that you have made about the card Stowaway. And are we going to... No, we're just letting this fire rather than Arisana something to break it, which I think is reasonable.
Get horsed, idiot.
Anything you pull out to get past Sleipnir is going to be too expensive to trash whatever's behind it. Now we're running the Warm Reception server, which I think is definitely right. Just stop the corp setting up this ridiculous...
Yeah, absolutely. Warm Reception is one of the big must trashes.
Interesting to see Hush go down. Do you think Lovelace thinks that's potentially an ablative barrier for later?
Possibly, but also just getting the trigger out while you have it. It's also triggering environmental testing.
Yes, you just want that counter.
That 1 credit is actually worth 8 credits.
And we have another Warm Reception for another Spin Doctor fire here. Spin Doctor has been drawing a lot of cards. He has been spinning.
Spin Doctor also has 2 abilities. Do you ever think about that?
I don't think about that, Ams. I've never thought about Spin Doctor having abilities.
No, I think about it, because it's another interesting example of a card kind of doing more than one thing. But is it? Because, like, look at the individual abilities on it. And a card that draws 2 on res, that's less than 1 card. And a card that shuffles 2 back, that's also less than 1 card. So the card's doing 2 things, but the sum of those 2 things is 1 thing. You get me?
Yes. This all makes perfect sense. We do finally pop that environmental testing with a leap ad down, and now Arisana has money, which is what you need for these decks. You need all the money.
What's the second ability on Hush? Not counting the Trojan thing.
Oh, you can move it. You can click to move Hush, a thing presumably someone has done before. I always forget that exists.
I think I've lost the game forgetting that exists. I'm like, I must save my simul chip for this.
Mm-hmm. Continuing to build out here. And you potentially expect a flood. Simply because
We're
she's
definitely
gone
in
through
flood
half the
range
deck.
now. Though Lovelace has been doing a pretty good job keeping Lavender very low on both credits and sources of flood counters.
And we get another
Derezzing Spindo. Getting so much value out of that Spindo. Like, warm reception is political in that way for a reason. Powers at Derez means that presumably we're going to
scoring.
Yeah.
Fully up for money.
We're not drawing anything. We've got it all set up, ready to go.
And now, is there a synchro cyclotron, or is it just double click for flood? It's double click for flood.
Yeah. Sometimes it's fine.
And it's an off-off. Extremely tempo positive.
This is kind of a good example of why off-off does hurt this deck with its ban, because hitting a card that doesn't just straight up boost your economy afterwards means you're actually making a loss in tempo.
Yeah. I mean, we've just gone from 3 to 15 credits in one turn and scored 2 points. That is very good. And what are we getting from Powers That Be? Just a card from HQ?
Fully Off also a really big powerhouse for this kind of list.
Mm-hmm.
And that was what let you think of... that's what let you go from 1 credit up to the ability to play Flood into the ability to score off-world. And it really just scales up like that.
Trashing the synchro, which, you have to trash, because on this many credits and this many servers, you can score 5 points in one turn. There are a lot of combos that can do that. But we have another synchro.
It's a
so we can potentially see a humanoid install here into Flood the Market for 5 counters. No, for 4 counters, but that's still very impressive. Warm reception is really the kind of glue that makes this PD so brutal. And here's a humanoid.
Cyclotron being res does mean that this could turn into a flood play.
Yeah, we can get, if there's an ice in hand, which there is not.
The tragic thing, of course, is if you install the Cyclotron with the humanoid, then you can't res it before playing that operation.
Scoring another off-world office.
Not a 5/3 though, which does at least mean that it's not guaranteed the next agenda ends the game, but you really do want to be stopping this from continuing.
You need to shut this down now, and this is a very difficult board to shut down. Especially now server 7's iced. I think a second Powers That Be. Trashing it because you have to, even as painful as that is.
It's a big mistake I've seen playing this kind of deck myself, where people will see a card like the Powers that's already rezzed and not bother to trash the copy, but it's a body. It doesn't matter what the text on it is. It's a good reason Tranquility is so strong in these lists. Like, yes, Tranquility is crazy good card, but 4 credits or a free flood counter, that's a lot.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've trashed 2 of them, so it's still very possible for Pouch to score out a 4-2, but a little more effort to get a 5-3.
Yeah, 5-3 is very... I don't think it's possible.
With Cyclotron out, it's very possible. Just install, score.
Oh yes, of course, yeah.
But just a little more, and sometimes just a little more.
We're just going for
yeah.
Are we just advancing? No, it's another off.
Okay.
Essentially,
I also forgot that
don't
you
have
could
the
just
5
manually
3s in
advance
hand.
things.
Yeah.
Post in chat if you're manually advancing agendas.
I think HQ implies there's even more in HQ, which most of the deck is not there anymore, so quite likely. But I don't think there's any way you don't score train there if you don't have it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Continuing to hit whatever's in server 5.
Right, we're getting Fizzerin back.
It's a humanoid which needs to go.
Good hit, good hit.
Getting the spin.
Removed from game.
What are we
I feel like you have to give the cyclotron server a go, right?
Yeah, like I think cyclotron's too important.
Right now. Yeah, Fly Swatter, that's rough because that also takes out the Fizzerin again.
Yeah. If there's an agenda in hand, this is game.
With this much draw throughout the game, I feel like it's gotta be, right? Yeah. That is.
Yeah.
Very, very clean flood game here.
Yeah, just get the assets down, just keep pushing faster than the runner can really do anything about it. That warm reception into so many Spin Doctor draws was just so much tempo.
Yeah, Pouch Lavender saying as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and
sorry,
what else do we have? Go
on. Well, according to Cobra, we could check out Nebula again. It's been a little while.
Yeah, I think we only caught the end of a Nebula game.
So, table 8 or table 4? Let's just check if both of those are free to watch.
Table 8 is Maggie, who I don't think we've seen today at all.
Yeah, let's check out table 8. Big brick of ice here. And Nanook. So,
Nanook.
I actually discovered that Nanook is good now yesterday. The aim of this being to just deep dive a whole bunch in a single turn, and as long as you don't touch an agenda, Nanook is really good, actually.
Yeah.
And yeah, looking at the heap is full of read-write shares. It's got all the hallmarks that this is what's going on here.
If I remember rightly, this deck is on running hots, so you essentially just make a bunch of deep dives in one go with a Nanook. And you're also running Mayfly, just in case your Nanook hits an agenda on the deep dive runs.
Yeah.
Which is a very cool little bit of synergy you've made up. Although we are on Hippocampic and Daig, which implies there is something weird going on with this deck.
Oh.
Is that potentially just so you can hold all the cards you need for this kind of combo in hand? Potentially.
Possibly. I mean, that's why the Dull Bulb Magic Man combo played Super Corridor, right?
Yeah.
A card that you did not remember gave you additional hand size.
This does look like we are deep diving here. I've already spent the Hana. F2 Pooch is still 4 credits for Nanook to break, which is not nothing when you have to go through a bunch of them. We are simul shipping for Coalescence, yep.
Yeah, there's not actually enough money left. Yeah, Mesne Chestfo being one of the absolute strongest.
When you find a king making, Nanook has run off into the winds.
Fortunately, that's both the iced servers, right?
Yeah, you can just run archives now, and you have 2 clicks to deep dive. We find an Oracle think tank.
I'd like to take this moment just before the deep dive to point out that Nanook's flavor text is wrong. Nanook never leaves. What'd you call that?
We're playing running hot so we can get more deep dives, even though we don't really have the money for it. And there it is. There's all the agendas.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this is a very cool little combo. And probably Nebula's worst nightmare, really.
So we've now seen Matryoshka and Nanook be meta players. Do you think there's a world where Tunnel Vision secretly is really
Tunnel
strong?
Vision is coming. It'll have its day.
Now. The thing that really upsets me about Tunnel Vision is that it costs 2. All the abilities cost 2 to do a 2. It's called Tunnel Vision, and it has 3 influence.
I'm not sure that's the worst part of Tunnel Vision.
Yeah, it is. No, I don't think that, just to be clear, I don't think that reducing its influence makes it a better card. It's just, at least then it would be all 2s. This is a decision about the card laser pointed at upsetting me. I like it when there are numbers. Shall we look at another game?
We have a poetry ongoing.
Yes.
Table 18, which could be fun.
Table 18.
I'm curious to see what poetry is doing.
We have seen both of these players already, though, if we wanted to give them a break, but I'm also happy to see.
In which case, table 18.
Could it be a flood deck, perhaps?
This might be a flood deck.
Something about the flood the market in archives suggests to me that this is a flood deck.
Oh, seems there is some mistake going on.
Ah, right, I see. There's the window to remove a tag with no free lunch before Tyrande starts trashing things. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And now resetting it.
Which is a real shame, because we might have been about to see a trash resource basic action trigger wage workers, which I don't think I've ever seen before.
Yeah. I've never considered that as possible.
Yeah, we're just working out some technical issues. It's kind of arcane how JNet works, but there is a whole bunch of commands you can use to fix board states if you know them. I think I don't think we're allowed to suggest fixes. Nature doc rules.
We just have to observe.
Do we want to give them space and check out a different game?
Yeah, let's have a poke at something else while they figure this one out.
Actually, if they're gonna undo turn, then should be good.
Yeah. Okie doke.
Yeah, there we go.
This is an interesting board state as well, with Vic on 9 leech counters and no ice res for poetry.
And yeah, Tyrande just popping auto as well. I didn't notice that when we joined, but a lot of clicks. I
mean, could be game here if you have a 5-3.
I mean, I have to assume, given that he was about to start trashing, that this
probably not. Game. Yeah.
Absolute BM. Wasting like 5 minutes of time resolving an interaction just to win the game anyway.
There has been, at least there was quite a bit of debate about what was the better shell for Flood between Poetry and PD, and the argument for Poetry is generally that, like, even having an agenda stolen is tempo positive for you and continues the board state to improve, which is quite nice if left in Dream. And
true, but PD has the benefit of -5 cards plus 1 hand size, and it can just keep getting the floods back. The recursion is huge. Like, genuinely, PD changes the text on Flood the Market in a way that no other ID that's able to pull it off really can.
Yeah, just icing everything with 29 credits. So we can res all of this.
It's times like this that DDoS is a card that I think of. Do you know DDoS?
I do not know DDoS.
Oh, and let me give you a history lesson.
Mm-hmm.
So DDoS is a 3-credit virtual resource from Sansan. 1 ability, trash. The corp cannot res the outermost piece of ice during a run on any server this turn. And that was pretty good because Apocalypse was also a card back then.
Oh, I see. So it works with Apocalypse.
Yeah, you'd install this thing, and the corp would know at some point in the near future that it's going to get pops. They're going to run all 3 centrals, and all you can really do is spend a bunch installing additional ice on as many centrals as you can.
Yeah, resing a working prototype because the corp does not have enough money.
Is this... Nope, this doesn't appear to be game unless
they have a synchro. No, we're just
installing stuff. Next turn, that Otto is going to pop, which is huge.
Yes.
I remember there was a lot of discourse over whether Otto was good on release, because the effect is really strong, but it's 2 credits to trash. So it's a real glass cannon.
And it kind of telegraphs, if you're using it to score, that you should check HQ before it goes off if you can't get it.
HQ.
But yeah, generally I feel like if you can protect an Otto for the amount of turns it takes to go off, you can probably just score an agenda in that time.
But I think it's less about whether you can protect it and more about if you can spam enough nonsense on the board. Like, I think if Iceless asset spam HB were a thing again, I think Auto Campaign would see play just for being another threat. Like, yeah, they'll trash it for 2, but that's a click spent not trashing anything else that's doing stuff.
That's very fair.
I miss Estelle Moon. Do you know about Estelle Moon?
Relatively vaguely.
Oh, okay. So, once upon a time, there was this set called Terminal Directive, and it was weird. It contained such hits as Long-Term Investment and Honey Farm. A card you think about so little you didn't even notice that it got reprinted as Eska. But among those is Estelle Moon, a 2-cost, 3-to-trash HB asset. Whenever you install a card in a server, place 1 counter on Estelle Moon. And then trash, draw 1 card and gain 2 credits for each hosted power counter. This is quite strong.
Scatterfield trashing something in the Nico in Server 5 by overinstalling it is quite interesting.
Interesting. I guess at this stage you probably don't care too much about the war.
And now we're going through Scatterfield with enough credits to break the end of the run with leech counters. So we will be getting another install of the Scatterfield. I don't think Poetry cares what's on the board anymore.
No, it's just have...
You might as well put it down. Of course, this is final clicks. You can put an agenda down, but when you have this many cards on the board, I don't think you care. There's probably already an agenda down there.
Last click means that unfortunately Melius does not do anything for Clicky Clacky.
No. Trashing a Gaslight, which it makes sense if you're not PD. You need to be able to find your floods.
Hmm.
And now,
How many floods does... Go on.
We have 5 clicks. Do we get the wage workers trash-free resources fire?
No, I think we just win the game.
I think we just win.
Actually, no. Powers that be res suggests... Oh no, we are just winning the game.
We're just winning the game. They could have just replicated game over.
But yeah, I'm glad poetry is seeing some love, even if PD is the more present home of this deck.
It has its like people are willing to die on the poetry hill. Not many of them, which is why they're dying on it, but they're there. They support it.
Table 6 is still
Table
going.
6, it's the last one. Seb versus
check out
Melius.
Guess who? All right, we're still going. It looks like Witches has pulled off the Regenesis combo, which is a bold move from Seb.
Seems so. This Phoenitria does imply this is an Unleash deck. Yep, we have Unleash in the bin, 2 bites in the bin. The Unleash and Regenesis is an interesting combination. We are on 2 Oppos as well, so it looks like we are forgoing the usual Unleash out of agenda into Unleash out of Oppo.
Yeah.
And into Seb, you do want to see that. Seb loves floating tags.
What is Melius gonna return? With 8 cards left in R&D, it's very possible that trashing things is actually still not a great plan.
Yeah. 8 cards in R&D and no points scored is not a good place to be. This is the classic kind of Seb of death grip of I am just going to make it so there is nothing you can do to win the game, and wait.
Yeah, I'd say that the main win con for Corp here is to kill Seb, but there's got to be an Ashen in hand or stack, and
almost
Buffer Drive makes it very difficult to... Oh no, hang on, no, it's already been played.
Oh god, yeah, we are at the Ashen.
Oh, in that case, there's a world where Millie here manages to actually bleed Seb dry through 2 goes through the deck.
Possibly. Although, another transfer. Given 11 face downs in Archives and 7 in R&D, I think Archives might be a little bit flooded.
Perhaps.
End of the line in HQ.
Yeah, this deck does feel like it's really saying that Amanuensis is the 2 credit, gain 1 MU card.
Yep. We are just running the remote. On 6 credits, there's nothing here that Seb cares about. Not with Crew Charm.
Yeah, I think you're just deleting this, right? Yeah.
Rezzing an expensive ice to get rid of a Crew Charm is just the worst.
And I think that basically announces that Archives is going to have something in it.
Oh, yeah.
In case it wasn't already clear.
I mean, you can almost certainly run Archives and win here, but the thing is, do you need to? This ends things quicker, but like... Yeah, there's no way this is not the win.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, there it is. 3 Eskers in Archives there.
Value Town. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, I can see it. That's quite a fun little combo.
Yeah. This is a good showcase of why Ashen completely changes the Seb game. The ability to not really care about any damage that doesn't kill you outright. That ends round 7, which puts us into the last round before Top Cut.
Exciting.
While we wait for the final round to be paired, I found an online version of that painting I was talking about earlier on, which I will post in chat. I'm interested if you see what I mean when I say this kind of feels like it could be sort of Netrunner program art.
It looks like round has been paired.
Yay!
Has it?
No.
It's not.
You lied to me.
I have lied to you, and for that, I apologize.
Post in chat if round 8 has been paired. Still waiting for the final game to be reported. If you want, we could stream a casual game.
What's the most sicko casual game going on?
We've got Poetry versus Arasana, which we've already seen. We've got PD versus Arasana. Oh, we've got a Bangoon versus VIPI.
Ooh, Bangoon.
Ooh, Miramore versus Derry. I actually kind of want to watch that game.
There has been a weird salvo testing Miramore been running about lately.
I mean, I might just go watch that game for a minute. I don't have to talk about it or show it on stream.
We will just every now and then hear an ooh or an ah from Ams as she watches a different game.
Ooh. Listen, I'm not going to talk about what I'm looking at here, but but it is interesting.
Does look like everything's reported, so now we're just waiting on the pairings. The final round. The most important round for people who have not been able to ID. And the least important for those who can.
Man, I wish I could talk about this game. It's a cool game. Cool cards in this deck. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, no way!
Am's having the time of her life.
Oh, no, I just watched a really cool run.
I mean, that does sound like a Dewi run.
Oh, it's a hell of a run from both players.
Post in chat if you think you know what the run Am's just witnessed was.
Okay, stop joining this game to spectate, please. I feel weird doing this.
Yeah. So, Zia undefeated and just ID'd, which makes perfect sense. We don't have the most updated ones.
How many people are still in contention for top cut then?
Oh, that requires maths. It's top 8, I believe. But yeah, it is just kind of a sea of red and blue at the top. Interesting count 0 in very top with Topan.
I'm glad someone's made Topan work. We've also got Sweep in 8th with Nebula.
Yep. Is this the Kakarembo Nebula we saw, or was that someone else?
I can't remember actually. There's a couple of Nebulas though. Including currently 12th place, Janinator. Oh, I think the next pairings are up.
Excellent.
All right, so I imagine the top few tables are in IED territory. So Let's try and get the most fun game we can.
There is that weird cybernetic DAO, which we saw earlier.
Ooh.
Which could be fun to see again. There's some OBS, which we've not seen that much of today.
We've seen a little OB, yeah.
Most of these higher table...
we haven't seen Nuveng yet.
Oh, we have not seen a
We've
Nuveng.
got a couple, one in table...
Nuveng versus Acer?
Yeah, table 14.
That sounds good. Table 14.
Are we good to stream that table?
Ah, yeah, we cannot stream that one.
Table 16.
Nuveng versus Xayah. It would be nice to see Xayah. A slightly different flavour of Crim.
Is table 16... No, not yet.
Not up yet.
Post in chat to keep the ennui at bay.
I think what's interesting about these standings is that there's actually not much Seb near the top. Usually in a lot of recent tournaments we've seen not many Seb players, but most of them getting very highly placed. And that seems to not have happened here.
Are people learning the Seb matchup better?
Quite possibly. I think if you are going to be practicing at the moment, you probably do want to at least learn how to play against Seb.
Yeah. 34 Witches has done pretty well with Seb. I know that she's one of the big Seb players.
Still no table 16.
Yeah.
Do we want to try a different table?
Well, the round hasn't started.
Oh, it's not started yet. Perfect.
So...
Yeah, we do have, at least, there is some interesting runner choices. Oh.
The round has started? Right, okay, let's look around for a different game, maybe.
We have Egg versus Az. There is a Alco versus Hiram, but I think we've seen that Hiram a few times.
Yes.
So...
Oh, table 16 is up.
Ah, perfect.
We yearn for Nuveng.
Nuveng. There's a few different things Nuveng's doing right now. I guess if this is one of the ones on Bad Pub or not.
It's a Bad Pub and Myoshu. What else is Nuveng doing?
Those are the main ones, I think. It's kind of been put aside a little for Zwicky, because Zwicky is just very solid for the kind of Bad Pub, Red Cap strategy.
Zwicky.
When it comes to Bad Pub, both of them are kind of very much using the same shell, but just competing over just the very specifics of what the ID does. And we have 2 credits a turn from Nuveng is better than a draw you get from all your operations you're playing. Well, we are seeing the big difference between Nuveng and Zwicky here in that Nuveng is creating a remote.
Yeah.
Also, leaving HQ unice. Nope, there we go. It's the KPI into ice HQ. You do not want to
KPI
leave
is also,
HQ uniced.
just a little more flexible for Nuveng than Zwicky because you aren't forced to take the credit gain to trigger your ID.
Immediate Cat's Cradle down here.
Pretty happy to have a Maskarovka fire there. Love to see it.
Yeah, it's mildly annoying, so you don't like the Corp having a cheap piece of ice, but it's better than any other kind of face check other factions are doing. Many runners would rather the Corp gets 2 credits than just immediately kill you. Jamming into another KPI and
install and
advancing.
Is this? Yep, it's green mail.
Green mail. Show me
so
lizards.
We must imagine, yes.
For now, we must imagine the lizards, but soon they shall be real.
Hedge fund, are we trashing? I don't think we trashed the top of R&D. That's interesting.
No.
Me personally, I trash and then look at the top cards because I don't want to succumb to the fears of my flesh prison.
And that way the runner can't gain any information from how long you took to decide whether or not to trash it. Clean getaway from R&D saying you didn't trash, which means it's an agenda, which often isn't wrong.
Simon did draw that card, though.
Oh, they did draw, in which case, ignore me.
It's in server 1 right now.
It's an anthill.
Yeah, I could see the anthill being more valuable installed than trashed.
Yeah. You want that.
But I like to use my ID.
You like it when cards go in the bin.
Cards belong in the bin. It's an important lesson to learn. Your cards belong in the trash.
I never took you for much of an Acer player.
It's more just a general sentiment about the game. I'm always, like, I didn't play a lot of ESA, but I was a big Mori player, which was the old Anarch console More, which was 6 credits, plus the price, just a bunch of other cards to trash everything from your deck. Banha as well was the big supporting piece. And eventually you'd set up a Doom rig with Turbine and Takobi. That was a deck where your cards belonged in the bin.
Interesting that we're double advancing HQ here.
Perhaps Logjam or Treeline? I think that's a pretty reasonable play for...
Arquette is another possibility, yeah.
Arquette, actually, yeah. Arquette here, once fully advanced, is just going to deny Kurapira any counters, as well as just being kind of annoying to break. But any of those barriers being advanced is pretty strong for protecting against transfers.
And it's a tree line, which can... No, we do not quite have enough to break here. And I don't think you want to break for that.
Yeah, no, I don't think I want a single for breaking a 6 strength.
No. We are going for transfer.
We are doing the transfer.
So this is credit neutral if you discount the tag. Well, we're losing 1 credit, including the tag, so...
So Simon does go down to 5 there, and then it's really down to can Magnus actually get rid of the anthill?
And it's just banking on there not being something cheap here. Which, with that, I think probably means this anthill is going down. I'm not sure you res that. Especially paying an extra credit because of Cat's Cradle.
I think the only thing I'd be resing here would be like a Winchester or, I mean, probably not even a Winchester, actually. The hardware sub isn't doing anything, the end the run sub isn't there, and
no, they can pay for it.
Yeah, so the only thing I think I want to res there is Event Horizon, because... oh, yeah, he could have actually resed the Biowack at 4 credits.
Always want to res a Biowack.
I was actually thinking about it. That was a risky run.
That was very dangerous, yeah.
Do we have any indication if this deck is on any kind of tag punishment? I don't think so, and I don't think New Fang is really...
I would be surprised. It's not generally a shell for it, but...
It's measured, right?
Yeah. I think generally, if you have no resources, you're pretty safe to float tags on this board state. Especially when the court had 2 credits. But yeah, Magnus does have to be pretty careful with the run she makes now, considering the Biowack threat is online.
This specific board state, though, I actually would prefer Archer.
I don't know. I mean, it's just not as cool.
Phones.
Rotary! We are on Rotary.
Hello, yes, this is Zaya.
So this is a Zaya that is going to be floating tags.
Well, I mean, do you want to be floating tags? Rotary has the sneaky resource tag.
This is true. I forgot about Rotary's sneaky text. We do see Toxin in the bin, and generally we do see a lot of new things running Reanimation Protocol. And resing Toxin for 8 credits doesn't feel great, but resing Toxin for 2 credits feels fantastic.
Was that Toxin expended?
It was not. I believe it was just trashed from New Veng.
Right, right.
It's second Maskarovka.
That's
they are breaking to get through here with the Kurapira counter.
But without Jezva, that's kind of a painful pair of eyes to get through consistently, at least.
Yes, definitely. You do get Zaya credits back, which helps. But yeah, it's not ideal. You kind of will be wanting a Chesva to do any kind of central runs against that. And Master Offer is kind of just a step above farmable to get you through the big barriers. 4 credits is kind of not a great spend for a third of a free break.
Not trashing the top card of R&D.
Just drawing it. Just getting rid of Fly Swatter, which makes sense. Hop credit is more valuable than the runner credit in this case, apparently. And we are just tunneling HQ, trying to steal something with that cup. We do see both cards.
I wonder, are we going to remember that Rotary has that text?
Though I was just thinking that I feel like at this point you definitely trash Rotary here. There's not much else you are doing with this turn.
Like, you want to be jamming and trashing that, but it's so easy to forget that a card like this has additional text.
Yeah.
Remember what the card does, not the exact text of the card.
Yeah, you know what the card does, and therefore you do not read it, and therefore you forget all the extra text it might have.
I don't read
Because, yeah,
cards. Cards read me.
On this many credits,
games.
you can't keep giving the runner.
Games read the rules, and the rules read cards.
I do resent anyone that decides to read a card. I go off the pretty pictures and decide what they do based on that, and it's never failed for me. Looks like we're going for HQ again. Is this a transfer? Just a regular run? Are we going to pop Copulation to see both? Oh, no, we're not, because we have
We don't need to, because Rotary, yeah.
Having 2 cards in HQ is usually really good tech against Copulation, because no one wants to spend a cup to see an extra card. You lose the value.
Oh, Measured.
Measured and Reanimation Protocol.
I wonder if we're going to get the Toxin back in front of... well, it could also be Logjam. I think Maskarovka is just taxing enough that I'm fine having Logjam be a little vulnerable to Kurapira.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, we have a couple of Logjam counters from Archives, but not that many.
Reanimation
Protocol with 4 counters, which is not ideal.
Notably, Reanimation Protocol discounts for 10 rather than 8. So you do still get to res Toxin for 2 credits, even with Cat's Cradle out.
Just immediately firing Spin Doctor.
Just getting
the measured, yeah.
Not yet active, but making sure you have them in a 54 card deck.
Depending on what this deck is doing, there's an argument to maybe keeping Measureds in the bin for retrieval with Basalt later. But that's very long-term thinking. You have no guarantee you can score one out in time. We are getting Logjam.
Yeah. It's seeing quite a few card types as well in Archives. The one downside to reanimating a Logjam is it is contingent on Archives being mostly face-up to be its best self.
I'm not hugely convinced by Logjam being the ice there over Toxin. With the current breakers down, I think Logjam is actually cheaper, unless you're planning to just advance it a bunch, which...
I mean, possible. We have tree lines.
Yeah. Yeah, it's looking quite likely that we have forgotten Rotary's text.
Hank, no. Hank, it can be trashed for a click and 2 credits.
Power drawing for something. Just throwing out a lot of stuff. Are we just looking for a killer on this board state?
Maybe. I mean, at 15 credits, we've got Green Mail out. Like, there is a real threat that
Yeah.
Biowac does just hose you, even without having a resource to hit.
Discarding a Docklands and a Manuel is interesting.
Possibly there's another Manuel in hand. I know Zaya's tend to run
most likely, yeah. It is only 2 influence.
And
not seen
also
much of a spend.
Not keeping steel skins in hand against a known measured deck.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps assuming you're going to have the money by the time it matters, because we're still 3 points away, although presumably about to be fewer.
Yep, which is advancing ice.
Possibly a 4-2. Perhaps a 5-3, but seamless in hand.
Yeah, we are on seamless, and one of them's been shuffled back.
Like, very real chance that server 1 is protected by Biowac, so
almost certainly.
Depending on the killer, like it's probably Carmen, might be Revolver. Either way, it's a little spenny to get through the logjam and deal with it.
We are
Ooh,
wake implanting and losing finality.
Losing finality is really
That's
sad.
probably one of the worst hits, I imagine.
Yeah, that's how you really mop up a game at the end. But we are going to faceplant that tree line for a
all of our
single
credits
wake implant counter.
And presumably seeing the whole hand.
Yeah, this is a good time for Cup. We're still getting road through value.
And you see a predictive, which is not what you want to see when you're on 5 tags. So nothing.
Oh, spaghetti. And yeah, like I said, seamless launch suggests this is a 5-3. We're about to have Basalt out with measured. Not necessarily in archives unless that's the face down, but still a very dangerous position to be in.
Oh yeah, and here's the seamless.
Look at the top card, trashing the top card. Yeah, this new thing is right back.
There's the base.
4 points, Basalt out, 2 counters, ready to murder.
And Zaya on 4 credits right now is really not a good
unideal. You need to survive 2, ideally 3, but guaranteed 2 fires as soon as one shows up.
No, there's no way you can survive this with 1 steel skin. So.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's a real. Sometimes you got to decide: do you want the draw now to set up, or do you want to save the steel skins for the kill?
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes, really early in the game, you got to just spend them to actually have a chance of winning the game, not just not losing the game. Putting it in chat, regretting spinning back the measured. It's, I think. No, it can't be in HQ. We've seen all of HQ, so yeah, maybe. But also, yeah, we're getting both.
We are getting 3 cards, 3 credits, predictive. Which you love to see. I feel like if you're the corp, you're just jam here.
Yeah.
There's nothing that really implies that I can get into that server.
I mean, even if she can, like, instant death.
Yep.
Like getting that Basalt out has completely changed the shape of this game. Please use your rotary for value. Would love to see Zaya making runs here.
Because this is the point where it very occasionally can be a line to bait the corp into rezzing Biowac to get off threat.
That is real.
It's something you can do. It sometimes works and is useful. It relies on the corp not realizing.
I want to use the Basalt for that. Because it's funny.
Yeah. I am on a quest to forfeit every agenda in the game to res Biowac. I've got a fair chunk of them already done.
So 2 seamlesses in the bin. It's still possible that this is the final 3 points.
This is a final 3-pointer, yeah. We could also potentially be on Yoshu here.
Oh, that's true. And also Slash and Burn is very, very possible.
There are a lot of ways the corp just wins this turn.
Nothing in the bin, nothing of value, at least for the runner.
And I mean, there's a decent chance we just die to double measured.
Yeah. Discarding the steel skin because what does it matter?
Yeah.
And
we are Slash and Burning, this will be game.
Nice, nice.
There it is. Yeah.
Sometimes you win just by scoring 7 points.
Yeah, especially sometimes the runner cannot find the breaker they're digging for.
All right.
What do we
have? Requests for the final games to check out while we can? Let's avoid some of the top tables and see what fun things are in the middle and bottom tables.
We have...
There is another As we could check out.
As is always solid. We haven't actually seen much Crim today.
Yeah, which is, I mean, we're about to in the Top Cup, but yeah, we could check out Table 13. I think Table 13 is fair to stream.
Yeah, let's take a look at Table 13.
Nope, it's over.
Oh, never mind.
Wait, no, this is... Hang on. No, it might not be over. I think JNet was confused. No, this game is also over.
Yeah. Do we want to see a Seb game? Have we seen much Seb today?
We've seen a little Seb, but let's check out some Seb.
Table 8 is Leo versus Seb, which is previously generally considered Seb's worst matchup.
Which table was that, sorry? 8. So yeah, we're looking at a pretty good setup from both players at this point. Audrey's got a counter on it. We've got the crew, we've got Devil Charm, but Jimothy's also got ice on every server and a pretty good remote going.
Yeah, this is looking pretty solid for both players. Aku on 1 credit.
Empty is giving 7 additional click.
Which can be very meaningful. Unlikely that Seb can challenge the remote this turn. And just showing up R&D. We do have 2 transfers in the bin already, and we've lost a Praxis and a crew. So Seb still has quite a lot of resources left to do a lot of damage before eventually ashening.
I'm not sure I really want to be giving Seb a 5-click turn like this, though I suppose.
Yeah,
Leo
on 1 credit. Yeah, I think
credit, like
they do have friend. Yeah,
tag with friendo.
It's pretty nasty, but like if you're on 5 credits as Leo, you need to go to res ice. It's the problem with caveat. And I'm kind of hoping to see a Bioroid here to shut this down, but it's just a drafter, which... Do you crew this, or do we just Audrey counter? I feel like you crew it to preserve it, right?
I would... I don't know, because if you spend the Audrey counter here, then you're not getting it back from this run. And that's a risk, even though you can then use crew later, but how are you guaranteeing that crew use results in an additional Audrey counter?
Yeah.
So I think here you do just delete the drafter. But no, Aku is...
breaking with Audrey.
Could entirely be the right call. I am not a Seb player.
This is probably going to get us all 3 crews on the board as well. So I guess if you have 3 crews, do you want the Audrey counter as much? Maybe not.
I mean, getting Gorman actually does mean that you are basically guaranteed the... seeing an agenda does change that.
Yeah, we are fully crewed up. The crew has been assembled. And notably, we still have not used the Devil Charm this game. So
just looking at chat and the in-game chat, I think perhaps... Did Aku undo boosting Audrey because Audrey retained its strength boosting from an earlier use of Audrey outside a run. Because that's a known bug with JNet, where if you use Audrey outside of a run or any boost ability on a breaker outside of a run, the strength boost persists, at least as far as JNet is concerned, but actually when you're outside a run, the next checkpoint automatically reverts the strength of the icebreaker. So I wonder if there was a little confusion over there. But that's
potentially.
kind
that's
of
a very unintuitive thing JNet does.
It's easy for us to forget that JNet isn't second nature to most people.
Yes.
I've been playing Netrunner now for like close to 10 years, which is a little weird to think about, and also means the game has changed my brain chemistry in some ways.
10 whole years of Netrunner.
Almost 10 whole years. Just working out some
whether they can take back. Potentially this means we are going for a manual, but there's no manual down. So it might just be undo click, install manual, run last click.
We're getting a judge call.
Yeah.
Depending on how long this takes, we could check out a different game, but it might be a quick one.
This is a no new info, so probably be fairly quick, but we'll see.
While we wait,
we will start a stopwatch.
Post in chat your favorite unsolved mathematical problem. Also, if anyone happens to be going to the UK Games Expo this year, come say hi. We'll be there.
We will be there.
I'm going to be there so much. SBO is posting 6+7. Post in chat if you are posting 6+7.
There will be meet and greets at the Games Expo with Beowak himself. Potentially, maybe not. I might not bring Beowak with me. If you want to meet Beowak, go to a UK tournament. They don't like the kind of noise or the lights, and his fee's getting really high.
Conventions really get upset with me when I release Komodo dragons in them.
I don't understand why. Everyone loves Komodo dragons.
The body count is getting very high.
So we are trashing HQ Ice.
We are getting, not even using Gourmand, just paying the 2 credits to get Orgy back up.
Yep, you want to save that Gourmand for something you can't afford to trash. Do we see any advancements here or a score potentially, do you think? Or is this going to be try and repair the damage Seb has done?
It's... How many transfers are in the bin? 2.
2 in the bin.
At 7 credits, I don't think you can afford to let another transfer land.
Yeah, and there is an argument as well that you don't want a server that Audrey can farm for counters easily.
Of course, if it is train, as said in chat, like, getting the extra click to also defend HQ might matter, but also that doesn't leave you with a lot of money.
Yeah, the trouble is, any ice you put on HQ here, Seb can get past with transfer. And then you've been transferred and you've lost all your money from resing the ice, so it's tricky. There is like a kind of... Go
on. We're just playing caveat for the money, which I think makes a lot of sense.
Makes sense, yeah.
Against Seb, it's important to know like the specific lines he can play, because being unprepared for Praxis and Transfer is how you instantly fold in a single turn.
Seb is very much kind of games that dangle on a pinprick where you can feel like you're doing fine, and then suddenly one turn will go by, and you have lost any chance of winning. It's a deck that punishes overextension brutally. And it's very hard to tell when you have overextended into a Seb. The first you know about it is generally when you have 0 credits and all your ice has been destroyed. You don't quite know what happened.
You click for credits and then they're gone again. And they've used up all of their crews, but then they run archives. And you didn't think about archives, so they just get in. I think it's not necessarily correct to immediately ice archives, because Praxis is better after Threat 3, obviously, but it's also not nothing before Threat 3. So I think as soon as you're stabilizing, that's when you want to jam something in front of archives. And Drafter is a solid card to have there.
I think you generally, as Leo, you probably just want to be putting Bioroids on Archives and HQ, really.
Leo,
you want your Boomies there, because you can turn off those run events. Which is generally why Seb was not favoured into Leo before. Though I think with Tungsten, the maps has changed quite a bit.
Yeah, Tungsten Taylor makes a lot of Leo's ice so much worse. Like, the big one is MIC.
Yeah.
Tungsten Taylor makes a lot of HP's really obscene ice just kind of fine. Like, Sleipnir being a 4/4 with 3 subs is so much, but actually it's just 2 credits.
Yeah, it's rough for Leo. And we are trashing the Trank Grid out of HQ, which is simply purely for Audrey counters and the Gourmand draw there.
And you gotta keep him up.
Yeah. Still have one more Praxis as well, so a lot of things, like, Seb has barely used a lot of the resources he has.
Yeah, which is saying in chat, Seb is heavily favoured now in this matchup, and I do agree from my understanding of both decks. Like, what ice do you play in Leo to deal with Tungsten Taylor?
Yeah, it's just, I guess we're going for brands, and it's only brands.
Maybe Ansel? I don't know if Leo is playing much Ansel.
I think part of the problem is it's just... Ansel's a tough one because it's so expensive for Leo. And Seb can quite easily save Devil Charms for that. Like, Seb adds like a question posed to the corp is suddenly your expensive ice doesn't actually have any hit on tempo to the runner at all. Usually you're happy to res an expensive ice, even if it takes you down quite low, because that ice is going to stay there and continue to do things. Here, you just can't afford to res ice unless you know you can res that and afford to res the rest of your ice at the same time. Which gives you some really challenging questions the corp has to answer.
Part of me does wish that Devil Charm had eaten the ban, but that could theoretically be so disruptive to Corp's ability, or rather inability, to win the game with just masses of big ice. And I could see the game swinging so much further in Corp's favor.
I wonder if we're going to spend both Audrey counters, or we're just going to let one of these subfires. I think you have to let a subfire here.
Yeah, without a Gourmand to
guarantee it. Like, you're seeing 2 cards of RMD, and it's Leo, so they're not likely to be trashables.
Yeah, there it is. I think often you can afford to let one of the subs on Sleipnir fire.
Yeah, I think most of them are generally fine to fire.
Shuffling back a card from archives, especially in a deck like this that really uses its cards as one-off resources. Getting back a Managom, getting back a Humanoid, getting back a Mersha, kind of huge.
There's a lot of context where that's quite bad, and generally letting them draw is going to be the better option.
Yeah. It's the early game when I'm really happy to let that second sub fire. Like it's
it's like firing a draft to turn one. They don't get anything out of it. You love.
I mean, it's. I think of it more like firing a gatekeeper, but for barely any value. Looks like we're actually getting an agenda out. Nope, no, we're just ready
this
to.
This is double advancing, presumably train.
So, brown plus MIC means that this is going to cost at least 3 clicks.
Yes.
4 clicks if it's Melias, which means in order to steal it, if it's Melias, Aku has to be running this click.
But that does come at the cost of destroying your entire remote. Although we are very close to time now, so I don't think you entirely care at that point.
But in the same for the same reason, I think Aku is possibly going to be happy to just tank
channel
all
essentials,
of the tempo hits and be like, right, I'm winning this turn on time. You are not going to get a server set up in 1 minute to salvage this game.
Yeah, and 1 minute left in the round means...
No, we are clicking to draw.
Going for a transfer, which...
Interesting.
Maybe hoping there's an agenda in HQ?
I mean, there's got to be... it can't be a Let Them Dream, unless it's 2 of them. If it's a Let Them Dream, that's not saving you against what this probably is in server 1.
Yeah, with 2 clicks, there's no way you can get into the remote now.
And I'm imagining the logic in Jimothy's head is, like, does rezzing this and tanking the -3 from transfer put me in a position to not just win on time?
Yeah.
Because unless Aku wins this turn or gets up to 6 points, Jimothy just needs to score. Like, there's the way time being called works means that they're gonna get this turn.
Yes.
And that's time, so let's see what happens.
So you can't really afford to res most stuff here if you want to be able to score out the train.
Yeah, it's -3, you need 3 credits, so 4 or fewer. Like,
yeah, there's a couple.
I wouldn't risk there being some other source of credit denial somehow.
Yeah.
Like buffer drive to recur, transfer, play transfer again is actually real if if Jimothy reses. Possibly that was the play here.
I can see it, yeah. You see Drafter and Brown. It's looking pretty bad for Aku. Need to find points somewhere, but I don't think R&D is entirely fresh, so it might just be channel HQ again.
Maybe run HQ, then run R&D?
Yeah, we'll only see 1 new card from R&D, so it's not... But it is kind of your only hope, but if that's a train you see there, it's got a sting.
Oof, yeah.
But...
Maybe also you hope that server 1 is actually just not a train, but...
We do assume there's 5 agendas between HQ and R&D. So, odds aren't horrific?
Being asked in chat, there were 3 transfers in the bin. We saw the final one played this turn. Yeah. Buffer drive means it's possible to play another one. How many steel skins? I think it's also possible for
we can clicklessly acquire a transfer here, yeah. If there's a steel skin in hand, but there's no steel skins in the bin, which seems quite likely. But yeah, second transfer doesn't help. It does not stop Aku from scoring out.
I don't see a way of getting third one. Yeah, okay, we're just going for that single on R&D and hoping that it's
sometimes you need a single.
I mean, actually, if it is a Melias, then you're fine.
You're fine, yeah, you get it if it's a Melias. But yeah, if it's a
Actually...
Oh, if Leo draws
shuffling it means that you get to see brand new cards, yeah. So I think...
declining to draw a card, which is definitely correct right now.
Top card we know is nothing. Second card?
Looks like it's also
is
nothing.
humanoids, dang.
Ooh. Can go back, but won't be able to steal a train. So have to hope for a send a message or
I
ADT
think...
for a tie. Although usually these will only be on one send a message, so I think you're hoping for the tie. Yeah. And nothing.
Nope.
It's like Leo has it.
Jimothy gets the last full turn, and it's the choo-choo.
It's the train.
Oof, what an end game.
Yeah.
Just bearing through the wave of Seb.
Mm-hmm.
And that means that Swiss is over.
Yeah, that is the end of Swiss. Who has entered our top car?
Well, we know a couple. Anyone who ID'd, I'm going to assume, knows enough to have got in. And
it's like only one ID.
Like the top 3 tables is probably... Comment in chat if you understand Top Cut maths. I think actually possibly table 17 is still going. I think given time's been called, let's not bug them, but that's probably what we're waiting on.
That would make sense. Well, no, that looks like it's just finished.
Oh, yeah, if you refresh the page now, you'll see that they still haven't posted the results to round 8.
If you refresh the page now, they have.
Well, now I feel like an idiot. All right, we have our top 8, or rather top 9. It looks like Augustus has dropped. Would you like to do the honors?
The honors?
The honors of announcing the top 8.
Of course, yeah. So the top 8, starting from 9, given one of them has dropped, is... In 9th is 34 Witches on Auko and Seb. Olus 2000 on Meliers and Az. Sumpernis on Meliers and Lou. Affelici on Ob and Lou. Jasonator on Nebula and Max. Augustus Caesar, who is in 4th but dropped, on Meliers and Mueslihat. Jimothy on Leo and Mercury. Count Zero on Auko and Topan. And Ziat on Egg and Mueslihat.
It's a not entirely monochromatic top cut.
No, it is.
We're seeing a little bit of everything.
Yeah, there's trends, definitely, but it's not all one ID.
We have a singular NBN and Shaper, both from Janinator.
Very diverse runners, though. Seeing Topan, Mercury, Magdalene, and Mueslihat in a top cut is pretty cool.
And Az.
And
really
Az as
happy
well.
For Az in these trying times. Will there be any break before the top cut?
I believe there was a break until 3 minutes from now, so effectively no.
Okay.
And it is, what, 3 rounds of Top Cut?
Yes, 3 rounds, single elimination.
Perfect.
Wait, Ray, do you know anything about UK contract law? I've got a job interview next week, and I'm looking to do a little research first.
I know contracts are things usually written on paper and you sign them. I'm told you should read them. I'm not convinced you should, though. I've never read a contract in my life, and it has not let me down yet.
Oh, LL Bloomer in chat. Yeah, I just need to know, like, what I need to be aware of regarding taking a contractor role in this country. And yeah, no, the stuff about IR35 is the main thing that I need to understand. DM me.
This is the power of Netrunner. It can help you understand contract law.
Genuinely, I asked in a couple of software Discord servers this morning and heard nothing. I mentioned it once on stream for Netrunner, and I immediately get a response.
This is the power of having an audience. So it looks like the round will start in 7 minutes.
Do we want to take a break, or I can find something to do for 7 minutes to fill time?
Let's take a brief break, because we've been on for a while, and then we can come back for the cut.
Hello.
Good evening.
All right, we are back live for the April 19th EMEA Online Districts quarterfinals.
And I'm Ams.
Hello, Ams.
Hello, Ams. We are checking out, which game was it?
Table 4 for Nebula versus Lou. And this is Top Cut, so we have the open deck lists. So we have a relatively, one of the more common Nebula variations we're seeing right now, which is Moonpool and top-down solutions into an agenda suite that is king-making, full of, and free post-truth dividends as a bit of spice. So expecting quite fast score-outs from them into a very regular, just all your standard good stuff. No, I tell a lie. This is Chisel Charm Lou. We are on Vampire here, so we are on a Lou with Devil Charms, Chisels, one twinning as presumably a little win condition.
So this should be win con.
Should be quite an interesting matchup, actually, given how much Nebula relies on just keeping centrals iced. Although apparently FLG has lost this matchup twice, both in the past 2 days. Which to me sounds like
something third time's the charm.
Exactly. This is just means he's now had enough practice to
in
run.
This matchup.
This is the underdog arc. You lose 2 and then you win 1 brilliantly at the end.
Yeah, Hermes or Eru in this matchup would make a lot of difference.
Oh, 100%, yeah. Although looking at most of this Nebula Ice Suite, it's not too difficult for Lou to deal with a lot of this stuff. We're on Piranha's Ping and F2P with a Fly Swatter and a Funhouse of Spice.
I've been very interested in the ways that Nebula has been playing with new weird ice. Like F2P was kind of nowhere for a long time, and now it's really back.
It's kind of nice that it really rewards you for actually getting the positioning right, because if you put it behind a Funhouse, that's really annoying to break. Like 4 to res, 5 strength is great.
Yeah, Jinteki's big thing has always been positional ice, but low-key NBN is that too.
And it looks like we're starting. And the immediate traditional for most corps, and especially Nebula, Ice Hedge Fund.
This is the absolute worst thing we could have imagined.
The price hitting Chisel, Charm, Strike Fund, and the price, which is, as a price goes, fairly decent. We are just face checking. Yes. So the immediate top-down fire.
Top-down's really been finding its place this meta, I feel.
Yeah. It's just a nice little card. It's fun.
It's glue. I love glue cards.
And it's got some really nice art.
Look at the little guys.
They're just little octopus lads. They love them.
Looks like we're redoing the top-down.
Down to... Does not want to go below 3 credits. Is this possibly a turn 1 score? Yep. Immediate 2 points. Going to 0 for it.
Yeah, going to 0 is a lot. I mean, at least HQ is pretty well defended.
Yeah. You are gonna get flipped here. I mean, presumably? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I don't think there's any world where you don't. Like, what are the punishments here? You've got Oracle Think Tank, which is not real.
Gourmanding non-equivalent is very solid hit there. That's kind of exactly what you want to hit beyond the predictive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which I assume, yeah, we're on triple predictive planogram. You have to be for this kind of thing. And Botulus down on Piranhas, which...
Yeah, forcing the Corp to actually spend an entire turn to gain 3 credits. Also, just letting your Botulus on Piranhas get fully set up to break it.
Yeah, Piranhas is very weak to Botulus here. Just not caring about strength, and frequently you only need 1 counter to get past this. You can take a damage and let them draw.
I mean, even then, like, you can be very surgical about which subs you let fire.
Yes. I think what a lot of this game is going to come down to is how quickly can Afflici find his 1 twinning and get that ticking up. Nebula is very much about...
That's what the Gashapons are for.
Yep.
Not yet, but we are getting Fermento, which is pretty good. And removing a Paladin from the game, which is also pretty good. I'm not sure what my other RFG would be here. Okay, we're moving the
Moving another Gachapon, I can see that. Yeah, you probably... The price is arguably very similar in ability to Gachapon, with less restrictions in terms of getting through your deck quickly. Just do you run HQ here to turn it off?
I think at 10 credits, I'd be very, very interested in doing that.
It's quite easy for them to score out. Yep, here we go. Letting the Corp draw rather than stopping them. Trashing the Amaze from HQ, which makes sense.
Yep, this
is a deck that really cares about attacking you. I mean, the only punishment is F2P and post-truth. Wait, that's not the card I'm thinking of. I'm not. I have misremembered what post-truth dividends does.
No, that's just drawing a card, yeah.
Yes.
Oracle Think Tank technically is punishment. Predictive Planogram is pretty relevant because it's 0 credits, gain 3, draw 3, gain a click.
Yeah, it's pretty rough with Nebula. That's the only active punishment we have here, I think. And double icing, and we have the credits to res a lot of this.
Just looking though at the resources, like landing tags can also lose you your twinning.
Yes,
obviously
you can't float them.
Ashen and/or buffer, but yeah,
we have found the twinning
is now out, so we really don't want to be floating tags.
So we can't really afford to run last click here, not when there's 3 pings potentially on the board. Immediately simul shipping for another fermenter, which makes sense. Just get that money up. This is going to be a game where you have to outrush each other.
Looks like it's just a value turn, draw a card, play hedge, flip the ID, something with your third click.
If we're thinking about another operation or just putting down another ice here. There's another ice. There is a fly swatter in this deck, which could really hurt on HQ. Have Kaiko just continuing to set up. Are we going to get a Paladin install for twinning? We are not. So using the Keiko for the credit refund and not taking off Paladin. Because of course that strange interaction where if you install Keiko with Paladin credits, Keiko does not see that and will not give you the credit rebate.
Do not pass go, do not collect $200. We're
Keiko
seeing top down again.
Yep, could be another score here.
I mean, it's got to be, right? We're installing
you're not.
So
yeah,
that's
tomorrow's
headline.
So that's tempo loss because you have to clear this tag. This game could be over 3
credits. That's not the. I mean, okay, we've got a 4 counter fermenter. I think we're probably fine actually.
Yeah.
But Janinator really ramping up the clock here. You've got to deal with this as well.
You have to at least force some reses here as well on 6 credits.
I mean, depending on what's in HQ, it's possible that R&D just remains unresed. Running tagged is possibly a risk. Like F2P is devastating if it actually does
nasty.
We do have
and there's the fly swatter.
Oh,
we could chisel charm this.
Janinator, very sorry,
right, but
as you should be.
Using a 4 counter fermenter.
Oh, I feel gross.
I would chisel this out of spite, not because it's the correct thing to do.
That's a game changer because you didn't even. Afici didn't
you
even.
You don't get the flip.
Tag. Yeah, let it fire. Oof. 4 credits at least means like. What are the options for fast advancing here? I suppose red level lets you do it.
Yeah, red level petty cash, I think, gives you an option, but it's...
Kingmaking is also something to be aware of. It's possible for the rest of the game that any single score just wins.
I think so. You need a bit more money for that, because I think do you need Moonpool to get a Kingmaking score? I think you do. You need a top-down Moonpool and Kingmaking at the same time, right?
That's what, 5 credits plus some amount, probably at least 5.
We are out both of our top-downs, so you'd have to Moonpool Kingmaking install with a petty cash to get enough clicks to score that out.
There might be one in the bin. We haven't... Are we just predictive for value? 3 cards. Neutral Slay the Spire card.
YDLing, so we are very much back in the money with the non-equivalent as well. Deciding not to give the runner 2 credits, which makes sense when they're so low, and you've got 13. But yeah, if the cards are in hand, you do need quite a lot of exactly the right cards in hand, but a king-making score is possible. We've kind of entered the stage of the game when Nebula just says, flip me every turn or lose. That's very rarely possible, and for a runner in this state,
I'm telling you, word on the street. I know that LL Blumeyer is typing in chat right now. I don't care what you have to say.
That is the word on the street. She is typing. Price hitting Buffer, Gourmand, Chip, and Steelskin. Those are actually not great. Taking the chip, there is the final chip as well. Yeah, Paladin is also going to need to be...
Paladin is full bloated.
We are chipping for a chisel and just destroying the FTP.
Obliterate that free-to-play.
Are we just going to double chisel here into the Fly Swatter? Oh. No, we are jacking Act, it seems. No, we are chiseling it. Yeah.
I mean, you gotta get in.
Yeah.
9 credits is a big threat.
We see 3 cards here, which is... I mean, if you're trying to moonpool a king-making, seeing 3 is more than enough to turn that off.
And
we are letting them draw as well.
It does mean that you can trash a 3 cost and still come out with something. Yep. Oh, hello. That's
comes down.
Embedded. That's a YDL.
Trash a moonpool from HQ as well, which is exactly what you want to hit.
Embedded being one of the easier agendas to score out, of course. So there's just going to be 1 Embedded left.
Still 2 moonpools left in the deck, I believe.
Yeah. It's on 9 influence spent on moonpool, and then the rest is on red level and top down. This is a really interesting list.
Cheer up Paladin. Yeah, this is a... I think this is a really fascinating matchup.
I remember this kind of deck was very big right around Elevation first dropping, because Nebula kind of built itself, and then as people got accustomed to it and the counterplays were worked out, it really faded. But it's back.
We are gachaponing here, so is Paladin gonna say goodbye?
I mean, what would I trash in this situation? I feel like you can't be trashing the cookbook.
Yeah, you're installing Gachapon to trash with Paladin. I think that's quite reasonable.
Yeah, I see it. It just happens.
You need Paladin for twin encounters. You can't afford to get rid of him. And Gachapon's fetching a Chisel or an Audrey. That's kind of the main ones you want right now. The other Botulus is in the bin. So Gachapon...
Oh, with
post-truth...
Seeing the 2-1s out, and that really does change things.
Yeah.
Like, it's unlikely that Janitor's winning off 3 2-1 scores, although very possible. But any 2 points now wins the game. You don't need King
There is only 1 2-pointer left in the deck, though. Well, only 1 3-2. You can still get out of King making. Because we've seen 2 embedded and the Tomorrows.
Now, as opposed to having to find another Oracle with it. So yeah, given that HQ just has that 1 ice, and Afici is able to Botulus it. Actually, are we just deleting it?
I think installing Devil Charm for a twin encounter.
Right, yes, no, good. Makes sense.
So we can see 2.
It is possible that HQ is in such a way that Afici can just win off lucky accesses.
We see king making.
There's one. There's king making.
And gourmanding RRC, which
RRC.
is very important. And bringing down Audrey.
Audrey. Cookbook making all the difference here. This could swing right back around.
I don't
It really
think
just depends. At 7 credits, we are in range where a petty cash from the bin could be it, but no, there's a spin doctor.
Nebula not flipped yet, so... And with that Botulus, it's gonna be hard to stay flipped. You need some extra protection on HQ. Lou at the bottom of the stack now as well, which is... gone through that pretty quickly.
Well, we do have Ashen. We do still have Ashen to go.
That's true. There is one more chisel as well. Which...
Yeah, I'd expect to see that chisel get used before the deck gets reset, because you really want to demolish this cord bob before the bear with me.
No, go on.
You want to disbauble the Corval.
Beautifully said.
Just Corval the bauble with the doorball, so you can break the remaining orbals with the ordules.
We are somewhat running low on things to install off Paladin at this point. Final chisel comes down. So you're going to want to Ashen soon.
Just noticed, buffer drive in the bin means we've just straight up gotta have.
Yeah, that Piranha's quite dangerous. And it's a ping, which is perfect for the charm.
Deleted, obliterated. Listen, Lucy. I woke up 10 minutes before the stream started. And I forgot where I was going with the sentence. But you get me?
No, that tracks. That follow-up perfectly follows the start of that sentence.
Listen, I keep agreeing to do these commentaries because I really enjoy them, and then I just erase all knowledge that I agreed to do them until the morning of. The first I remembered of it was you messaging to say, oh yeah, the thing's happening today. I was like, oh, a thing's happening today. Cool. A task.
See YDL and Piranhas from HQ and have to clear the tag. Is Fermenter coming down? And presumably there has to be an Ashen's very soon. They're out all the chisels. Kind of run out of anything to install off Paladin to gain more twin encounters. I think that is one of the weaknesses appears on this deck, is that you only have Paladin and Fencer for twin encounters, which is generally going to be fine if you aim to play a control game where you only really care about the remote, but Nebula doesn't have a remote. Yeah. Nebula demands you play like Mercury.
I think this is unfortunately possibly the worst matchup Athichi could have had.
Oh yeah.
But also, he's managed to control it so well, like...
Yeah, he has a very real chance still here.
Like, you can feel Janita being pressured to keep ice on HQ lest it all fall apart. Because Nebula can do a lot of BS from hand, but does need those cards in hand already. It's not as simple as just have the click. Oh, except in the case of Petty Cash, actually. Which may have been discarded.
A little bit of a tricky position now, because this is still almost every turn Nebula is asking you to flip it. We have the Ashen.
What did we lose? We've lost a Chisel. That's a bit sad. A Strike Fund, Largo, Nuka. I've seen worse. I've seen a lot worse.
Yeah, that's acceptable. Ping does fire, and we are going to stay tagged, so we might just lose the 20 here.
Yeah,
that last click run was very dangerous, and they made suffer for it.
I mean, you sometimes you just gotta.
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, it's Nebula. There's a decent chance this could be the win here.
Janinator not immediately playing a petty cash fills me with a little hope that the game still has game in it.
Still have some legs. Ashen being trashed.
Yeah.
Predictive into its tagged mode. Really getting punished for this last click run.
Yeah, YDL means that you can no longer hope for economic denial. As soon as Janinator has it, then game's up. I don't even think that they care about the 2-1s. That might be too slow.
Yeah, just trying to find a king making and a moon pool.
I mean, there's still an embedded, right?
Oh yeah, there's one more embedded as well.
Like,
At 9 cards in R&D, you can find those quickly.
If you can steal the embedded, that does change this game. Not necessarily hugely, but it does mean that it's not as simple as have 4 clicks.
The price not really hitting anything good here.
Eesh.
Between
I mean, I think...
Is it Gachapon? Because Gachapon can at least maybe get you something else. Yeah. Gachapon can pull you into a chisel.
I thought for some reason there was a chisel in the bin, in which case...
Ectobotulus, so HQ can be gotten if that Gachapon finds chisel.
Really depends what is this outermost dice. Please don't be F2P.
I mean...
That's fine, it's fishy.
F2P, Funhouse, and Piranhas are kind of the only options of what it can be right now. Or it could be the third ping. It's Piranhas, and we are just chisel charming it.
Nice. Hey, do you think the laser beams in Piranha's art are aimed at the fish or coming from the fish?
I think they're coming from the fish. They just kind of like project out of it.
Well, yeah, but like some of the ones go off to the side of the fish, and like where are they coming from?
Well, like if it's a swarm of piranhas, maybe there's like a small piranha in the back.
Yeah, but you can see them and they're like not there. I think the fish is being shot, personally.
Interesting.
Laser shotgun.
I don't know. So we are going to be able to flip Nebula here, but it is only going to be a single access.
Oracle Think
Finding
Tank.
Oracle Think Tank. It's not what you want to see. You can go back.
I think you probably do, because if Generator isn't winning this turn, I think they're just shuffling that Oracle Think Tank back.
Maybe hope you find something trashable, but basically looking for a moon pool. No, we're just going for a gourmand, which makes sense. Saying you can't score unflipped. Never mind, Generator can score unflipped.
Yeah, there it is. As soon as the petty
it's going to be a moon pool into...
At least we get to see the cool combo. I'm really happy we get to see the cool combo finish this game. But genuinely, like, incredible show of perseverance.
Yeah, no, that was... I mean...
Fighting against a corp that's so built for a different matchup than what you're trying to do.
That game could have gone differently. There are a couple of different ways, just on, like, hitting the moon pool out of HQ.
Yeah.
This is what you really wanted there. Right, are the other games still going? Looks like table 2 is, which is Arco into As, if we want to take a look at that.
Yeah, let's have a little peek.
Although it sounds like it may have just ended.
Yeah, it's 7 points to the runner.
Ooh, very nice.
That's a very interesting board state from the corp specifically. I really want to know what's going on here.
Wow, that is fascinating. What on earth is this?
Are we allowed to ask them to res all?
Also, 3 cards in R&D as well. What a board. This is the end of the line egg as well.
Dang, win from single off R&D. But yeah, that was that looked like an interesting game, but I'm glad we got to see the one we did. Is that it for? Yeah, it looks like that's it for first round.
So
not Swiss Cup.
As
oh no, sorry, Jane.
Oh, it is. Let's have a look at the Leo.
So up 5 points from the Corp, no points for the runner, but we've got a double Audrey setup here with 1 counter between them.
You'd love to see double Audrey. This does also look like, yep, this is an Chisel Charm Lu. So, the new home for Vampire Hosh. I was about to say, looks like we've Ashen, but no, there are just 6 cards removed from the game to Gachapons.
So, is Jimothy threatening a win here? It's hard to tell from no context what server 1 has going on.
Yeah, it could be.
My guess is either Sampanis doesn't think he can get in or doesn't think it is anything. Oh, that's Amelius.
Ooh, and we do have the clicks for it. I feel like you're running HQ to find a Seamless here, because there's none in the bin, and Seamless is what closes this game out.
Oh, and there's a Myoshu. Myoshu
in the bin. Actually thinking hard about whether or not to use the click to steal this, and there is an argument to not take it, because if server 1 is an agenda, stealing 3 points doesn't matter. You need that extra click to contest it somehow.
But, like, does not taking this put you in a position to not win if it is an agenda?
Yeah, it's tricky. Stealing it now, and I guess we'll see what happens. Do you run? You can't really run server 1 here. Not with 1 Audrey counter.
I mean, forcing the MIC trash might... Nah, okay.
No. I was wondering if there's a world where we can...
Nah, seamless. It's seamless.
Yeah, that's it. To let them dream.
Dream. That marks the end of the first round of the cut. So we should have... yeah, we have our results. It's going to be Jimothy versus Janinator and
Ziat versus Olus.
Yes, that's it. Which game should we watch at least first? Vote on your devices now. Do we actually know which side everyone's playing yet? Oh, right, side parity. Ah, yeah, here we go. So we've got Egg versus Az or Leo versus Magdalene. I will vote for the first one anyone says in chat or in voice. Someone told me Magdalene versus Leo. Let's go to game 2.
Yeah, let's see what this Magdalene is doing. We only got a very brief view of it earlier, I think.
Let's check out the list very quickly. It's a triple deep dive deck. Yes, it's the triple deep dive, triple running hot, hippocampic, Nanook Mayfly Daig deck. Versus what is comparatively a very normal list.
Yeah, this is... I think Daig is a weird choice for this list, but I suspect it's there for hippocampic, and just gain as much hand size as you can so you can hold all your running hots and play them all at once and hopefully not hit your deep dives. The Leo is pretty basic, though we are on a Myoshu and a Mitra for spice.
Myoshu.
There's an event horizon in there, which is perfect for Leo. That's exactly what Leo wants. Yeah. And otherwise, it's standard Leo with 3 Mercia, 2 MICs, which is interesting given the current Tungsten Doomrig state of the meta, but justifiable. But otherwise, yeah, standard Leo.
One standard Leo, please. Oh yeah, it's not actually on off-world.
No, I don't think... Not many Leos are on off-world at the moment. And I think it's mainly because for an agenda score with Leo, oftentimes an architect is going to be more forward tempo if you get an ice off it.
Yeah, yeah.
If you're scoring, you probably have a lot of res stuff already, and that liquid credit's not doing as much as, oh, I've just installed a third Bran on my remote. That is, I believe, the logic.
Still waiting for the game to go up, but should be a moment. Post in chat your deepest, darkest secrets that you would never share with anyone under any circumstances. There we go.
We have our game. I'm very excited to see how this one plays out, given Leo can potentially hurt this deck by click taxing it somewhat. Deep dive... Like, it's a tricky one to say because you have 3 running hots, so firing deep dives off of that, losing 1 or 2 clicks from Leo, maybe not the worst, but if this is your one run, you need to get all the points from it. So potentially a train and the combination of a train, an event horizon, and a Leo fire could really ruin you.
Yeah, I mean, Melias is really the thing that makes Deep Dive okay, because Ikawa was the thing that really kept Deep Dive in check. And if you can force a Janitor to have to spend more running hots, you do increase the odds of it hitting one of the deep dives.
Yeah.
It's a flimsy final turn if you can make it.
It's also quite an interesting... You have to play very differently into this max, and I'm curious to see how it handles open deck lists, because Jimothy knows the only real way Janitor is getting into a remote is with Mayflies. And Mayfly into Leo is not the best.
Unideal.
You can afford to leave a remote relatively undefended compared to what you'd usually need as Leo here. But I expect a lot of this game may just seem quite solitairish, with Mags installing and setting up for 6 turns before doing some silly nonsense.
Read Rate Shares really made more of a splash than I expected. But
I think
it really holds a deck like this together.
People, I think, really underestimated Read Write Share. Like, this is a card that turns the cards you don't want into cards you do want, and it lets you keep the cards you don't want until you want them. It's an effect that is subtle, but actually really strong for anything trying to build an engine.
And on pure numbers, it's bad. It's a very slow way of getting net -1 cards in hand. But cards have text on them.
It lets you turn your bad cards into good cards. And some would say, Komodo, just don't play the bad cards. And to that I respond, how dare you?
You would have liked Bookmark, I think. Do you know about Bookmark?
I do not know about Bookmark.
Bookmark was similar-ish to this. It was the way of protecting your combo pieces back in the old days when run a combo was definitely more of a thing. So it was a 0-cost Shaper hardware. Click, host up to 3 cards from the grip face down on this card, and then click or trash, add all cards hosted to your grip. So you just dump your hand on it, all the cards, like the combo pieces that you were about to pull off, the quest cards, that kind of thing, and then the moment you need them, you trash it and get them back. And this isn't quite the same because the cards that are hosted get shuffled back in, and you've actually got to find a way of drawing them again. But as a slow rolling way of setting up the combo, yeah. Also, it's books.
More books is more good, as they say.
When you were young, did you ever read that book about the kid who ate books and then gains the knowledge of those books, but then ate so many books that he had too much knowledge?
This sounds like an episode of The Twilight Zone.
No, it was a book. I think it was called The Book Eating Boy.
That sounds like what that book would be called. I did not read that book when I was young. I have no memory of that book.
Oh no, it was called The Incredible Book Eating Boy.
Which is exactly what Mags is doing here, the incredible book eating girl. She's eaten 3 books so far, likely to eat more next turn.
Mags can eat 8 whole books right now.
And she's been given a click. She's been given an extra click to eat another book with.
Book-eating click. I mean, really, the click is just slowing down the rate at which she can eat books.
That's true.
Let girls eat books again. They're trying to take this from us.
See, I wouldn't understand that as not a girl, no one's trying to take books from me.
Yeah, no one cares if you eat books.
Yeah, well, this is the privileges of being non-binary. I can eat as many books as I want all day long. So just drawing for combo pieces. This is the real punishment of Caveat Emptor, firing a ritual for 4 cards.
Oh, yeah.
Not what you want to see. This is why I hate Caveat Emptor.
I mean, it's more than that. Anacam makes it 5 cards. This is a 0-cost quality time.
This is better than Class Act. Call into Specwork, we are drawing some more.
Yeah, there's a concerning lack of ice on centrals right now that makes me concerned in a way that worries me.
Yeah, Leo is maybe just not setting up fast enough. And we're getting a pinhole, presumably for Mercia. Because Mercia is really going to help Leo get that board state established.
And I think it's about to go away. Yep, Mercia's gone.
Goodbye, Mercia.
obliterate that architect.
Do we have stone ships to draw some more if we would like to? I would not be surprised if by the end of this game we have just achieved an entire art from all this drawing.
We are reinstalling another read-write share to trash. What got trashed from the top?
What did we lose from read-write share?
I think
it got shuffled back in, didn't it?
No, it's in the heap. It got overridden.
Oh.
So I think we lost Anacam and Mayfly, but I think JNet isn't clear on...
JNet's not showing it. Yeah, Anacam and Mayfly and Airblades, I think, went.
For shame.
I don't think you're going to need Airblades into this deck. There is no net damage, apart from Boomy's core.
Is there any on-encounter abilities? I also don't think so.
No.
No. Imagine if Event Horizon was on an encounter. When the runner encounters this ice, end the run. That'd be messed up or what?
I mean, that's just what if Zato was an ice?
No, I didn't say it trashed.
Oh, if it just said one encounter, and yeah, no, that'd be pretty strong.
NSG, return my faxes. I have ideas.
Free Hush becomes mandatory for every runner.
As God intended.
Continuing to draw. Every time I just blink, there's suddenly 8 cards back in Maggie's hand.
Thing is, as soon as what's the cybernetic called? Hypercampic. As soon as that's in hand, Mags can just install and jam a bunch of counters. Oh, we're not even caring about the hand size?
Not caring about hand size, apparently.
Dang.
Which does make you wonder why it's in the deck if you're not installing it, but it may have just been there's too many good combo pieces in hand to risk it. Second Mercia goes down, which we get the wheels, so we're getting pretty close to a combo turn here. We just need money.
I really want to put the neurons in Hippocampic in my mouth. Look at them.
What flavor do you think the Hippocampic mechanocytes are?
I think the mechanocytes are actually the little green things.
Mm-hmm.
In which case, I imagine they taste like. Hang on, let me put myself in a world where I'm eating one.
Jimothy is finally jamming here, installed advance. Could be a 5-3, could be one of the 4-2s.
Okay, the taste that's coming to me, and bear with me here, it's like one of those rocket ship ice lollies, but it's not cold and it doesn't have that texture. Did you get me?
So, like, artificial flavored sugar.
Various artificial fruit flavors.
But
and the texture
not enough to determine what the flavor is.
Yeah.
So Maggie just letting this agenda go, which I think, given the nature of this combo deck, yeah, you have to do that. Buffer Drive comes down. What's Buffer Drive in this deck for? No action, so it's just recurring something from the bin?
It's defending against pinging things out of hand with the the thingy. The running hot.
Right, yes, of course.
But it does still add a little more thingy, the stuff, the complexity to that final turn.
Yes. We are read-write share is being spec worked. All of those books are being sold and ghost written.
That was Daig, spec work, and
Nuka?
Nanook and Nuka, I think.
Yeah. So we simply have a Nanook in hand. Or are we going to chip it out?
I would imagine. Genuinely, it's possible the way you beat this list is by just leaving a bunch of HQs in hand and hoping that Generator runs that before R&D.
We do have send a message in R&D on the bottom of R&D from the Let Them Dream score. So are reducing density and making this kind of nonsense harder, but Deep Dive shuffles, so it's only the first one that matters for.
Also, Simulchip does mean that second Nanook can be summoned from the bin.
Yes. So yeah, you probably want one in the bin in case you do steal on your Deep Dive runs. This is looks like it's very a robust combo.
Nanook isn't even invisible. It's visibly face up in the heap, gosh darn liar. I have beef with the flavor text of Nanook, okay? A history, yet an eye.
We are advancing again.
Oh, cool. That run is happening.
Do we double advance here? Just, if this is a 4-2, just make sure we have a spare click. I feel like you need to do something like that. Just to... At this point, Mag has gone through the entire stack. I expect we're probably seeing a combo this turn, or next turn at the latest. I mean, we can potentially work out the hand here. There are probably just 3 running hots in there. Oh, do you think all the key pieces are on read-write share? So you running hot multiple times, pop read-write share, and then stone ship them all back into hand clicklessly.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
It's very fancy.
We're learning this combo in real time.
2 advancements on the server launch. Potentially a 5-3 that we're going to seamless. Making a run, so this is probably it, as they say.
They do be saying that.
Which makes sense to go for R&D first. Less likely to get an agenda potentially for an HQ, given how much Leo has drawn. Nanook from the bin has arrived.
Yeah, and with only 1 ice on each central, that does mean that Mayfly is enough, even if it gets popped.
Mm-hmm. This is allowing the corp to draw a card rather than spend 2 credits to not let them. Sleipnir is just a good ice for this kind of... And losing a deep dive to core damage. Just being added to the bottom with the buffer.
Yeah, like watching this deck happen and realizing all the ways in which it's resilient to the things we thought that it might be weak to has been very interesting.
It's almost like they designed this deck and potentially tested it.
I don't believe in intelligent design. I think it naturally developed over 1 million years.
This is how all the best Netrunner decks do develop. And we are firing Boomy to deny at least 1 click. I think really Jimothy really hoping they could have drawn an Event Horizon by now to prevent this.
That'd make a bit of difference.
We now have 3 clicks. Deep Dive seeing only 1 agenda, but it is a train. But we can steal this and have 1 click left over to running hot again.
Yeah, I think we running hot, right?
Yeah, you have running hot into another deep dive, likely. And then if you lose another deep dive, you can buffer drive it to the top and stone ship it.
Yeah. I mean, even then, there's 3 deep dives, and running hot can only hit 1 of them, so I don't think it matters. And yeah, it didn't even hit it; it hits her Simulchip.
Yeah. It is possible for this to whiff.
Well, there's only 2 points.
2 points?
But there's guaranteed third deep dive either in hand or about to be in hand.
Yep.
Could it be?
We could potentially fourth deep dive.
Yeah, that's true. And
That's
it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. There it is.
There's the 3-pointer. That is a very scary deck. A turn 7, very reliable combo win that does not take 20 minutes to play out.
Yeah, Timothy saying, like, it's one thing to see a list written out, but it's very hard to look at that and sight read how it's doing this. And I think this is the kind of list that's definitely going to be very strong for a little bit, just until people work out how they deal with it. At which point, it'll see a little less play and it'll become part of the ecosystem.
It is worth noting that, like, that did take Generator down to 1 credit, and while there is a similar chip for Coalescence there, that is relatively close to, if there had been more ice, that may not have happened that turn. Yeah, Leo.
Do we want to check out the other game?
Yeah, let's have a poke in at Ziat and Olus.
We've still got a lot of game going, potentially.
We have 5 points. We have a red room on R&D.
Huge amount of boards. Looking at the heap, were the Hermes, presumably the Hermes were trashed to damage. Yeah. Both were trashed in a single foot fire, which is a pretty good hit.
So this is a fairly standard egg, although it is on retirement plan, which is quite a fun way of recurring all your important pieces like Furt and Cohort.
Yeah, I do imagine that retirement plan is going to become a bit of a staple index like these.
We're also on hostile architecture.
Oh, is this?
We are moonpooling. This looks like it's probably game.
Yeah.
And 3 points for the win, as egg does. Well, it does look like we have our finalists.
Yes. So, versus Janinator with Mags versus Oko. We're going to get to see the Mag deck go again.
Ooh, into Oko could be interesting. We should see how resilient this deck is to just chip net damage.
Yeah. P and Egg's ability to just hit combo pieces out of hand, but that is also contingent on you actually running things. So it's whether this list can just do damage.
Is there like a play for Egg here where you just put 3 enemies on one server, and they have to run it for the combo, and they're gonna take 6 damage?
I mean, I do see it. I think, setting up a central that you can't deal with without hemorrhaging your important pieces, and then plastering the board with bladderworts just to keep hitting them for tempo, that could be enough.
This, and Egg, if uncontested, can go fast as well.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, this is going to be a pretty uphill battle for this combo deck.
Anyway, welcome back, Egg, to the final. We've missed you.
Yeah. So it's mainly the retirement plan is the interesting splash here, but I think that was showed up a while back in one of the showdowns, I believe, and did very well there. It's still, I don't think, the most popular egg around, but I think it's a very solid contender. It's just a really good one. Being able to just get your hostile architectures back is so good. I also believe this is a deck I had a very embarrassing stream loss to, so therefore I am inherently rooting for the Magdalene.
For balance, I will root for the egg.
Perfect. Oh, I am actually noticing this mag is only on 1 Nanook, which is surprising. I guess you're just relying on Mayfly for the final run if you do end up hitting an agenda.
It could well be that the secret sauce people haven't worked out, at least against this specific deck, is that you just ice archives as well.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing else you're simul chipping though, so.
I mean, and Oko actually does have the means to just chuck single points somewhere. So like hybrid in archives, a bunch in HQ, and just hope that Janitor burns out his breaker options.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think Eden. I don't think we can really manage that just because the only ice run is Anemone, Samak, and Tattoo. Actually, Samak is pretty solid here.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
Samak ruins this day. Samak has text.
Oh, this might actually be really bad for the Mag deck.
Yeah, you have a lot of ice that ruins Mag here. Like, double Anemone, Samak, and I don't think this deck gets through that.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to actually play Netrunner.
Nags might have to run the board here and hope. There is a part of me that wants to see this combo attempted and just taken apart by that kind of ice setup, but I think both of these players are not going to fall into that quite easy trap. You have to, you know what this list is, you have to completely adapt your game plan for it.
I think what we will find going forward is if this deck does become a meta player, it will adapt to also be able to play Netrunner against lists where it can't just set up for 8 turns. And that's going to slow it down overall, but it does mean that, A, it's not going to be as much of a problem for decks that can't deal with it. And the second thing that I forgot. Do you ever feel like you just become like a different person halfway through a sentence and you don't remember how that sentence started and you're just sort of in a situation now?
This is how I feel like halfway through a turn in Netrunner where I realize I should have done very different things with my clicks.
Yeah.
I suddenly wake up and I have been forced to take over the game of someone who is bad at Netrunner. And it's too late for me to stop it.
Yeah, I get that feeling a lot. All right. The game is ready.
We are here.
Now.
Is there anything particularly nasty? Are we on bite? We are not on bite. So the worst thing that can be accessed on these deep dive runs is just going to be a Fuji.
Yeah, I think that the big thing is going to be the ice more than anything else. Although, if Foot does just stay on the board, which it likely will because it'll be protected, that really does threaten things. Yeah, the big question is if you're even going to get to the point where deep dives matter. Like, yeah, Janitor's saying in chat, but this deck is hyper-optimized for not this.
Yeah. I think what I'm curious to see is how is Yak going to adapt the usual egg game plan around this? Because you do have to play around it. It's just that playing around it seems quite simple, but it's not the traditional egg way. And I'm curious if that's just going to translate to rushing the board with Regenesis's and such, or are we going to see it go a little bit slower and just fill HQ or R&D with anemones and Samax. Because you can be relatively confident Challenger is not going to be running the board for a lot of this.
We're checking in chat what the text on Nanook is. This reminds me when there was a deck at Worlds 2022 in Toronto where Soccer famously had to pick up and read increased drop rates before beating that deck.
One of my favorite things is going to a tournament and playing Chrysopian Skimming and seeing the look on my opponent's face when they have to read it.
That card made top cut at UK Nats, I think, 2023.
I stand by it being a good card, brackets in Mercury, but it's worth playing occasionally. Okay, so we are FUT immediately out of the gate.
Yeah, we're just saying immediately, like, okay, interact with the game like it's a game of Netrunner, or go directly to hell.
Yeah. Are we expecting some just tempo hybrids for FUT damage soon? Pinholing the FUT?
Nanook in chat. Oh, no, we're just pinholing it.
Yep. This deck does have pinholes for exactly this scenario.
God, they were prepared.
Unfortunately, the rest of this scenario, this deck does not seem to have many answers to. Second FUT comes down.
Listen, buddy. We're playing Netrunner whether you like it or not.
Find your second pinhole and trash the FUT.
Right, we're getting set up with RWS.
First book's coming down to be eaten. Second pinhole, we're getting the FUT.
No Netrunner today.
If this is third FUT res, please let this be third FUT res. But that's both pinholes gone, so yeah, those now basically assets behind ice are safe.
Yeah, this is the most ideal opening I think Janitor could have had for this situation, and it's still possibly not enough.
Upgrade on HQ is presumably what, Red Room? Yeah, Red Room's the only upgrade we have, and Red Room, another thing that really hurts this deck. Janitor checking the text on the Red Room.
Both players just trying to desperately read each other's cards.
This is what you love to see in the finals of any tournament, is both players not understanding what the other deck does.
Oh, responding to chat, this isn't Magic, this is a different combo that just plays running hot a bunch of times, using read-write shares and such to keep everything safe.
Yeah, this is a deck that relies on having one big combo turn where you fire off potentially 4 deep dives for the win. Using Nanook and Mayfly for cheap breaking of all the Central's ice.
Yeah, it's actually a really cute combo because I can parse what's going on and still have fun engaging with the game. Ayo!
It is hard to believe, but it's a combo deck that can win the game in one turn and not take 20 minutes to do it. But yeah, I believe this or a very similar list won a districts yesterday. I don't remember which district it is. You can probably find it if you search for Nanook on deck lists. No one else is playing Nanook.
I mean, I've seen Nanook occasionally, but this is the first time it's really shown up.
It is very exciting to see Nanook actually do something.
And that Iphone Archives, like I said, yeah, I think that might just be the secret sauce here.
Yeah. You just want anemones and Samax on your centrals, and
I'm enjoying Dull Bulb in chat, trying to understand why normal people like this game. I should be more.
Right, of course, Airblades does exist.
Oh yeah.
I don't think Airblades does enough.
It's just, yeah, it stops 2 anemones, kind of 1.5 anemones.
It does save you from Samak, but the anemone res it does not save you from.
Wait, what?
Because the anemone is on res, it's not. No, you can prevent it with Airblades.
Airblade is during a run. Yeah, you can just you can spend counters on Airblade to prevent. Yeah, so 3 net damage is 1.5 anemones, but it can't do anything without Samak. Wait.
No, it can get you through a Samak, but this is 1 Airblades, and there's only 1 in the deck, so.
No. It's end the run unless the runner suffers 3 net damage. If you prevent damage, then you didn't do the cost.
Oh, can you not Airblade Samak?
Yeah, it's a nested cost. So
is this yet another weird Samak interaction I don't understand?
It's not so much. It's not that weird. It's just you've got to understand when a cost, like, if it's a cost to do something, then if you don't pay the cost, even if you attempt to pay it or you pay it partially, you didn't pay the cost, so you didn't do the thing. So Samak still ends the run, even if you
Samak
suffer
does
2
not
damage
accept
and prevent
coupons.
1.
I see.
Yeah, because it's a nested cost. Obokata, yeah, the thing about Obokata is if you prevent any of the damage, you haven't suffered the 4 net damage to steal Obokata. Oh, hey, stuff's happening.
The board, there's the final thought, and there are no pinholes to deal with him this time.
This is what Sisyphus must have felt like when he tried to eat that apple.
I think Sisyphus generally felt like having to run through ice multiple times. So just clicking to draw for mags here, which is quite the reversal from the last game where it was just all nuker ritual gas every turn. Second bookshop comes down.
It's not a
Trying
shop.
To find the book.
It's one of those little free book things that you get sometimes, like, just around.
Yeah, but I like to call those little bookshops. You don't have to pay for them.
You pay with your money. You pay with your books.
Yeah, exactly. They only accept the currency of books, and unfortunately, usually quite bad books get paid into them.
Then it's not really a bookshop. It's like, you know, like where you can get money changed from one money into a different money. It's one of those for books. It's like a book money exchange. I suppose you might call it a book place.
A book place. I have just... Daig is actually going to be able to charge Airblades.
Oh, that's kind of...
So,
I mean, maybe
hybrid
it's real. I don't know.
are going to be able to do something here. So you might actually want to save agenda scores as Yat and just hope for like winning off 2 scores from Regenesis. But this sounds like a hybrid release firing off.
So, Red Room is now active, which means Generator has to run HQ first.
Which gives a lot of control over what ice is encountered first.
Red Room is unique though, so no opportunity for shenanigans here.
trashing Ritual and Spec Work to the Thought, which are both pretty bad hits for Max. That really is going to slow her down.
Oh, we're not charging Airblade, we're charging Hippocampic just to keep the hand size
for more hand size. Okay. Potentially just saying, yeah.
Solid argument for Airblade, but either or.
I guess the issue of Airblades is there's a decent chance you're not going to get enough charges on it to really matter.
We're eating another two from
hybrid and charging Nuka, which makes sense given we've just lost 2 quite powerful draw cards.
Yeah, the thing about charge is if it were actually good, then being able to charge Nuka would be kind of incredibly strong. Just imagine it said add a diesel to your hand every time whatever happens.
We are spending 1 Airblade counter to stop one of the foot damages, and losing a Stone Ship, which again that's not really hurting the combo consistency at the end.
Yeah, this is really how Giat wins. This is just by shooting holes in Generator's stuff until not enough survives to the end.
Ideally, you'd have the buffer drive down by now, so you could at least protect some of the stuff. But
I mean,
not really much money in this deck. This deck's only money is Spec Works and Sure Gambles and Ratives. And quite a few of those are gone by now. So there's only 1 creative left in the deck, 2 Spec Works. So if we go down low to install Buffer Drive, that can be a pretty big tempo hit. But I think you'd have to do it sooner rather than later. You can't keep taking this chip damage. It's only a matter of time before you're going to start having your Simul chips hit, and then that's probably game if you lose all of those. Just icing up all the centrals, which absolutely has to happen. The double ice on HQ.
Yeah, this is really setting up to be a mountain to get through.
We are getting close to the point where Mags can potentially fire this combo, and Ziak can clearly read that.
Well, I mean, we're now on 7 credits, but I think we need to be a little higher. There's no Simul chips to get Nanook out for cheap.
Well, it's not. You need cards in hand. If there's more than 1 Samak here, you just can't really afford to get through that.
How many are in the deck? 3, right? Yeah, 3.
3, yeah.
3. That is okay. So and then a good point's been made, which is with 1 point, stealing 2 Fujis isn't that big an ask. I guess we've been undervaluing that Generator might just access them.
It's very possible. I think if Generator can fire 1 deep dive, there's a very decent chance that's it. It's can they get there? And it's hostile architecture. I don't think we can afford to trash this, really.
Of course, the thing
bouncing off that. What else are we trashing?
Access, that's Nanook gone.
Yeah.
Okay, simul chip out means we're getting a decent bit closer.
Yeah. Max is going to need a fair amount of money for this, though, as well. Because you do need to be able to afford to trash the red room. So we have to get past 4 pieces of ice, and Nanook is a very solid breaker, but it isn't free. And I think there's probably going to be some... If Generator succeeds, there's going to have to be some quite clever maneuvering with getting deep dives into the stack before making this run. Which may be what the read-write shares have been doing.
I mean, I imagine that's what they're doing. But only having the 2 stone ships gives you a little less of an ability to fish those out immediately.
Alternately, just have the buffer drive and hope it does get knocked out of hand during the runs.
But it has to be the first thing to get knocked out of hand.
Yeah. I mean, you are potentially looking at a lot, like maybe 6 net damage going through this run, so you can take that and reliably assume the deep dive's going to get gone. So there are ways Generator can do this, but it's an uphill battle. Yeah. I think we're just checking the board here for any sneaky agenda pushes. There are still some pretty scary options of what can happen running HQ, considering there is a foot on the board. If you have to take 3 to 6 net damage to get in, and then you hit a Fuji with a fully charged foot, even on 8 cards in hand, that could just be it.
I have a suspicion that next turn is the turn, so...
I think so, yeah.
Are we going to see some proactive damaging from Giat just to poke as many remaining holes in it as possible? I mean, Mayfly in the bin with 2 simul chips does mean pretty much guaranteed to have a breaker installed.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. I missed it was discarded, so we're good.
There is one more hybrid release in the deck.
That read-write shed, I think, trashed Nuka, Nanook, and 2 Anakams.
Yep, so Nanook is now in the bin, ready for being chipped out to save the money.
Something being suggested in chat, wondering if it's correct to Red Room end a run to give Wheels a tag? And maybe
force them to clear it. Yeah, I can see that.
I think the problem is the worst case there is Mags can just trash the Wheels to get rid of that tag. And that does cost a click on the combo turn, but I
think there's an argument for that, because is there any world Reanimator does not run HQ fast? You're never spending more than 1 Red Room counter.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see it. I actually think that's probably a really good play then. I'm also now seeing the value of dagging the Hypercampic now. This is a very thinky matchup.
Yes.
And I imagine we're going through all of the potential ice arrangements. Okay, yeah, here we go. Read, write, share, put the 4 cards back in the stack. We can draw them all again. Instant speed.
Presumably, many of those are deep dives.
We're trashing spec work to the running hot, which is perfectly cromulent.
Oh, this is exciting.
Yeah, Anakam drawing another means we can still draw everything if Buffer Drive puts something back on top.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if it will, but it's an option. And let's go. Anemone or Samak, that's what I'm expecting here.
You. It's
Yep.
Samak.
Samak summon.
So this is going to be free net damage. If it's a second Samak, I think you have to Stone Ship just to not die from potential access.
At least the net damage is free.
Losing a Deep Dive, Nuka, and Simulchip.
Unfortunate, but one Deep Dive can be returned.
Yes. Potentially you only need one Deep Dive for this, so...
Yeah. That hybrid steal actually did make a lot of difference.
Yes, 100%. Thinking about the res. No res, so
interesting.
potentially just one of the ice that doesn't matter, white space or something?
Yeah, I think white space probably. What else is there here? There's just that, yeah. Oh, yeah, and tattoo.
White space and tattoo. Yes, from hostile architecture.
Ooh,
so
right, yeah.
trashing.
I mean, you have to trash it, so.
Yeah, and you can't trash it if you hit an agenda here. Are we stone shipping early? I think you probably have to if you need that. And it's a Fuji.
Oh, Fuji.
That's just death.
Uh-oh, spaghetti.
Oh no, Airblades!
Wait.
Airblades!
Stake can charge Airblades. Airblades prevents the damage. It's not an additional cost.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Fine. Trashing the hostile, not the hostile, trashing the red room to take 2, going to 0 cards. We didn't believe.
We did not believe. However, how are we surviving double an enemy?
Listen. I don't know.
It's fine. We'll just hit. We will hit a Fuji off the top of R&D.
It'd be really funny if that's a Fuji.
That's no bites in the deck.
Cool
this is safe.
It's just a moon pool.
It's a moon pool.
It's a moop poop.
So Generator can win here.
Oh.
Nope. Going to have to stone ship that final card.
Which does mean no cards left in hand. You're not...
Nothing in hand. You have to pray.
No, actually, no. What happens here is successful run, you no cards in hand or stack, buffer drive back the deep dive, manually draw it, play deep dive just for 1.
Yes, and hope Archives is not an anemone. Or a third.
Oh, yes, we've still got to get into Archives. Right. Yeah, we
are buffer driving early, though.
Huh.
And adding deep dive to the top now, which means there is a chance we just lose the deep dive here.
Right. How many deep dives are in the bin?
Oh
gosh, that's all 3.
All 3. All of them are gone. We have to hit a Fuji. We need Fuji here. Yeah, I think you had to stone ship there and then lose all 3 and save buffer drive, right? Yeah.
I'm not sure. I no longer understand. I do not comprehend this game.
Do we find a Fuji off the top? We do not. And with Moonpool, Archives is 100% safe. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, nothing.
Oh. I think we were all expecting this deck to end in like an unlucky flatline, and seeing it peter out just like this is, oh, it's going out of a whimper.
Yeah, so I see that it was only a 1 in 4 to lose all 3 dives, but did we need to put ourselves in a position where that was a possibility?
It's possible we just did not see the line. This is a pretty complex deck, and I suspect conditions it was not tested in.
Yeah, I think everyone's thinking about Melias. Oh, okay, so what we've heard is that it has played this matchup and every time it goes badly.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of expected, well, at least hopes you're just not going to have it. Which,
Yeah.
I mean, got Janinator this far.
There is an argument that it could be in server 1, but I guess no res does mean it probably isn't. And a Sericulture, it's not enough.
I mean, what is the out here? Is there
I
an
don't
out?
think there is one. You cannot get into R&D or HQ. Archives is protected. The only out is hope Ziat makes a mistake, but Ziat is a very experienced egg player who can see what's going on. I don't think Ziat makes a mistake. He is just going to fast advance something with that Moonpool and kill you.
We know that 7 is Moonpool, right?
7 is Moonpool, and Generator correctly trashing it. Potentially your out here is get Egg to deck themselves by stopping them scoring, which is ambitious.
I mean,
and there's the enemy on Archives.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly didn't think, like, if Moonpool didn't remove anything from Archives, either no way of getting in, or... But yeah, that's
the out.
Very much reminiscent of the original art for House of Knives, where, yeah, you can get in, but how much of you will be left on the other side?
What a game, though. That was closer than we expected, given these two
surviving the Fuji steal with the Daig
the
charging
Daig air blades was fantastic.
Yeah. And also Janate pointing out charging air blades instead of Nuka might have made a difference. I mean, it would have here because take 2 damage, break it.
Ooh, and
at the very least
another enemy on HQ.
Ah.
Yeah, very intelligently spotting exactly how to deal with this kind of deck. Cool. And that does mean Ziat has won the districts.
District? What is this?
This is district. Yeah, it's a district.
This is a district. Cool.
That is the tournament we have been casting for the past
I don't know what
hours?
the things they do are. I'm just sort of told to do things and wads of cash show up in the mail.
Yeah, generally to point out, losing that stone ship to chip damage early was honestly crippling. That was maybe one of the most important hits. But what a game. It's so fun to see the meteoric rise of a cool new combo deck doing weird things, and then the meteoric fall, all in the span of 2 games.
Here are the final standings. And they are 34 Witches, Sumpernus, Athlechi, Counter Zero, Olus 2000, Jimothy, Janinator, and Giat. Congratulations, everyone, for the Netrunner that you have partaken in.
And what a Netrunner that was.
Woo!
Nets were run, and runs were net.
I'd like to shout out Sloan for waking me up 10 minutes before this started.
My commitment to waking people up is legendary. I believe that is the end of our stream. Unless there's anything I'm forgetting.
Nope, that is the end of our stream. Thank you all for coming out and watching the April 19th EMEA online districts. It's a pleasure seeing so many good players and so many good games and having such great casters.